Chapter 4022. Taoist Master Xiao, I want to say two things. Ao Fengping softly said. First, the Stacked Jade Legacy Realm is not like the other places on Dragon Island. This is a fragment of the Dragon Domain. There are countless treasures inside. If Taoist Master can find one, it will definitely have a significant effect on your future cultivation. Taoist Master entered the Legacy Realm and actually hid in this mountain range to cultivate. Isn't this the so-called entering a treasure mountain and returning empty-handed? If Taoist Master regrets in the future, you won't have this kind of opportunity again. Then what about the second? Xiaohua asked thoughtfully. Second, in this Stacked Jade Legacy Realm, our human cultivators have become food for the dragons. Taoist Master's cultivation is extraordinary. How can you watch so many humans being eaten by the dragons? Taoist Master is a cultivator of the Tao sect. If you don't take this opportunity to form a relationship with the descendants of the dragons, when will you? The descendants of the dragons are also a force that can't be ignored in the hidden immortal continent. In the future, in fact, there is no need to wait for the future. Taoist Master's current strength is already intolerable by the Immortal Palace. If Taoist Master doesn't want to be killed by the Immortal Palace, forming a relationship with the descendants of the dragons is a bright path. If I form a good relationship with Dragon Island, wouldn't it be more beneficial for me to fight against the Immortal Palace? Xiaohua asked back. Taoist Master is looking down on Dragon Island too much. Ao Fengping laughed. Dragon Island has always only cared about the dragons of the 9 clans on the island. They don't even care about the Dragon Palace of the 4 seas, let alone us descendants of the dragons. As for forming a relationship with Taoist Master, it is only a joke in their eyes. That day when Taoist Master revealed his dragon body in the Dragon Qi realm, they thought of using Taoist Master. This kind of scheme Taoist Master doesn't know. Then what does fellow immortal Ao mean? Xiaohua asked with a smile that was not a smile. Ao Fengping replied, I have made an appointment with some fellow immortal to go to a certain place in the Legacy Realm. If Taoist Master can, please follow me. With my strength, I'm afraid I can't reach there safely. With Taoist Master's help, I have confidence. Oh, you actually know the place in the Stacked Jade Legacy Realm? Xiaohua was a bit surprised. And you have a relationship with some fellow immortal? Could it be that you have already planned it? Ao Fengping smiled proudly. Since we are descendants of the dragons, we naturally have our secrets. The Stacked Jadeite Legacy Realm is the most important part of the Dragon Island. We naturally know some of the secrets inside. Don't worry, Taoist Master. We're all cultivators of the human race. There's something vital to the cultivation of the human race there. If Taoist Master can help us, we definitely won't disappoint you. Can you tell the Xiao what it is and where it is? Xiaohua probed. Ao Fengping hesitated for a moment. Then he shook his head and said, I'm afraid I can't casually tell you this. When Xiaohua heard this, he shook his head even more. Then why would I go? The dragon qi here is very rich. Even if this Xiao casually cultivates a bit, it will still be stronger than outside. This Xiao will not do things that I have no confidence in. All right. Ao Fengping thought for a moment and said, I can tell you the name of that place, but I can't tell you what it is. Xiaohua asked where. Deeper in. Ao Fengping immediately replied. Xiaohua's body shook violently. He swept a glance at Ao Fengping and asked curiously, why did you go to that place? Oh, forget it. Pretend I didn't ask. Then Xiaohua pondered for a moment. He pinched his chin and bargained with a smile that wasn't a smile. If you tell this Xiao the secret to activating the true qi of a Confucian cultivator in the folded Jade Legacy Realm, this Xiao can consider it. Ao Fengping didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He looked at Xiaohua and said, Taoist Master, what do you want that Confucian cultivator's secret technique for? That thing can only be activated by Confucian cultivators with dragon qi. You're a Taoist cultivator. That secret technique is useless to you. This Xiao also understands Confucian cultivators. Xiaohua said with a smile, if you tell this secret technique to this Xiao will have another magical ability to help you. Isn't this what you need? Ao Fengping was surprised but also overjoyed. He hurriedly took out a jade eye and respectfully handed it to Xiao Hua. Taoist master is really amazing. You're actually a Confucian cultivator. My previous words were rude. Don't worry, don't worry. Xiao Hua took the jade eye and placed it on his forehead. He looked at it while waving his hand. Ao Fengping smiled. He was puzzled again. Since Taoist master is a Confucian cultivator, even if you have some outstanding Taoist cultivation, the Immortal Palace won't force you like this, right? Now that Taoist master and the Immortal Palace are in a terrible situation, I'm afraid it won't be easy to deal with them in the future. Alas, this matter is hard to explain in a few words. Let's not talk about it. Xiao Hua sighed. He looked around and said, since we're going, we'll leave now. You lead the way. This Xiao will study this jade eye for a while. Taoist master doesn't need to be anxious, Ao Fengping said with a smile. There are some other secret techniques in this jade eye. Taoist master should take a look. Okay, Xiao Hua said. He gave the jade eye to Xiao Hua and asked again, right, the scenery in the folded jade legacy realm has completely changed. How can you find the location of Deep Air Lake? Ao Fengping's figure flew up. It was actually a Confucian cultivator's flying technique. He smiled mysteriously. This is of course a little secret of us dragon race descendants. Although the strength of the human race can't be compared to the dragon race can't compare with their brains. Xiao Hua smiled. He thought to himself, Ao Sheng is a small clan elder of this dragon island. Even he can't be sure that he can find Deep Air Lake. Ao Fengping, a human outside of this dragon island, can do it. Just thinking about it makes me feel strange. What kind of secret is there in Deep Air Lake that can't be hidden by experts? Along the way, Ao Fengping kept changing directions. Sometimes he even had to turn back. However, Ao Fengping never had the slightest hesitation. It was as if he knew exactly where he was going. Unknowingly, more than 10 days had passed. Although they met some dragon race members during this period of time, they were all around the 5th or 6th grade of elemental energy. Their true strength couldn't be counted as anything. They were completely relying on the draconic chi of the stacking jade legacy realm to bully others. Facing Xiao Hua, they were miserable. Xiao Hua didn't release Dragon Vein Xiao Hua. He only let Dragon Vein Xiao Hua control the draconic chi within 10 miles. He himself used both his hands and feet to become a dragon-subduing arhat. He took all the Dragon Vein Xiao Hua into his space. Ao Fengping was dumbstruck. He had seen fierce people, powerful people, but when had he ever seen a Taoist cultivator who treated the dragon race like a loach? Wasn't this a little too fierce? That reverence in his heart was like a torrential river that flowed endlessly. So much so that in the end, that reverence in his heart turned into fear and unease. He even suggested in a low voice, Taoist master. Occasionally killing a dragon race member doesn't count as anything, but Taoist master took in so many dragon race members. Aren't you afraid that the dragon island will get angry? After all, the dragon race is originally very few, and the dragon race itself reproduces extremely slowly. Every dragon, especially the pure-blooded dragon race, they are all recorded in the Dragon Book of the Dragon Island. The dragon race members who entered the stacking jade legacy realm this time all have great origins. You doing this? If you don't say it and I don't say it, who would know? Xiao Hua looked at Ao Fengping with a double meaning and replied with a grin. Alas, I was wrong. At this moment, Ao Fengping was already regretting. He clearly knew that Xiao Hua was hiding in the cave to meditate, but it definitely wasn't hiding as Xiao Hua had said. As for what Xiao Hua's purpose was, Ao Fengping was afraid that even if he cracked his head, he still wouldn't be able to figure it out. Since you're regretting it, then you and I can part ways here. Xiao Hua smiled as he took out the jade eye and returned it to Ao Fengping, saying, however, fellow Taoist Ao won't be able to take back those secret techniques. Alas, it's too late. Ao Fengping raised his eyes to look at the distant mountain peak that seemed to be covered by a thick fog and said, We've already arrived at the edge of the deeper Yuan. Huh, is that so? Xiao Hua's heart skipped a beat as he looked into the distance. He was somewhat bewildered. Since he had already arrived at the edge of the deeper Yuan, then what about Ao Sheng? Where did that Ao Sheng who claimed to be able to find him at any time run off to? Could it be that Ao Sheng didn't come to the deeper Yuan at all? Just as they were talking, Ao Fengping stopped in midair and said in a low voice, Taoist Xiao, please wait a moment. Immediately, Ao Fengping took out a fist-sized object from his bosom. This object looked like a walnut. It was black and had many wrinkles on it. Ao Fengping placed the object in his mouth and circulated his true qi. He used all his strength to blow into a groove on the object. Xiao Hua's ears didn't hear anything, but he could sense that there was a strange fluctuation coming from it. After Ao Fengping finished blowing, he put away that object and quietly waited in midair. His 2 ears slightly flapped, and after a long while, his ears trembled as if he had heard something. Then he softly said to Xiao Hua, Taoist Xiao, there's been some unforeseen events. Right now we can't directly go to the deeper Yuan. Taoist Xiao, please follow me. Xiao Hua disagreed and nodded. I'll listen to Taoist Xiao's arrangements. Alright, Ao Fengping didn't dare to be negligent. He descended and brought Xiao Hua to a nearby valley. Xiao Hua followed Ao Fengping and didn't release his true qi. At this time he turned around a large stone in the valley, and his eyes lit up again. This was a bright and spacious place. The surroundings looked tall, but compared to other places, they were somewhat short fruit trees. Some lantern-like fruits hung on the fruit trees' branches. These fruits looked unripe and didn't have any special fragrance. Within these fruit trees, there were some collapsed fences and broken walls. When Xiao Hua and Ao Fengping appeared, 3 human cultivators in the fruit trees raised their heads and looked at the two rather vigilantly. This is Taoist Xiao Hua, Taoist Xiao. Ao Fengping hurriedly introduced. I presume that the 3 of you have already met in the Dragon Qi realm. When I just arrived here, I was attacked by the Dragon Clan of the West Sea, and then I encountered the changes in the Forgotten Realm. After that, I met Taoist Xiao. When I was recuperating, Taoist Xiao stood guard for me. Thinking that we needed manpower and that Taoist Xiao possessed remarkable abilities, I boldly invited Taoist Xiao to come with me. Ao Fengping, you are too bold. A human cultivator coldly said. What authority do you have to bring a stranger here? Chapter 40-23. That's right. What did we discuss before? The other human cultivator's face was also unkind as he asked. Ao Fengping's face was somewhat embarrassed as he said, I naturally know about the previous agreement, but without Taoist Xiao I wouldn't have been able to come here. Moreover, Taoist Xiao is a human cultivator. You all have seen his bloodline Dharma body. He is also a descendant of the Dragon Clan, so he is also qualified to participate. Shut up. The first human cultivator berated. Don't quibble about anything. You are blatantly arbitrary, haha. You two don't need to say anything more. The other human cultivator laughed. Since Taoist Xiao has come here, he must also know about the matter of deeper Yuan. What's the use of saying so much? Since we need manpower, Taoist Xiao's arrival will be a great help. Immediately, the human cultivator turned his head and said, I am Qingzhou's Ao Jianhong. Greetings, Taoist Xiao. Greetings, fellow Taoist Ao. Xiao Hua smiled as he cupped his hands towards Ao Jianhong and said, since these 2 fellow Taoists don't welcome this Xiao, and this Xiao also brought fellow Taoist Ao Fengping here as an explanation to Ao Fengping, this Xiao won't stay here any longer. This is goodbye. No. Before Ao Jianhong could speak, the 2 human cultivators from before shouted at the same time. Since you are here, how can you come and go as you please? Ao Fengping was shocked. He was clear about Xiao Hua's strength. He was afraid of causing trouble, so he hurriedly shouted, fellow Taoists, don't be anxious. Taoist Xiao, please calm down. This old man will leave if he wants to leave, and stay if he wants to stay. Xiao Hua smiled coldly and said indifferently, this old man wants to see who dares to keep this Xiao. You dare to leave. The 2 human cultivators flew up and blocked Xiao Hua's path. Just as they were about to draw their swords, another wave of strange fluctuations came from another direction. Ao Jianhong saw it and immediately advised, Ao Yunqing, Ao Yuzhong, don't be anxious. There are only 4 people here. Ao Fengping and I agree that Taoist Xiao should leave, but we can't make a decision now. How about we listen to fellow Taoists' opinion? Ao Jianhong hurriedly took out something similar to Ao Fengping, and said something while blowing it. Why would Xiao Hua care about this? He said indifferently, how can the likes of you decide where I come and go? As he spoke, Xiao Hua's figure floated up, and he didn't even look at Ao Yunqing and Ao Yuzhong before flying out of the gorge. Taoist Master Xiao. Ao Jianhong saw that Xiao Hua wasn't giving him any face, and his complexion slightly changed. Ao Fengping, who was at the side, also knew Xiao Hua's temperament these days. He knew that Xiao Hua was amenable to coaxing but not coercion. He hastily pulled on Ao Jianhong's scholarly robe, hinting Ao Jianhong to stop talking. Ao Yunqing and Ao Yuzhong coldly snorted at the same time, and raised their hands at the same time. Two barricade-like confinement forces were born, and like shackles, they closed in on Xiao Hua's flying figure. With one look, it was clear that the two of them had practiced joint attack techniques. Xiao Hua coldly smiled, and his figure suddenly moved strangely. He raised his right fist and with a boom, his fist hit Ao Yunqing's strength. With a crisp sound, that awe-inspiring qi was instantly collapsed by Xiao Hua's attack. Xiao Hua's fist didn't stop, and it passed through space. With a pa sound, it hit Ao Yunqing's body. The true qi around Ao Yunqing's body surged, and his figure flew back uncontrollably. Twa? Xiao Hua didn't chase after Ao Yunqing. Instead, he raised his left hand and casually chopped down. The true qi sword in his left hand suddenly split Ao Yuzhong's strength into two halves. Even Ao Yuzhong's scholarly robe, which was not far away, had a sword mark. Ah! Ao Yuzhong and Ao Yunqing both turned pale with fright. Humph, your scholarly cultivation technique is not bad. If you were outside the overlapping Jadeite legacy realm, you would still have the strength to fight with this old man. Xiao Hua coldly snorted, and his figure didn't stop. He indifferently flew over and said, "But under this dragon qi, you're using scholarly cultivation techniques again. In this old man's eyes, it's just a child's play." Hearing Xiao Hua's words, the two of them were ashamed and angry. They looked at each other, and at the same time raised their hands to slap their foreheads. Oh! A clear sound rang out, and two dragon qi emitted from their bodies. Soon after, two dark dragon blood dharma bodies rushed out with bared fangs and brandished claws. Damn it! Ao Fengping didn't dare to wait any longer. Thinking that Xiao Hua had even captured a real dragon, how could Ao Yuzhong and Ao Yunqing's dragon blood dharma bodies be his opponent? They couldn't even be counted as an appetizer. Huh? Taoist Master Xiao? Why are you here? Seeing that the situation was already bad, when Ao Fengping didn't know what to do, a clear voice sounded from afar. Wasn't it Ao Mayun whom Xiao Hua was familiar with? Xiao Hua's figure stopped in the air. Looking at Ao Yuzhong and Ao Yunqing's ink-colored dragon blood dharma bodies, and then thinking about Ao Mayun's pitch-black dragon body in the dragon qi realm, he seemed to have understood something. Hey, Mr. Mayun, we meet again. Xiao Hua ignored the two dragon descendants who thought themselves infallible. He cupped his hands towards Ao Mayun, and said meaningfully, "It seems that Mr. Mayun came to the overlapping Jadeite legacy realm prepared long ago." Ao Mayun also didn't have any special secrets. He said with a smile, "What the spiritual master said is right. I came to the Dragon Island to gain experience because of this deeper yuan." Saying that, Ao Mayun turned his head and berated Ao Yuzhong and Ao Yunqing. "Why aren't you too quickly withdrawing your dharma bodies? These methods are useless in front of the spiritual master. Moreover, the spiritual master is a merciful and compassionate person. He definitely won't spoil our plans." The two seemed to listen to Ao Mayun's words. They withdrew their dragon blood dharma bodies, flew to the side, and stood there seemingly unconvinced. "Spiritual Master Xiao, don't lower yourself to their level," Ao Mayun said with a smile. "Presumably, the spiritual master has already seen it on the traveling dragon island. Because of this matter, too many dragon descendants have been lost. We have to be careful. This matter has nothing to do with this Xiao." Xiao Hua waved his hand. "This Xiao just happened to meet Ao Fengping and sent him here. This Xiao will pretend that he didn't see anything. Goodbye." "He's spiritual master, don't worry," Ao Mayun hurriedly said again. "I was saved by the spiritual master on the traveling dragon island earlier, but I never had the opportunity to repay you. Now that I see the spiritual master again, it's the heavens who gave me to the spiritual master. It's also an opportunity for me to repay the spiritual master." "What do you mean?" Xiaohua's heart moved and he asked. Aomayun looked around, raised his hand and said, "Spiritual master, please come with me. I'll break it down for you." Good. Xiaohua was still at ease with Aomayun. He nodded and followed Aomayun to the broken wall between the fruit trees. "Spiritual master Xiao." Aomayun pointed at the fruit trees and said with a smile, "Does the spiritual master know what these fruit trees are?" "How would I know?" Xiaohua glanced at the fruit and replied, "Spiritual master can pick a few fruits to try." "Oh? Is there anything strange about it?" Xiaohua was slightly taken aback. He raised his hand and sure enough, the fruits on the fruit trees didn't move at all, as if they were cast in iron. Xiaohua was about to use more strength when Aomayun hurriedly stopped him. "I know that the spiritual master is strong. Spiritual master shouldn't use too much strength. This is the dragon heart fruit of the dragon domain. It's precious. However, the dragon heart fruit can't be picked from the fruit tree before it ripens. Otherwise it will turn into water vapor and disappear." "That's strange." Xiaohua withdrew his hand and said puzzledly, "The stacked jade Forgotten Realm has been closed for so many years, and the time inside is different from the Dragon Island. This dragon heart fruit should have ripened, right? Why is it still like this?" "I don't know." Aomayun shook her head. "It seems that the ripening of the dragon heart fruit requires other opportunities, right? What's the use of the dragon heart fruit?" Xiaohua asked again. Aomayun shook her head and said, "I don't know the specific use, but it is said that the profound armor pentagonal holy dragon obtained a ripe dragon heart fruit in the stacked jade Forgotten Realm." Xiaohua didn't believe it and shook his head. "The dragon race only has one great sage of the demon race, and there are many rumors about him. Who knows which is true and which is false?" At this point, Xiaohua rolled his eyes and asked again, "Since the dragon heart fruit can't leave the fruit trees, can the fruit trees leave the land of the stacked jade Forgotten Realm?" "I don't know either." Aomayun smiled even more bitterly, not knowing why Xiaohua asked this. "Haha, then let me see whether it is true or not." As Xiaohua spoke, he flew in front of a dragon heart fruit tree, and a bronze brilliance appeared around his body, turning into a transcendence golden body that was several hundred feet in size. Then he raised his hand and grabbed a fruit tree. Up, following Xiaohua's light command, a dragon heart fruit tree was easily pulled out by him. "Taoist Xiao, what are you doing?" Aomayun was shocked. Xiaohua ignored her and moved one after another. In a short moment, he had pulled out more than half of the fruit trees, making Ao Yuzhong and the others dumbfounded. "Taoist Xiao, stop." Aomayun hurriedly stopped him. "This dragon heart fruit is an extremely important part of the stacked jade Forgotten Realm. If you continue to pull it out, I'm afraid this place will no longer exist. After the Dragon Island knows, they will definitely investigate." Xiaohua withdrew his transcendence golden body and landed. He clapped his hands and said with a smile, "It seems that this fruit tree can still survive after leaving the land of the stacked jade Forgotten Realm." "Taoist Xiao." Aomayun didn't understand Xiaohua's actions. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry and said, "Taoist Xiao, why do you have to do this? I just want to use this dragon heart fruit to explain to you that there are countless ancient treasures in the stacked jade Forgotten Realm, and that there is an ancient golden core in the deep air abyss that can be used by Tao sect cultivators." "Ancient golden core?" Xiaohua was shocked and asked, "How can there be a golden core used by Tao sect cultivators in the Longyu fragment? Besides, even if there is one here, how do you know?" Aomayun chuckled and said, "Taoist Xiao doesn't need to ask how I know. When I heard this news that day, the first person I thought of was Taoist Xiao. With Taoist Xiao's current cultivation, it is suitable for him to take this golden core. This golden core is simply prepared for Taoist Xiao. That day, this was just a piece of news. I can't guarantee it." Chapter 40-24. "Mr. Mayun, why don't you tell me why there are golden cores used by Tao sect cultivators here?" Xiaohua asked with interest. Aomayun asked straightforwardly, "I wonder if Taoist Xiao has heard of the heavenly dragon language technique? I didn't know before. I only found out after coming to Dragon Island. Then does Taoist Xiao feel that this heavenly dragon language technique has anything to do with Tao sect techniques?" Aomayun's words hit Xiaohua's heart. Xiaohua's heart jumped for no reason. "I have some thoughts, but I don't have any answers. Fellow Taoist Ao Zhantian also has the same doubts in his heart. Ao Moyun explained, however, according to his thoughts, the dragon clan is a demon clan, but they are separated from the demon clan and have a separate dragon island. Moreover, the dragon clan is closer to the human clan. It is very likely that it is related to this heavenly dragon language technique. Although the human clan's Tao sect has declined in the hidden immortal continent, it was extremely powerful in ancient times. At that time, the dragon clan and the human clan might have been one family. This heavenly dragon language technique might be a Tao sect technique itself. In that case, if Tao sect cultivators can refine pills, why can't the dragon clan do so? Even if the dragon clan can't refine pills, what's so strange about Tao sect cultivators refining pills for the dragon clan? An ancient golden core appearing in this dragon realm fragment. That's even less strange, right? Ao Moyun had obviously thought about it a long time ago. One sentence after another moved Xiao Hua's heart. Yes, since the dragon clan can use the heavenly dragon language technique, why can't they take golden cores? The origin of the golden core appearing in this dragon realm fragment must be extraordinary. The dragon realm is comparable to the immortal world. How can this golden core be an ancient golden core? Xiao Hua thought to himself. Actually, now that I think about it, this golden core might not be used by the dragon clan. Ao Moyun struck while the iron was hot again. Maybe it's a useless pill refined by the dragon clan, and it was left here because it was useless. That's why the dragon clan hasn't taken it away for so many years. Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes and thought for a moment. Finally, he sighed and said, Mr. Moyun, it's not that I'm not greedy for this ancient golden core. The problem is that after entering the deep air abyss, I will be in a difficult position. When we entered the Stacked Jade Legacy realm, I'm sure Mr. Moyun had already seen who I was with. Ao Moyun was startled and hurriedly said, Reverend, are you saying that Ao Shang? Ao Shang has a good relationship with me. He has Dragon Island behind him. Mr. Mo Yuan has a good relationship with me too. You have the human race behind you. Xiao Hua explains, moreover, this Xiao really doesn't want to participate in the grudges between your Gui tribe and Dragon Island. Therefore, even if that gold core is very tempting, the Xiao also doesn't want to obtain it. Goodbye. Hearing that Xiao Hua knew so much, Ao Moyun was dumbfounded. He sucked in a mouthful of cold air and blankly looked at Xiao Hua cupping his hands and flying away. Mr. Moyun. Ao Yuzhong hastily flew over and anxiously said, how can you let Xiao Hua go? If he reveals our whereabouts, what should we do? There's no need to be afraid of being exposed. Ao Moyun shook his head and said, our whereabouts have already been exposed. Or rather, the Dragon Island already knows the location of the deep air abyss. Quick, inform the leader, we have to enter the deep air abyss as soon as possible. Buzz buzz. At this time, at the location of the deep air abyss in the distance, the entire space was shaking. The fog that originally covered the mountain range quickly filled the entire heaven and earth along with the shaking, and the blurry mountain range became clear. It didn't seem to be any different from the mountain range they had encountered before. Quick! Seeing this, Ao Moyun hastily urged, we are already too late. The leader has already made his move in the deep air abyss. Let's go quickly. Alright. Whether it was Ao Yuzhong or Ao Fengping, they didn't have time to care about Xiao Hua's departure at this time. They hastily urged their figures and rushed in the direction of the deep air abyss. Xiao Hua had only flown a few thousand feet away. Naturally, he also sensed the change. That cloud of fog rolled up and formed a cloud pattern that rushed past him and spread far away. Xiao Hua somewhat reluctantly turned his head to look inside. Alas, ancient gold core, I also want it. Unfortunately, one side is Ao Shang and Dragon Island, and the other side is Ao Moyun's Gui tribe. I don't want to help anyone. Moreover, in this Zhao's opinion, the possibility of Gui tribe's defeat is extremely high. The elders of the Dragon Palace Hall are not fools. Since they dared to let you enter the Stacked Jade Legacy realm, they must have some means. Anyway, this Xiao has already reminded Ao Moyun. If they insist on going their own way, then there is no other way. However, just now, I seem to have heard Ao Moyun mention some leader. This human is really mysterious. I don't know who he is. But what does this have to do with this Xiao? This Xiao has obtained the dragon heart fruit. There are still many dragon crystals outside to pick up. When Ao Shang comes out from the deep air abyss, There is no need to wait for him. This Xiao will go find the dragon cleansing pool and help little white dragon form its body. After that, we will wait for the stacked jade legacy realm to close. Xiao Hua's little abacus was extremely good. Unfortunately, after flying for several hundred miles, an invisible barrier suddenly appeared in front of him. It was the end of the layer of fog. This barrier was very strange. Xiao Hua flew to this place and actually couldn't pass through. Xiao Hua tried to use the Transcendence Golden Body, the Confucian Cultivator's Flying Sword, and the Delusion Breaker Dharma Eye, but it was all to no avail. Damn it! Xiao Hua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Could it be that this Xiao needs to activate the Devil Blade? Xiao Hua naturally wouldn't activate the Devil Blade for the sake of escaping. He tried a few more methods and simply gave up. Turning his head to look in the direction of the deep air abyss, he said with a bitter smile, "Looks like this deep air abyss needs to be visited. However, this Xiao will definitely not make a move. They can fight however they want. This Xiao will take advantage of the chaos to look for that ancient golden core." Thus, the greedy Xiao Hua finally turned back. When Xiao Hua flew to the left side of the deep air abyss, he activated the dragon race's invisibility technique and quietly approached. When Xiao Hua flew closer, he could see clearly. That deep air abyss was a huge ring-shaped mountain range. At a glance, he couldn't see the end of it. Perhaps it was thousands of miles in size. This ring-shaped mountain range was light black in color. The heavy rocks that stretched thousands of miles also reflected the black color. It looked very strange. What was strange was not only the mountain range, but also the ring-shaped space in the middle of the mountain range. The naked eye couldn't penetrate it. It could only be seen that there was a layer of similarly black dragon patterns in the space. The black dragon patterns were like grass in the grassland. Each dragon pattern was like a tiny dragon, and each dragon pattern was emitting a kind of condescending dragon might. When Xiao Hua's gaze fell on it, he couldn't help but feel small in his heart. Looking at the black dragon patterns, he saw that there were already two groups facing each other. The ones closest to Xiao Hua were Ao Mayun and a dozen other humans and monsters. They gathered together, and in front of them were another dozen or so huge dragons. Opposite them were completely made up of dragons, and the one in front was Ao Shang. Xiao Hua's gaze fell on Ao Shang. Ao Shang very strangely tilted his neck and twisted his dragon head towards Xiao Hua. Damn it, Xiao Hua secretly cursed in his heart. This little bastard must have sensed that I came to the deep air abyss. That's why he didn't go back to look for me. I hid here and there, but I still couldn't hide. These dragons behind him should be the helpers he found using the dragon race's secret technique after he found the deep air abyss. Why is Ao Zhan also here? He's injured, seems like he's in trouble. Behind Ao Shang there were 20 or so dragons. Their strength was about the same and some of them were even injured. Ao Zhan, whom Xiao Hua was familiar with, appeared in front of him. "Otao." Ao Shang's voice came. "Although you're from the Hui race, you've been adopted by the Western Sea Dragon Palace since you were young. The Western Sea Dragon Palace has always regarded you as a descendant, and my dragon race has never treated you differently. All the training and gifts have always been given to you every year. Why do you know that the deep air abyss has something that the dragon race has always been looking for? But why don't you say anything? Moreover, at this time you still want to go against my dragon race and ruin my dragon race's big matter? This kind of ungrateful thing, do you think you can do it?" Ao Shang. Ao Shang coldly said to the black dragon opposite him, "You're just a small elder of the dragon race. Of course you don't know the situation of the Hui race. Do you really think that the Western Sea Dragon Palace really treats me as a descendant? Isn't it because you want to find the secret of my Hui race from me? Furthermore, you dared to let the Hui race and their descendants come to the Stacking Jade Legacy Realm to train. Isn't it all to find this secret? Now that I've lured you here, isn't it helping your dragon race? Don't say that your dragon race belongs to my dragon race." Ao Shang said impatiently, "You and I are both from the dragon race. The dragon race belongs to both of us. If you don't even have the dragon race in your heart, then you're not afraid of being a dragon. Hehe. It's not that we don't regard ourselves as a dragon race. It's that the dragon race doesn't regard us as a dragon race. If the dragon race is regarded as one of the 10 races of the dragon race, then why did you exterminate my Hui race back then? Isn't it because your dragon race, Pang Bai Luo Luo Shrine, and the other 9 Hui races were jealous of my Hui race's elites, and were afraid that my Hui race would control the dragon race, so you worked together to exterminate my Hui race? Back then, you already didn't regard my Hui race as a dragon race, so why do you still have to say it today? Ao Sheng was really disdainful. He coldly waved his hand and said, kill them all. Break the restriction first and get the thing first. Yes. Ao Zhan and the others behind Ao Sheng responded, and urged their dragon bodies to pounce forward. Ao Tao naturally didn't show any weakness. He raised his head and roared, sons of the Hui race, today is a great opportunity for my Hui race to rise up. As long as we kill these bastards of the dragon race and retrieve the relic of the Hui race left behind by my clan's elder, my Hui race will be able to stand tall in the 4 seas, and even build another dragon island that belongs to my Hui race in the 4 seas. For the sake of my Hui race's sacrifice, for the sake of the dragon race's hope, for the sake of my clan's elder, kill. As soon as Ao Tao's words left his mouth, the descendants of the Hui race, be it the dragon race, the human race, or the monster race, were all envious. They all urged their divine abilities and pounced towards the dragon race of the dragon race on the dragon island. Roar! The battle between the giant dragons was very spectacular. Wherever the dragon claws passed, dragon blood splattered, and dragon scales fluttered in all directions. The roars shook the surroundings, and countless dragon chi and clouds madly surged within the radius of 1,000 miles. Chapter 40-25. Although Ao Sheng was a minor elder of the Dragon Island, his strength was limited, and his opponent was not Ao Tao. The one fighting Ao Tao was another giant dragon whose strength was also at the upper stage of the 6th stage. In less than 5 minutes, both Ao Tao and that giant dragon were covered in blood, flesh and blood flying everywhere. The large drops of dragon blood and large pieces of dragon meat fell on the black dragon patterns under the dragons. These dragon patterns began to flash and gather toward the center after receiving the dragon blood. Damn it! Seeing this, how could Xiao Hua not understand that the restrictive spell of the deeper Yuan was also strange? He sighed secretly in his heart. This Ao Tao is the leader that Ao Mayun mentioned, right? He is also sinister enough. The restrictive spell of the deeper Yuan should also be set up by Ao Qin. It seems that a blood sacrifice is needed to break the restrictive spell, and this blood sacrifice must be the dragon blood of the 9 clans of the Dragon Island. The 9th elder of the Dragon Palace let the descendants of the Ho in so that they could follow them to find the deeper Yuan. Ao Tao used the dragons of the Dragon Island to follow them and kill them for dragon blood. Presumably, before Ao Tao came to the deeper Yuan, he had already killed a lot of dragons, and what triggered the restrictive spell of the deeper Yuan was the blood essence of the dragons that he had hunted before. Alas, the cunning of these dragons is no less than that of the human race. Oh, these tricks to lure the enemy are probably done by the descendants of the human race, such as Ao Mayun. Thinking of Ao Mayun, Xiao Hua looked in another direction. Over there, a dozen or so humans and demons were together with several giant dragons. The strength of these humans and demons was greatly reduced in the folded jade ruins. Although they could use dragon energy with the help of the dragon bloodline Dharmakaya, they were still a little weaker than the real dragons of the Dragon Island. In less than 5 minutes, 2 demons had already been killed by the dragons. As for Ao Mayun, he was now struggling bitterly. Seeing Ao Mayun try his best to resist the attacks of the dragons with his strong faith, Xiao Hua felt an indescribable feeling in his heart. First, he watched the revenge of the dragons of the Heavenly Abode River, then the revenge of the Ho. He was really tired of living because of hatred. How could he live because of love, be free and happy? However, looking at the battle in front of him and thinking about the hatred he had to bear, Xiao Hua sighed again. Even now, he still didn't understand why the 2 nascent soul masters from the Dawn Rain continent were chasing after him. Was there someone else behind these 2 nascent soul masters? If he was facing the people behind them, how could he not make a move? There was also Shang Huaming. Once he returned to Dawn Rain continent, how could he not attack Shang Huaming's sect, 7 Possibilities sect, and Xuanyan school? Roar! Several dragon roars resounded. Dragon chi surged around the bodies of many huge dragons. One by one they spat out dragon pearls. Different kinds of fluctuations and brilliance appeared on the dragon horns. The killing intent of the entire battlefield immediately became more austere. A huge dragon's chest was dug open by its opponent. It screamed miserably and fell into the restriction. If it was somewhere else, this huge dragon might still be able to struggle and rely on the strength of its dragon body to heal. However, as soon as he touched the restriction, the dense dragon patterns immediately swept across his dragon body. The dragon patterns were like sharp dragon sabers. In a few breaths of time, his flesh and blood were sliced off. Damn it! Ao Tao roared. He opened his mouth and a huge tornado rushed out. It instantly hit his opponent's face, and the dragon claws followed closely behind. Swish! A cold light flashed. The dragon general in front of him actually turned into an illusion. Not good. Ao Tao felt that something was wrong. Just as he was about to twist his dragon body, he heard a cold laugh behind him. Ao Tao, since you've already lured us here, your mission is complete. Go to hell. Go. As the wind and clouds surged, a dragon tail appeared out of thin air. The dragon scales on the tail were as sharp as flying swords. It suddenly slashed Ao Tao's back. Although Ao Tao tried his best to dodge, under the dragon tail, 30% of his flesh and blood was still torn off and fell on the restriction. Ao Tao was in so much pain that he could only roll in the air. His opponent didn't give him a chance to escape at all. After the dragon body appeared, the dragon claws grabbed at Ao Tao's heart. Leader. The few dragons closest to Ao Tao, as well as Ao Mayun, who was not far away, were all shocked. They urged their bodies to come to his rescue. Unfortunately, they were still far away. Ao Tao was about to die under the opponent's sharp claws. Roar! At this moment there was another roar. A jet-black dragon aura suddenly appeared behind Ao Sheng. A voice that Xiao Hua was very familiar with shouted, "Whoever dares to touch the scales of the descendant of my Hui clan, I'll kill the little elder of your dragon island." Xiao Hua, who was watching from the side, was stunned. He looked at the familiar Ao Zhan in disbelief. Suddenly, his whole body was dyed black. Even the sharp claws that grabbed Ao Sheng's dragon body had turned black. How is this possible? Xiao Hua was a little confused. Wasn't Ao Zhan injured by Jiang Che of the Heavenly Abode River in the Relic World? How could he be the descendant of the Hui clan? Not to mention me, even the Dragon King of the East Sea Dragon Palace. I'm afraid he wouldn't have thought of this, right? Ao Zhan's strength was very strong. Now that he had obtained the bloodline of the Dragon Clan, his strength improved by leaps and bounds. How could Ao Sheng be his opponent? Ao Zhan suddenly appeared and captured Ao Sheng. Those two sharp claws pierced deeply into Ao Sheng's dragon scales. With Ao Zhan's change, the situation of the entire battlefield changed. The two Hui clan dragons that were fighting against Ao Zhan and Ao Sheng immediately pounced on the other two dragons. The dragons of the Dragon Island were even more afraid because Ao Sheng was captured. They were dragons that could have killed Ao Tao. With a slight hesitation, Ao Tao's dragon body rolled and escaped. You're the leader of the Hui clan? Ao Sheng grimaced in pain, but he couldn't help but ask. That's right. Ao Zhan said coldly. I was going to come to Deeper Yuan. Since you're leading the way, I don't have to bother. Roar. Ao Sheng roared. His body suddenly rolled. Large pieces of flesh and blood were cut off from his body. Ao Zhan was caught off guard and Ao Sheng actually broke free. Once Ao Sheng was free, his figure immediately flew towards Xiao Hua. He even shouted, Spiritual Master Xiao, save me. Damn it. Xiao Hua cursed inwardly. He had no choice but to reveal his figure. However, before Ao Sheng's dragon body could fly over, Ao Mayun, who had just returned to save Ao Tao, suddenly raised her head. At this time she was the closest to Xiao Hua. Her body was suddenly surrounded by a pitch-black dragon-blood Dharma body. As soon as this Dharma body appeared, pitch-black flames immediately appeared in the space. As the flames burned, Ao Mayun's body teleported in front of Xiao Hua. Ao Mayun looked at Xiao Hua and said word by word, Spiritual Master, you saved my life. I shouldn't have done this to you. However, I have made the revival of my Hui clan my own life. Now that it's about to be realized, I have no choice but to stop you. I have no face to see you in the future. Please forgive me. Boom. Just as Ao Mayun's voice fell, her physical body and dragon blood celestial body both exploded. Pitch-black flames mixed with black blood splashed onto Xiao Hua's body, and similarly landed on the restriction. Previously, The restriction had already transformed into a vague dragon shape after receiving Ao Shang's flesh and blood. At this moment, when Ao Mayun's blood essence landed, the dragon shape suddenly became clear. When Xiaohua saw Ao Mayun blocking him, he thought she was going to use some method, but he didn't expect Ao Mayun to be so resolute. Without saying anything, she had already self-destructed. Caught off guard, the black flames and black blood fell on him. The black blood and black flames instantly soaked into the surface of his body. Xiaohua's face changed greatly. His body was on the verge of collapse in midair. He said in shock and anger, This is the poison of the dragon clan? Haha! Spiritual Master Xiao. Ao Zhan shouted in the distance. This is the black poison that my Hui clan specially used to deal with the Dragon Island. Don't be afraid. At this time you just can't use your dragon qi. When I kill Ao Shang and the other dragons, I will give you the antidote. Damn it! Xiaohua cursed loudly. I just came to watch the show. You even want to poison me to death? Ao Mayun, even if you don't want to live, you don't have to drag me down. You are really called Mr. Mayun in vain. Kill. Without waiting for Xiaohua to finish speaking, Ao Zhan's pitch-black dragon body gave birth to an indescribable dragon might. His figure once again pounced on Ao Shang. Ao Shang looked at Xiaohua rather meaningfully, then hurriedly shook his tail and fled to another dragon. What are you looking at? Xiaohua looked fiercely at Ao Shang's back and cursed inwardly. In order to prevent me from making a move, a human has already died. How am I supposed to make a move? I am a human after all. Damn it, this is Ao Mayun's real intention. Although Xiaohua was cursing, his mind had already been released. It wrapped around the space where Ao Mayun's flesh and blood exploded. The netherworld origin power spread out along with his mind and took Ao Mayun's soul into the inside of the space. Of course, Xiaohua also knew that the soul collected by the netherworld origin power was different from the soul collected by the Permitha. So he didn't enter the inside of the space to explore. The dragons of the Dragon Island naturally wouldn't let Ao Zhan capture Ao Shang. But Ao Zhan was really powerful. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, he had already torn his enemy into pieces. And at this time, the situation of the entire battlefield was completely in favor of the Gue clan. After Ao Zhan tore his enemy into pieces, his whole dragon body coiled in midair and coldly looked around. His gaze swept past Xiaohua, and a faint joy flashed through his eyes. It seemed that he was very satisfied with Xiaohua's tacit understanding. And Xiaohua looked at Ao Zhan's expression. That kind of arrogance, that kind of condescension, that kind of confidence, he felt rather uncomfortable in his heart. Only now did he understand the true meaning of some of the words Ao Zhan said in the relic realm that day. Ao Zhan was indeed not a simple dragon guard. The so-called Ao Qian was nothing but a trash in his eyes. His ambition was lofty and far beyond what dragons like Ao Qian could understand. However, after the experience of joining hands to fight the enemy in the relic realm, Xiaohua still had a certain understanding of this dragon who was arrogant to the bone and had a heavy responsibility on his shoulders. He knew that he was still a man who could be trusted. Ao Zhan saw that the Gue clan had the situation under control, so he looked at Ao Shang and said, "You don't have to hide anymore. You are a junior elder of the Dragon Island, and in the future, you will also be the leader of the Dragon Island. No matter what, I am still a member of the Dragon Island. I will definitely not take your life. It's just that the things in this deep ruin were obtained by the Gue clan's elder at the risk of his life. I must take them away. If you know what's good for you, then order them to stop right now. Sprinkle your blood essence and I won't hurt you." Chapter 40-26. Haha. Osheng laughed. What's the point of saying all this now? The crystal dragon scripture is the sacred item of my Dragon Island. It's owned by all 9 clans. Since when did it become your clan's private property? Besides, if we spill our essence blood, wouldn't that be the same as letting ourselves be captured? Cough cough. Xiaohua tried to smooth things over Ao Shang. I can vouch for Ao Zhan. His words should still be trustworthy. Xiaohua. Ao Shang looked at Xiaohua with interest and asked, "You know Ao Zhan? Could it be that you entered the Stacked Jade Legacy realm with Ao Zhan in secret?" Xiaohua shook his head. Ao Shang, I came to Dragon Island for Ao Zhantian, but also for other things I already told the elders in the Dragon Palace. I only met Ao Zhantian before entering the Stacked Jade Legacy realm. I don't know his plan at all. Oh, do you think I would still tell you the name of the Deeper Yuan if I knew his plan? Who knows? Ao Shang sneered. Opening the seal of the Deeper Yuan seems to require the essence blood of my Dragon Island's 10 clans. If I didn't come, the essence blood of the Dragon Clan wouldn't exist. Is there such a coincidence? Xiao Hua looked at the dozens of dragons around Ao Shang, dumbfounded. Ao Zhan said coldly, Ao Shang, I don't want to say anything unnecessary. If you want to live, if you want to rule the Dragon Island in the future, you better give up now. If you still resist after 10 breaths, don't blame me for not giving the Dragon Island any face. You dare. Ao Shang was furious. 10. Ao Zhan ignored him and counted by himself. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Ao Shang yelled in exasperation. As Ao Zhan counted, his body expanded again, and the dragon chi around the ring-shaped mountain flocked into his body. Between the pitch-black dragon scales, a pitch-black dragon stone appeared. Roar! Before Ao Zhan counted to 5, Ao Shang roared, and a series of crackling sounds came from his body. The originally injured dragon body expanded as if it was inflated, and the dragon horns glowed with a brilliant light. A destructive dragon aura emitted from his body. Ah? Not only Ao Zhan, but all the dragons, demons, and humans present were shocked because the dragon's might was rising steadily. In just a moment it had reached an unbelievable level. The shock that came from the bottom of their hearts made them not only stop, but they also hurriedly retreated. Their claws were also trembling, and they were unable to resist. First Elder? Naturally, Xiao Hua was also intimidated by this dragon's might. His body couldn't help but tremble. He is somewhat familiar with this dragon's might. Isn't this the aura of the great elder of the Dragon Island? Oh. As expected, Ao Shang's dragon body expanded several times, and the terrifying dragon aura covered the entire ring-shaped mountain. Only then did he lower his huge dragon head and look at Ao Zhan, saying, This old man has waited for you for thousands of years, and you have finally appeared. Ha ha ha, you really didn't disappoint me. Although Ao Zhan had obtained the dragon's bloodline inheritance, it was still too early after all. At this moment he tried his best to urge his dragon chi to resist, but under this power his pitch-black dragon body was suspended in the air. The dragon flame was also transparent like a crystal, and he didn't move at all. However, even though the great elder of the Dragon Island sealed his divine ability, he couldn't seal his battle intent and anger. Ao Zhan said loudly, I am a descendant of the Gue clan, so I naturally won't be the same as the other 9 clans of the Dragon Island. How can I disappoint the great elder? However, the great elder actually used the body of a little child to deal with me personally. I am really overwhelmed by the favor. Ao Zhan's words were naturally sarcastic, but why would the great elder care? He smiled coldly, just as the previous generation's elder said, You Gue clan have always had an unruly character. You only think about yourself and not the other dragon clans. Do you know why Ao Qin took the crystal dragon and escaped into the folded jade legacy realm? Do you think it's because of those self-righteous reasons that you obtained from your ancestors? Do you think you are the only one who knows about your many schemes? All the truth is the declaration of the victor. Ao Zhan smiled faintly. Don't you think your explanation is too weak? Instead of explaining this to me, why don't you explain how you can borrow Ao Shang's dragon body? If I knew you had this kind of divine ability, how could I have fallen into your trap? The 10 clans of the Dragon Island each have their own secret bloodline divine ability. There are so many. The Great Elder answered, just like how you Gue clan can naturally hide your own bloodline and transform into another clan's bloodline at will. The primordial spirit of my dragon clan is extremely similar, and we can perform the divine ability of primordial spirit residence. Do you know why Ao Shang is called the Little Elder? Not only because his bloodline is pure, but also because his primordial spirit is extremely similar to mine, the previous generation's elder. Forget it, Ao Zhan sighed. We have left the Dragon Island for a long time, and this kind of secret has long been forgotten. If not for this, our Gue clan would have succeeded today. After saying that, the black flames around Ao Zhan suddenly surged up, and a series of dragon roars came out from his body. Ao Zhan's scales overflowed with dragon blood, and his body expanded, and the dragon's aura began to rise. Oh, this is really beyond my expectation. The Great Elder was surprised to see that Ao Zhan actually had the strength to fight. Roar! While he was talking, Ao Zhan raised his dragon claws and a shadow flashed past. Swoosh! The Great Elder's chest was instantly covered with blood. Although the Great Elder had occupied Ao Zhan's dragon body, Ao Zhan's dragon body was not the Great Elder's. Under this attack, Ao Zhan's chest was almost torn apart. The Great Elder was shocked and had no time to think about why Ao Zhan had such a mysterious divine ability. He raised his claws and stabbed forward. Sizzle! Dozens of thunderbolts were produced, completely sealing Ao Zhan's neck. No matter how Ao Zhan shook his head and tail, he could not break free. The Great Elder's sharp claws fell, and Ao Zhan was about to be torn apart. And in Ao Zhan's eyes, there was no fear except regret. The resentment of the 10 clans of Dragon Island can finally be settled at this time. The Great Elder said indifferently, "This old man killed you, the leader, so there shouldn't be any more trouble in the future. My Ji clan has tens of thousands of descendants. If you kill me, there will be other dragons." Ao Zhan shouted unyieldingly, "Kill them one by one." The Great Elder laughed, "There will always be a time when we kill them all." As he spoke, the sharp claws were about to fall. But at this time a voice sounded, "Wait! Wait!" The Great Elder's sharp claws did not stop, and he replied indifferently, "Didn't Taoist Xiao say just now? Not participating in the internal strife of my Dragon Island's 10 clans. Why are you going back on your words now?" "I don't plan to participate." Xiao Hua replied indifferently. However, this Xiao saw a future great sage of the Dragon Clan, who has yet to show his talent and is about to fall. "It's a pity for your Dragon Clan, so I wanted to say a word." "You mean him?" The Great Elder was a little stunned. Looking at Ao Zhan, who had already given up struggling, he laughed and said, "How could he be a great sage? Why don't you tell me?" "I will only say one word, I won't say anything else." Xiao Hua laughed, "If there's anything, you should ask Ao Zhan." Ao Zhan snorted coldly and did not answer. The Great Elder sneered and said, "Even if he is a great sage of the Dragon Clan, he is still a great sage of the Ji clan. The more powerful he is, the more harmful it will be to my Dragon Island. My Dragon Island is already a little tired to deal with the Pentaceratops. If there is another enemy of the Ji clan, how can my Dragon Island be peaceful? Damn it, this is bad." Xiao Hua complained in his heart. His eyes turned rapidly and shouted, "Sigh, Great Elder. Could it be that you didn't see Ao Zhan's mercy towards Ao Zhan just now? If he could kill Ao Zhan when he captured Ao Zhan earlier, he would have already killed Ao Zhan, right? Don't you think that with the method he used to injure you just now, it would be easy for him to kill Ao Zhan?" The Great Elder was a little hesitant. Xiao Hua was right, Ao Zhan did have a lot of opportunities to kill Ao Zhan. Especially what Ao Zhan said to Ao Zhan just now, he also heard it. Ao Zhan was really thinking about the Dragon Clan's inheritance. Xiao Hua struck while the iron was hot and said, "My human race often says that family is a relationship of blood and flesh where the bones are broken and the tendons are connected. Your Dragon Island's 10 clans are all Dragon Clan. Their bloodline originated from the same source. No matter what, they are close. They are originally from the same root. Why are you so anxious to kill each other? I don't know what grudges the Ji clan has with the other 9 clans, but after hearing a few words just now, I feel that there seems to be some misunderstanding. Actually, a lot of things are misunderstood because they can't be explained clearly. As long as things are explained clearly, the misunderstandings will vanish like smoke. Now it is really rare. One is the son of the Ji clan, the other is the Great Elder of the Dragon Palace. I don't believe that there is anything in this world that can't be explained clearly. Of course, Great Elder, if you really have a reason to kill, not to mention this deeper UN, not to mention this folded Jadeite legacy realm, even on the entire Dragon Island, who can stop you? The matter of the Ji clan is too long ago." The Great Elder was moved by Xiao Hua's words and said. Xiao Hua at the side hurriedly waved his hand. "Great Elder, this is your Dragon Clan's secret. It is not suitable for me to know. You should talk to Ao Zhan alone." "Secret? Heh. The Great Elder faintly smiled. He understood the double meaning of Xiao Hua's words. He laughed and said, "You are right, this old man really wants to know. Just how much does the Gue clan hate my Dragon Island 9 clans?" After saying that, a layer of faint dragon chi rose between the Great Elder and Ao Zhan. Wherever the dragon chi passed, the two giant dragons froze on top of the dragon chi, and not a trace of movement could be heard. Looking at the other dragon clan, human clan and demon clan, there was surprise on their faces. What was happening in front of them had long surpassed their imagination. They all stopped fighting and separated into two places, waiting for the result. Looking at everyone, Xiao Hua sighed a little. Alas, poor Ao Mayun, to be called Mr. Mayun in vain in the end. He really thought himself clever. But if she didn't stop this Xiao from taking action, how should this Xiao face Ao Shang's request for help? After all, it is a living life. It is really a pity. Chapter 40-27. Ao Mayun's poison naturally couldn't hurt the current Xiao Hua. He was just giving Xiao Hua a reason not to attack. And the price of this reason was a life, which made Xiao Hua feel that it was not worth it. Xiao Hua waited for half a day. But the longer the time, the more Xiao Hua felt at ease. After all, Ao Zhan had to bargain with the Great Elder, which would take time. And if the Great Elder didn't want to listen, he would probably come out in a moment, right? Just as Xiao Hua was thinking, the two dragons above the dragon chi moved, and the dragon chi instantly disappeared, revealing the Great Elder and Ao Zhan. However, the expression of the two dragons was different from what Xiao Hua thought. There was no crying, no ecstasy, only calmness, as if nothing had happened. This old man can't occupy Ao Shang's dragon body for a long time. Once the Great Elder appeared, he immediately ordered, "You don't have to fight with the Hui dragons anymore. Just listen to Ao Shang's orders." "Yes, Great Elder." The dragons on the Dragon Island all heaved a sigh of relief and replied. Then the Great Elder glanced at Xiao Hua and said, "Xiao Hua, this old man will leave everything here to you. If you help Ao Shang get the Crystal Dragon Scripture, you can get the friendship of my Dragon Island. Of course, other than the Crystal Dragon Scripture, this old man also doesn't know what else there is in the deeper Yuan. If you are fated to get the Ruined Dragon Core, it might be possible." Don't worry, don't worry." Xiao Hua saw that the Great Elder was about to leave, and hurriedly shouted, "Do I need to eat the Dragon Core? Great Elder, you have to tell me where the Dragon Cleansing Pool is, right?" This old man has already said what needs to be said. You can ask Ao Shang yourself." The Great Elder's voice became softer and softer as he replied with a smile. After saying that, Ao Shang's dragon body rapidly shrank, and the terrifying dragon pressure from before also weakened, revealing Ao Shang proudly. "Ao Shang." Ao Zhan's tone was not particularly intimate, and said, "Did you hear what the Great Elder said?" "Of course," Ao Shang said with a smile. Ao Zhan nodded. "Good. You all rest for a moment, then listen to my arrangements. We will break the seal of the deeper Yuan." "All right." Ao Shang agreed and prepared to bring the rest of the dragons to the other side of the ring-shaped mountain. "Don't be hasty." Xiao Hua called out again. "Ao Shang, tell me the truth. Where is the dragon cleansing pool?" "Reverend." Ao Shang smiled bitterly. "Didn't I make it clear to you earlier? I really don't know where it is. Why don't I look for it with you after we come out of the deeper Inn?" If you can't find the dragon cleansing pool, don't blame me for not returning it." Before Xiao Hua could finish his sentence, Ao Shang, who was swimming, naturally knew what he meant. However, in Ao Shang's eyes, Long Yu was no match for the Crystal Dragon Scripture. He could only throw Xiao Hua's threat to the back of his head. Ao Zhan, on the other hand, looked at his subordinates and instructed, "You all should also rest for a while. When we return from the Stacked Jade Legacy Realm, the Dragon Hall will issue the Dragon Hall Order. Because my Gue clan knows our wrongs and repents, we will return the Crystal Dragon Scripture and pardon some of the sins of my Gue clan. Then when will my clan return to the 10 clans of the Dragon Island?" A dragon asked somewhat anxiously. "The road to return to the Dragon Island is still very long." Ao Zhan smiled bitterly. "Unless my clan can produce a great sage of the demon clan, how is that possible?" All the dragons were astonished. "With the first step, it's always good. Take your time on the road from now on." Aozhan seemed to be extremely satisfied with this result. He waved his hand and said, "The problem now is to find the Crystal Dragon scripture. If the Crystal Dragon scripture doesn't return to the Dragon Hall, we still have to think of a way to leave the Dragon Island." "Yes, leader." All the dragons agreed and flew to the other side of the ring-shaped mountain. Aozhan flew in front of Xiao Hua and cupped his hands. "Reverend Xiao, I have received your grace again." Xiao Hua smiled and waved his hand. "This matter has nothing to do with me. It's because you didn't have any killing intent in your heart. You saved yourself. Furthermore, I have to congratulate fellow immortal Ao. Although you have yet to complete the heavy responsibility on your shoulders, the road has already appeared under your feet. Fellow immortal Ao, sooner or later, you will be able to bring our clan back to the 10 clans of the Dragon Island. Others may not know, but how could enlightened master not understand? If it wasn't for your grace, how could I have such a fortuitous encounter?" Aozhan said very sincerely. "I won't say anymore, I won't say anymore." Xiao Hua knew what Aozhan wanted to say. He waved his hand and said with a smile, "If I can help you settle your grudges, how much less killing will there be in the future? How many fewer dragons would die? This Xiao is very willing to accept this merit. Things might not be as simple as you think." Aozhan smiled bitterly. "After all, my race has been at odds with the Dragon Island for many years. The 9 races of the Dragon Island, Pangbai Luo Luo Shrine, and Swan and I have suffered many losses because of my race. Even if I offer the Crystal Dragon scripture, the other 8 races will still try to stop me." "Nonsense, how could it be possible without obstruction?" Xiao Hua replied. "But since there is a righteous cause, they will have one less weakness to use against you. Your wish will come true sooner or later. By the way, since the Gue clan has been pardoned, what about the Dragon clan in the heavenly abode? What about them?" Aozhan was a little hesitant. "They are naturally a branch of my clan, but my Gue clan hasn't settled down yet. I'm afraid we'll have to wait for some time to settle the matter of the heavenly abode." "Wait until you are strong enough." Xiao Hua understood that the Gue clan had many things to do, and Aozhan was probably facing many more difficulties. At this point, Xiao Hua's heart suddenly quivered as he thought of Jiang Che in the Legacy Realm. After all, the appearance of Jiang Che and the other 2 heavenly abode dragons in the Legacy Realm was too strange. If no one had tipped them off, how could they have found that place? However, at this point, Xiao Hua felt that there was no point in asking Aozhan anymore, so he might as well keep this secret in the bottom of his heart. Aozhan nodded and looked at the restriction below his feet. The dragon patterns had already gathered into a black dragon, and its appearance was very frightening. Aozhan stared at the black dragon, and a trace of gentleness flashed in his eyes. After a while he said, "This is the former patriarch of my Gue clan, Ao Qin. A dragon that could be the great elder of Dragon Island. When he was training in the Stack Jade Forgotten Realm, he used the strength of a single dragon to obtain the Dragon Jade and Crystal Dragon scripture. According to his thinking, he would definitely be able to obtain the position of Great Elder because of this, but the Great Elder of that generation wasn't him. In his anger, he took away the Dragon Jade and Crystal Dragon scripture from the Dragon Hall, and from that moment onwards, the fate of my Gue clan changed." Aozhan didn't say the specific reason, but he had obviously accepted the Great Elder's explanation. Xiao Hua sighed and said, "Perhaps Ao Qin was wrong, or perhaps the Dragon Hall was wrong, but what's right is the fact that has already happened. Our human race has a saying that it's never too late to mend the pen after the sheep are lost. Now that the bloodline of the Gue clan still exists, it's not too late." "Yes, I understand. The burden on this Ao's shoulders is getting heavier and heavier." Aozhan nodded. This Xiao Hua has other thoughts in his mind. At this point, he asked again in a low voice, "That's right, Aozhan, tell this old man the truth. Is the Great Elder's words true? Does he really not know where the Dragon Cleansing Pool is?" "There are 2 Dragon Cleansing Pools on Dragon Island. One is real and one is fake." Aozhan glanced at Xiao Hua as he replied meaningfully, "The one outside the Stack Jade Forgotten Realm is a fake. The Dragon Cleansing liquid inside was extracted from the real Dragon Cleansing Pool inside the Stack Jade Forgotten Realm. This Dragon Cleansing liquid is the essence of the Dragon Domain. It can't leave the Dragon Cleansing Pool. Once it leaves the dragon cleansing pool, it can't be called dragon cleansing liquid anymore. However, this liquid can still nourish and repair the body of my dragon clan. So Dragon Island still values this fake dragon cleansing pool very much. Generally speaking, the so-called dragon cleansing pool outside of Dragon Island is this fake dragon cleansing pool. As for the real dragon cleansing pool, Taoist Master Xiao, have you heard of the Ascension Pool in your Tao Sex Immortal world? Ascension Pool? Xiao Hua smacked his lips and said with a bitter smile, this Xiao has never heard of it. This Xiao has only heard of the Lotus Cleansing Pool in Thunder Temple. What's the Lotus Cleansing Pool in Thunder Temple? Aozhan sneered. That's just a bunch of bald donkeys playing reincarnation. How can it be compared to the Dragon Cleansing Pool on Dragon Island? If you want to compare it, it's at most similar to the fake Dragon Cleansing Pool outside of the Stacked Jade Legacy realm. Xiao Hua also looked at Aozhan meaningfully. Aozhan, who was only at the 6th or 7th stage of origin energy, seemed to care more about Dragon Island's reputation than the Great Elder. Even the Great Elder compared the Dragon Cleansing Pool to the Buddhist sect's Lotus Cleansing Pool. But Aozhan immediately stepped on the Lotus Cleansing Pool. It was probably because of Aozhan's understanding that the Great Elder was reassured to let Aozhan lead Aoshang and the others to find the Crystal Dragon Seal. What does immortal friend Ao mean? Xiao Hua asked. It said that the immortal qi in your Tao sect immortal world is very dense. Ordinary cultivators can't withstand the higher grade immortal qi after ascending to the immortal world. Therefore, every cultivator who ascends has to remodel their body in the Ascension Pool. The dragon realm of my dragon clan is half a level higher than the immortal world. The dragon cleansing liquid in the dragon realm can only be compared to the immortal molding liquid in the Ascension Pool. Does immortal friend Aozhan understand what I'm saying? So, after your dragon clan breaks through the void and reaches the dragon realm, you also have to use the dragon cleansing liquid to remodel your body? Xiao Hua understood. Aozhan nodded. Of course. Didn't immortal friend Aozhan feel that the dragon qi in the Stacked Jade Legacy realm is several times stronger than on Dragon Island? And this is just a fragment of the dragon realm. If it were the real dragon realm, then the dragon qi. Yes, it should be called dragon spiritual qi. Then how terrifying would dragon spiritual qi be? Ordinary dragon bodies wouldn't be able to withstand it, right? Damn it. Xiao Hua gnashed his teeth. Your dragon clan's dragon body is already incomparably tough. If you remodel your body after reaching the dragon realm, how are the immortals of the immortal world supposed to survive? You humans don't really rely on your physical body after ascending to immortality. It doesn't make a difference whether it's tough or not, right? Aozhan replied with a smile. Don't try to change the topic. Xiao Hua snorted. I just want to know the whereabouts of the dragon cleansing pool. After saying so much, do you think the Grand Elder knows? Of course he doesn't. Aozhan smiled. If he knows where the dragon cleansing pool is, doesn't that mean he knows where the deeper Yuan is? Wouldn't he have found this place long ago? Chapter 40:28. With that, Aozhan glanced at Aoshang and sneered. Don't think that Aoshang knows that the crystal dragon is here. If I didn't deliberately lead him here, he wouldn't be able to find this place. Why? Xiao Hua was a little surprised. Aozhan looked around and actually transmitted his voice. The dragon cleansing pool, Deep Erebus, and a place called the Mirage are the 3 most mysterious places in the Stacked Jade Forgotten Realm. The dragon cleansing pool is called the dragon cleansing pool because of the dragon cleansing liquid, which is the essence of dragon spiritual qi. It is the closest to the dragon domain. No primordial consciousness or divine ability can find it. Furthermore, when the Stacked Jade Forgotten Realm changes, the dragon cleansing pool is hidden outside the Forgotten Realm. And this Deep Erebus, to be honest, it is the earliest place connected to the dragon realm. It can be said that it is the source of the dragon spiritual energy in the entire Stacked Jade Legacy realm. If it wasn't for my clan leader, I wouldn't be able to find this place. What? This Deep Erebus is the connection between the dragon realm and the Stacked Jade Legacy realm? Xiao Hua was shocked and said, so when clan leader Ao Qin came here. Yes, that should be what the old man meant. Aozhan nodded. However, without the strength of breaking the void, it is impossible to pass through this connection. Of course, even if you have the strength of a great saint, you may not be able to pass through this connection. So, no dragon has ever entered the dragon realm through this connection. In the past, I seem to have heard that this is a place to send messages. Of course, by the time of clan leader Aochin's generation, this connection was already broken. See, Xiaohua sucked in a mouthful of cold air, as if he understood something. Of his 2 broken dragon jade, one was from the Dawn Rain continent, the other was from the Little White Dragon, and the Little White Dragon was from the 10,000 Demon Realm. Those 2 places were not the Dragon Island, nor were they the 3 continents. Previously, the Great Elder of the Dragon Palace didn't ask about the origin of the Dragon Jade, because they thought that Xiaohua's Dragon Jade was only lost in the 3 continents. What they didn't expect was that Xiaohua's Dragon Jade was not obtained in the 3 continents. If this deep abyss was the passage connecting the Stack Jade Legacy Realm to the Dragon Realm, it was now closed. That is to say, the Dragon Clan wanted to go to the Dragon Realm with the 2 broken Dragon Jade. Because they failed, they ended up in the Demon Realm and Dawn Rain continent. What's wrong? Eozhan asked when he saw Xiaohua's strange expression. Xiaohua naturally couldn't pursue this matter any further, so he changed the topic and asked, "What about the mirage?" "I don't know." Eozhan shook his head. Back then, when clan leader Aochin divided the dragons, some of them fled to the Dragon Realm, while others fled to the 4 seas. I am a descendant of the dragons who stayed in the 4 seas. Only through the long bay that Patriarch Aochin had passed down did he know all of this. I don't know anything else. In other words, Xiaohua smiled. You might not pass through Dragon Island and directly return to the 4 seas? Sure. However, the risk is extremely high. Eozhan nodded. There are some spatial layers around the Stack Jade Legacy Land, and there are some distorted spatial veins that lead to the 4 seas. However, these spatial veins also lead to the void. Once we fall into the void, even if we have the body of a dragon, we won't be able to survive. Forget it. Xiaohua extinguished the thought of escaping with the Longyu and smiled at Eozhan. Fellow immortal Ao, you seem to have told me everything you know. Spiritual Master, Eozhan said with extreme sincerity. I worked together with Spiritual Master in the Legacy Realm, so I'm very confident in Spiritual Master's character. Back then, I didn't know that Spiritual Master also had the bloodline of a dragon. Otherwise, I would have communicated with Spiritual Master more. Furthermore, Spiritual Master wasn't moved by the bloodline of a true spirit in the Legacy Realm. I really don't know what else in this world can make Spiritual Master interested. If I don't trust such a Spiritual Master, who else can I trust? Now, if my Gui race wants to be ranked as one of the 10 races of Dragon Island again, not only do I need to cultivate to the Great Sage Realm, I also need more help. Spiritual Master has a bloodline comparable to Ao Shang's, and is favored by Menglong Hall's Great Elder. I naturally won't hide anything from Spiritual Master. Xiaohua sighed. He didn't really want to care about the revenge of the Heavenly Abode River, but he didn't expect to encounter the revival of the Gui race here. He didn't even have time to cultivate in seclusion, so how could he want to spend more time on these things? He didn't want to say anything more here, so he asked again, "Oh right, is there really a ruined dragon pill in the deeper Yuan?" "There is." Eozhan nodded. Senior Aochin said clearly in the dragon shell that he saw the aura of a dragon pill here, but the aura of the pill wasn't particularly strong. He guessed that it might be a ruined dragon pill. How many years has it been? Xiaohua smiled bitterly. Is the dragon pill still effective? Eozhan shook his head. I don't know about this. But this place is actually a fragment of the dragon realm, nourished by dragon qi. Even if the dragon pill is ruined, it should still be effective, right? However, Spiritual Master, this dragon pill, even if it's ruined, I'm afraid it's not something you can consume. That day, I spread the news just to encourage the human race cultivators. Let's take a look first. Xiaohua waved his hand. Didn't you hear what Great Elder said? Leave everything to me. If I don't go in and take a look, he won't let me go. Roar. At this time, Aoshang flew over from afar and asked, Aozhan, we've already rested. Can we break the seal now? Of course. Aozhan looked at Aoshang and replied, the dragon sons of the 9 clans of Dragon Island, release half of your dragon blood. What? Aoshang was shocked when he heard this. Why do we have to release so much dragon blood? To break this seal, we need the blood essence of the 10 clans of Dragon Island. We already had some before, plus the dragon that fell from my Ji clan, and the 7 clans that didn't release enough blood essence. Especially you, your blood essence is the most important. Ao Zhan replied without any trace of politeness. Ao Shang was a little flustered and exasperated. But after he said a few words he became dejected again. After all, Ao Zhan's purpose of luring them here was to kill them and use their blood essence. Now that he was only allowed to release half of his blood essence, although it made his heart ache, compared to the previous deadlock, there was a fundamental difference. Roar! Ao Shang roared, opened his mouth and a stream of dragon blood fell like a fountain. The dragon blood fell on the black dragon seal, and the black dragon seal began to slowly rotate. When Ao Shang was dispirited in midair, the other dragons also spat out their blood essence. The black dragon above the seal sped up and surrounded the ring-shaped mountain, forming a huge whirlpool. The hurricane above the whirlpool also took the shape of a dragon. Seeing Ao Shang curled up and not moving, Xiaohua smiled and said, "What's wrong? Didn't you just spit out a few mouthfuls of blood? Why can't you move? Spit out a few mouthfuls of blood for me to see. Spit out a few mouthfuls of blood for me to see." Ao Shang shouted, "This is blood essence. I'm also a dragon. If I was a human I would have died long ago." "Haha, you also know about dying." Xiaohua laughed. "Your dragon clan doesn't have pills?" "What pills do I need?" Ao Shang said disdainfully. "If you want to eat, wait until you enter the deep air lake to eat dragon pills." Xiaohua smiled, took out a jade bottle and said with a smile, "This Xiao has refined blood replenishing pill, do you want it?" No. Ao Shang waved his hand. "This thing is useless to me." "Alright." Xiaohua nodded. "This blood replenishing pill is refined by this Xiao. It is most suitable for humans, but it seems that the Yao race can also use it. If you don't want to use it, then forget it. It's a waste not to eat it." Seeing that Xiaohua was about to take the jade bottle, Ao Shang raised his dragon claw and shouted, "Give it. Let me try. Just now I wanted to give it to you but you didn't want to eat it. Now I want to eat it but I won't give it to you." Xiaohua smiled, pretending to take it and said, "Woo." A strong wind swept past, and Ao Shang snatched the jade bottle. He put the jade bottle into his mouth, and with a crunch his dragon teeth crushed the seal on the jade bottle, and the bottle of blood replenishing pill fell into his stomach. Xiaohua was a little stunned and slapped his forehead. "Damn it, this Xiao now knows what it means to be an old cow chewing peony. I am a little dragon, not an old cow." Ao Shang shouted angrily, "I am a little elder of the dragon race, yet I can eat your pill. In the future, if you sell pills in the hidden immortal continent, this will be a big gimmick." "Oh, what kind of pill is this?" Suddenly, the dragon chi around Ao Shang's body surged, and layers of blood color gushed out from the dragon scales. When this blood color reached Ao Shang's face, his entire face turned red. Spiritual Master Xiao. The dragons at the side could not compare to Ao Shang, and their expressions were even more dispirited. Seeing Ao Shang like this, they were all overjoyed and shouted, "Do you still have more pills? Can you wait for me a moment?" Xiaohua beamed with joy and said, "Of course. However, this is the pill refined by this Xiao. In the future, you must remember it. And this Xiao is now cooperating with Luoyi Merchant Union. If you need it in the future, feel free to look for Luoyi Merchant Union." Luoyi Merchant Union, okay, we will remember it. The dragons hurriedly urged, "Spiritual Master, give us the pills first." When Xiaohua took out some blood replenishing pills and gave them to the other dragons, the blood chi around Ao Shang's body finally stopped. He blinked his eyes and asked puzzledly, "What's going on? It's obviously very comfortable, and my blood chi is surging. Why did my blood essence recover so little?" "Haha." Xiaohua laughed and said, "Can blood essence be recovered by ordinary methods? That is to rely on one's own recovery. This Zhao's blood replenishing pill can only replenish ordinary blood chi. It is only somewhat beneficial for you." "That's not bad." Ao Shang nodded. "Luoyi Merchant Union. I will also remember it. Spiritual Master Xiao, do you still have more?" "Indeed no more." Xiaohua shook his head. "This Xiao does not use these things. They are all sold in Luoyi Merchant Union." "Spiritual Master, how can you play without them?" Ao Shang shouted. "You have piqued my interest, how can you not care? There is really no more." Xiaohua shook his head, and then mysteriously probed, "Of course, If you can tell this Xiao the location of the dragon cleansing pool, this Xiao will consider refining some more for you after the Stacked Jade Legacy Realm. Chapter 4029. I also want to know. Oshang smiled bitterly, but I really don't know. If you don't want to give me the pills, just say it. Don't use these to brush me off. Alright. Xiaohua smiled. I won't make things difficult for you. I still have some pills that I refined before. The effect is not as good as the one just now. I'll give them to you. Xiaohua took out a jade bottle and threw it to Aoshang. This time Aoshang did not act rashly. He raised his sharp dragon claw and opened the jade bottle. He threw a pill into his mouth. Sure enough, although there was some blood energy surging around Aoshang, it was much smaller than before. Taoist Master Xiao, you are really stingy. Aoshang looked at the jade bottle in his hand as if it was useless. Excuse me. Xiaohua replied. This was refined when I was learning alchemy. Naturally, it can't be compared to now. Forget it. Aoshang waved his hand and kept the jade bottle. He took advantage of the situation and said, no matter what, it's still a gift from you. It's not appropriate for me to not accept it. Gotcha. At this moment, the black dragon that was spinning rapidly in the ring-shaped mountain suddenly made a crisp sound. Xiaohua and the others hurriedly looked over and saw that the black dragon had actually split into two, turning into two identical black dragons. Roar! The two black dragons let out different rhythms, but they sounded exactly the same. Then, their huge dragon bodies stretched out from the two sides of the whirlpool. Ho! Obscure, different rhythms of inexplicable syllables were produced between the two dragon bodies. A layer of black and white light film was revealed as the dragon roared. Whoosh! The light film had just appeared when Aoshang, who was silent at the side, opened his mouth and a black dragon shell fell into the air. Pooh! Aoshang also spat out a mouthful of blood essence that flashed with black light onto the dragon shell. The dragon shell instantly turned blood red and clusters of blood mist surged on the dragon shell. Woo! Two light threads stretched out from the black and white light film, respectively making different strange sounds. The light threads seemed to be attracted by the blood mist of the dragon shell, and landed on the two sides of the dragon shell. The blood mist on Long Bay followed the light threads and landed on the light membrane. The light membrane seemed to come alive in an instant. Its flashing black and white wings gradually expanded and turned into a huge butterfly. Butterfly transformation technique? Aoshang was shocked. Aochin actually used the butterfly transformation technique in the restriction? Of course. Aoshang said proudly, if it wasn't for me, even the Grand Elder wouldn't have been able to break the seal. Aoshang did not refute. It seemed that Aoshang was right. Xiaohua naturally didn't know what the butterfly transformation technique was. However, as the butterfly grew bigger, it covered the entire ring-shaped mountain. Roar roar! The two identical black dragons roared and rushed into the butterfly's body. The butterfly's body trembled violently for a moment before it pounced into the vortex where the black dragons had been. There was a strange sound. The butterfly fell, and the two black dragons' bodies quickly split apart along with the black and white light screen. Then an extremely dense dragon aura rushed out like a tidal wave. This dragon aura seemed so strange. Once it rushed out, it was stopped by the restriction of the deeper yuan. Therefore, a sharp whistling sound came from the ears of everyone and the dragons. Then wung wung. The bodies of several humans flashed with an intense brilliance, causing everyone's expression to change greatly. Run! Aoshang hurriedly shouted. This is the source of the dragon aura of the Stacked Jade Legacy Realm. Although you all have the bloodline of the dragon race, you are still humans. You can't withstand the cleansing of this dragon aura. Quickly hide at the edge. Yes. The group of humans did not dare to delay and hurriedly flew away. However, just as the humans flew away, the group of dragons could not bear it anymore. The dragons of the Hui race were the first to appear with dragon patterns on their bodies, and their bodies rapidly expanded. Aoshang did not panic and shouted, according to the previous plan, you all will leave this place like those humans. Yes. The dragons of the Hui race responded and flew away. After the dragons left, the fake leader Ao Tao was left alone on the spot. Aoshang looked at Ao Tao with some surprise, but did not say anything. He turned his head and stared at the dragon aura that rushed out, deep in thought. In just a moment, the dragons of the Dragon Island could not withstand it, and left one after another. In the end, beside the light screen opened by the butterfly, only Ao Shang, Ao Zhan, Ao Tao, and Xiao Hua were left. Damn it! Ao Shang muttered and moved closer to Xiao Hua, as if this was the only way to be safer. Ao Zhan looked at Ao Tao, who was also flashing with faint black dragon aura, and said, Ao Tao, the dragon aura of the deeper Yuan has stabilized. If you can withstand it, follow me down. Yes, leader. Ao Tao said respectfully. I also did not expect that my bloodline could be considered pure, and could actually withstand the remnant dragon aura of the dragon domain. To be able to follow the leader and contribute to the revival of my Hui race is my lifelong wish. All right. Ao Zhan nodded and shrunk into his human form. He then opened his mouth and a dragon pearl flew out. Another dragon breath landed on it, and the dragon pearl turned into a battle armor that covered Ao Zhan's body. Woo! Ao Shang was not to be outdone. He also took out the purple dragon crown, and a light purple armor appeared to protect his human form. Ao Tao looked at Xiao Hua and hesitated for a moment before he also transformed into his human form. However, he did not take out any dragon pearl. Instead, he took out a set of slightly old black soft armor from the dragon shell. This soft armor looked very ordinary, but when the dragon aura of the deeper Yuan rushed into this soft armor, it immediately let out an indescribable dragon roar. The entire soft armor trembled slightly, as if it was excited. When Ao Zhan saw this soft armor, his eyes flashed with surprise. Then, he looked at Ao Tao with even more interest as he put on the soft armor calmly. Then, a powerful aura spread out from his body. At this point, even Ao Shang felt that something was wrong. His dragon eyes moved up and down as he stared hard at Ao Tao. On the other hand, Xiao Hua, as a human, had a faint dragon aura on the surface of his body. He did not make any special preparations and said, "We are ready. Ao Zhan, will you lead the way?" Phew! Ao Zhan took a deep breath and suppressed the doubts in his heart. He nodded and said, "Of course I will lead the way. Everyone please follow me." With that, Ao Zhan moved his body and landed at the entrance of the deeper inn. Woo! Just as Ao Zhan approached the dragon aura that rushed out, the dragon armor around his body flashed with black dragon patterns. These dragon patterns were like wings and dragon whiskers, protecting Ao Zhan's body. When the dragon aura blew past these dragon patterns, it produced a very ear-piercing whistling sound. Ao Tao flew down with Ao Zhan. His black armor actually turned into a dragon shape to protect him. The dragon shape flowed in the dragon aura like a fish in water. After Ao Tao, Xiao Hua and Ao Shang flew down, and followed the two dragons into the deeper Yuan. The deeper Yuan was a space with an inexplicable brilliance. These brilliances were like strands of light that collided with each other, and little sparks appeared at the places where they collided. Following the fiery threads and sparks, Xiao Hua could clearly see that there were countless vortexes in the space. In the center of these vortexes was a sparkling and translucent, almost invisible dot. The rich dragon qi in the deeper Yuan was emitted from these dots. Ao Zhan landed in the space and paused for a moment. He then flew in a direction and warned, "These vortexes are the crystallization of dragon aura. They are a great supplement for dragons who have broken through the void. But for us they are a great danger. You must not let these vortexes touch your dragon body. Otherwise, your dragon body will definitely be blown to pieces." "I know." Ao Shang pouted and replied disdainfully, "I have the purple dragon crown to protect me. There will be no problem. You should ask Ao Tao more." "Leader, don't worry." Ao Tao hurriedly said, "My dragon armor should be able to protect me as well." Ao Zhan responded casually and sped up. There were many vortexes in the space. They were like fireflies flying around without any order. Although the three dragons were in human form, they were still huge. It was inevitable that they would come into contact with some vortexes. Boom boom. Occasionally there would be some rumbling sounds. It was the sound of the vortexes landing on the three dragons' armor. However, the explosion of these crystals was blocked by the armor, and did not cause any harm to the three dragons. As for Xiao Hua, it was even simpler. Not to mention that his body was originally small, just using the ethereal steps was enough for him to easily avoid all the vortexes. After flying for a full 2 hours, he saw a black mountain rock in front of him. Many strands of light fell on it, and it was as gorgeous as fireworks. Aozhan and Aozhan stopped and flew down. In the time it took to eat a meal, the fireworks actually lessened. There were actually rocks with a radius of several miles on the mountain peak like a monster. Aozhan said, "It's close to the left. Is it here?" Aotao moved forward and said respectfully, "This subordinate will help the leader take out the crystal dragon." "Good." Aozhan nodded. "After you take it out, give it to Aoshang directly." Aotao responded casually and flew to the front of the stone wall. He only turned his dragon head to look at it for a while before decisively flying to the upper left. When he came to a triangular protrusion, he stretched out his right claw. Kacha kacha. The stone wall that had been tempered by dragon spiritual energy for God knows how many years was pierced by him. As Aotao's dragon claw went deeper, a large amount of stone fragments fell and a deep hole of more than 10 feet appeared on the stone wall. "Wait!" Aozhan suddenly spoke. Aotao was stunned. He unwillingly retracted his dragon claw and asked in a low voice, "What's wrong? Leader, could it be that this subordinate has found the wrong place?" "No," Aozhan answered indifferently. "You found it very accurately. The crystal dragon is here. However, this AO has changed his mind. I want to take it out myself." "Good." Aotao retreated to the side and glanced at Aoshang from the corner of his eyes. Chapter 40-30. Roar. Aozhan raised his head and let out a long roar, revealing his dragon form. Along with the appearance of his dragon body, the roaming whirlpools immediately rushed over like a swarm of bees, producing a series of rumbling sounds. Woo! Aozhan couldn't care less about these. He opened his mouth and spouted a strand of black flame along with the dragon breath, pouncing towards the cave dug by Aotao. Whether it was Xiaohua or Aoshang, their gaze followed the black flame and fell into the cave. But just at this moment, woo! Another dragon roar resounded. Another dragon flame and dragon breath that was almost identical to Aozhan's fell into the cave. Boom! Another loud sound resounded. A surge of dragon might emerged from the cave, rushing out like a flash flood. "Aotao!" Aozhan was furious and shouted, "What are you doing?" "I'm not doing anything." Aotao didn't seem to be afraid of Aozhan. His gaze fell on the inside of the cave, only to see a crystal-like small dragon flying out along with the dragon breath of the two dragons. On the small dragon, one after another, thunderbolt-like dragon patterns crazily rushed out. Within the dragon patterns, there were scenes of small worlds appearing and disappearing all the time. "If you're not doing anything, why are you stopping me from collecting the crystal dragon spell?" Aozhan slightly narrowed his eyes, looking at Aotao and asked coldly. Aotao retracted his gaze, looking straight at Aozhan. He asked word by word, "I'm not stopping you, but I also want to collect the crystal dragon spell." "You? What right do you have to collect the crystal dragon spell?" Aozhan was so angry that he laughed. "Haha." Otao laughed loudly. Twisting his dragon body and pouncing towards the crystal dragon spell, he shouted, "What right do I have? Because I am a dragon of the Hui race. Because this crystal dragon spell was obtained by the patriarch of the Hui race, Ao Qin, at the risk of his life, I can't just casually offer this crystal dragon spell to the Dragon Island." Woo! Aozhan was furious hearing this. He swam his dragon body and pounced towards Aotao. That incomparably ferocious aura immediately blocked Aotao to the side. Roar! Aotao bellowed loudly, pouncing towards Aozhan again. He shouted, "Aozhan, do you know what it means to obtain the crystal dragon spell? You are the descendant of the Hui race. You actually dare to take the proud head of the Hui race of the 9 clans of the Dragon Island." The pitch-black dragon aura around Aozhan surged out rapidly. The large number of vortexes rushed into the dragon armor formed by the dragon pearl. The dragon aura surged into Aozhan's body, causing his body to expand rapidly. Swoosh! With a deafening sound, Aozhan's dragon tail strangely appeared out of thin air. That dragon tail was like a pair of scissors that instantly slashed Aotao's back. Aotao let out a wild howl. The pitch-black dragon armor trembled, and some dragon blood flowed out from under the dragon armor. Otao. Aozhan didn't continue his attack. Instead, he said coldly, "I'm warning you. You don't have to say anything. I know what this crystal dragon scripture means. At the same time, I also know what the Dragon Island's 10 clans and Dragon Island's 9 clans mean. I naturally have my reasons for doing so. Since you know what the crystal dragon scripture means, then you should understand." Aotao's body trembled slightly. However, he still shouted, "My Hui race obtained the crystal dragon scripture. If we can comprehend the profundity of the dragon race's reproduction from the crystal dragon scripture, our descendants will naturally be able to reproduce and prosper. Not to mention suppressing the dragon race, even suppressing the Dragon Island's 9 clans wouldn't be difficult. At that time, even if you don't want to occupy the Dragon Island, my Hui race can occupy the other Dragon Islands. Who would have the patience to mingle with the Dragon Island's 9 clans?" This crystal dragon scripture was obtained by Patriarch Ao Qin and the others who risked their lives. They even spent a lot of effort to hide it here. With just a few words from you, you can easily give it to the Dragon Island? How can you face the seniors of my Hui race who died for the crystal dragon scripture? Otao. Aozhan shook his head slightly and sighed. "I know you have always thought of yourself as the leader. Normally, you would also command the people of my Hui race. When I suddenly appeared, you were very unconvinced. You are thinking too much." Aotao said coldly, "Although you have never shown yourself, I have long known that there is a true leader like you. I have never been unconvinced." Aotao replied very calmly, "I just don't understand. My Hui race has fought for so many years. Why is it that with just a few words from you, all the sacrifices we made in the past are all for nothing? We have sacrificed enough in the past. This kind of sacrifice is not worth it," Aozhan said indifferently, "not to mention the dragons who died in the Stacked Jade Legacy realm, not to mention the dragons who died around the Dragon Island. Just the dragons in the Paradise River were implicated because of my Hui race. How many dragons have died? In order to take revenge, how many dragons have died in the Dragon Palace of the Four Seas? My Hui race can no longer sacrifice anymore. If this continues, even if we obtain the Crystal Dragon Scripture and comprehend the profundity of the Crystal Dragon Scripture, how can my Hui race have any more dragons to reproduce? If these sacrifices are for my dragon race, I have nothing to say. However, these sacrifices are purely for the internal strife of my dragon race. There is no meaning at all." "You are wrong." Aotao shook his head firmly and said, "Those who can persevere must be meaningful. Although you are the leader of my Hui race, you cannot completely represent my race. You do not have the right to decide who this crystal dragon scripture belongs to. I want to take this crystal dragon scripture away and listen to the decision of all the descendants of the Hui race." "You dare!" Aozhan roared. The pitch-black dragon aura around him was like his soaring anger. Aotao was also emitting the same dragon aura. However, this dragon aura was clearly not as dense and pure as Aozhan's. "Roar!" Aotao did not say anything else. He bared his fangs and brandished his claws as he pounced towards Aozhan. As Aotao waved his dragon claws, countless explosions occurred around Aozhan's dragon body. The dragon horns on his head even produced black crystal-like objects. These crystal-like objects turned into huge spikes amidst the dense dragon aura and rapidly pierced towards Aozhan. Aozhan roared and similarly pounced towards Aotao. The two dragons actually started fighting in the deep air lake. In just a short moment, the dragon armor of the two began to tear apart. The dragon scales under the dragon armor flew everywhere and dragon blood splashed. Xiaohua was somewhat dumbstruck. Looking at the crystal dragon scripture that the two dragons were fighting over, it was quietly floating in the air. Many whirlpools fell on it, but they only accelerated the birth and death of the small thousand world inside the thunderbolt. Xiaohua urged his figure to fly over. Aoshang was very obedient. He did not go near the crystal dragon scripture, and even avoided the two dragons' desperate fight. Xiaohua flew in front of the crystal dragon scripture and stretched out his hand to grab it. See, Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air. Because in his hand, an indescribable burning sensation appeared. Even the dragon aura could not block it. Clearly, this crystal dragon scripture was not something that a human race could collect. Roar! Xiaohua released the dragon vein Xiaohua. The dragon vein Xiaohua opened its mouth and swallowed the crystal dragon scripture into its stomach. Immediately after, it entered Xiaohua's meridians. What made Xiaohua puzzled was that not only did Aozhan not care about him collecting the crystal dragon scripture, even Ao Tao did not even glance at him. Fellow Taoist. Just when Xiaohua was puzzled, the dragon vein Xiaohua's voice sounded. This crystal dragon scripture is a bit strange. You delay Aoshang and the others. Wait until we get out of the stacked jade legacy realm before returning it to them. Xiaohua looked at Aoshang, who was sitting at the side, and replied, if it was Aoshang and Aozhan, naturally it would be fine. But Aoshang still has the great elder of the dragon race in his body. How could he let I take it? I can take the dragon jade for you to comprehend. This is already the limit of his tolerance. How about? The dragon vein Xiaohua hesitated for a moment. Fellow Taoists can comprehend it inside the space? This crystal dragon scripture contains a huge secret. I'm afraid it won't work. Xiaohua looked at Aoshang, who seemed to have regained his senses, and flew towards him. He said in a low voice, I will deal with Aoshang. You quickly comprehend it yourself. I will delay it for as long as I can. All right. The dragon vein Xiaohua said a word and did not speak again. Xiaohua. Aoshang flew over and opened his mouth. Where is the crystal dragon scripture? This old man is afraid that there will be some unforeseen event. I will keep it first. Xiaohua looked at the bloody battle between Aozhan and Ao Tao, and seemed to reply casually. He sighed and said, Oshang, tell me, these two dragons are fighting like this. Is it the saying of us humans that there is no need to be so anxious? Ai, of course it is. Aoshang also sighed. I also did not expect that Ao Tao would reject my dragon island so much. In his heart, there is really a lot of hatred. Taoist, why don't you hand the crystal dragon scripture to me first? Oh, don't be anxious. Xiaohua waved his hand. Tell me, between Ao Tao and Aozhan, who is right and who is wrong? This? Aoshang hesitated for a moment and smiled bitterly. Actually, no one is wrong. Doesn't the human race often say that those who walk different paths cannot make plans together? These two dragons are probably like that. However, I feel that Aozhan is still right. After all, what he did will allow many dragons to live. It is already difficult for my dragon race to reproduce. One less dragon is really one less dragon. Cannot be compared to your human race. That can you? Without waiting for Aoshang to say more, Xiaohua interrupted again. The problem is that this Ao Tao's strength is not comparable to Aozhan at all. Furthermore, there is still a great elder in your body. No matter what, Ao Tao cannot succeed. Why did he choose to fight here? Aoshang's expression changed slightly. He shook his head and said, I don't know about this. Maybe he wants to take advantage of this crucial moment to threaten us? Xiaohua looked at Aoshang with doubt in his eyes. From Aoshang's repeated requests, Xiaohua understood that Aoshang wanted to get the crystal dragon scripture. But why did Aoshang not go to get the crystal dragon scripture at the first moment, but pay attention to the battle between Aozhan and Ao Tao, these two dragons, without any suspense? Xiaohua did not have time to think anymore. He saw Aozhan roar furiously from afar. The black flames around his body soared into the sky. When they fell, the black flames wrapped around Aozhan like a black robe. Aozhan's huge dragon body turned into a bolt of lightning and pounced towards Ao Tao. As for Ao Tao, he did not have any intention of dodging. He roared furiously, and the black dragon armor grew sharp spikes. The dragon horns rushed forward and met Aozhan's attack head-on. Not good. Xiaohua was shocked. Aoshang at the side was also stunned. It seemed that he could not understand Ao Tao's actions. Seeing that the two dragons were about to collide, Aozhan's body suddenly rose. Obviously, he did not want to kill Ao Tao. Ao Tao's body suddenly accelerated. His heart was facing Aozhan's dragon horns. It seemed that he did not care about his own life. Chapter 40-31. Ooh. As the white horse passed by, Aozhan's dragon horn pierced deeply into Ao Tao's heart. The dragon head that couldn't stop pierced through Ao Tao's body and tore it apart. It even brought Ao Tao's body and crashed into the mountain with a boom. Aren't you courting death? Aozhan pulled out his dragon horn and blocked the falling rocks from the mountain. He shouted coldly, "What exactly are you thinking?" "Humph. Damn traitor." Ao Tao snorted coldly. "I would rather die in the hands of the traitor than lower my head to the 9 clans of Dragon Island. Get lost. After I die, no dragon clan will interfere with your plan. You can obediently become the 10th elder of Dragon Palace." "You..." Aozhan's dragon eyes were filled with anger. He shouted, "If you have such thoughts, it's better for you to die." Ao Tao's dragon body slid helplessly on the mountain rocks. There was an unyielding expression in his eyes. "Taoist Master Xiao." Ao Tao's low and powerless voice came. "Can you take me out? I have something to tell Taoist Master. I don't want other dragons to know." "Okay." Xiao Hua originally wanted to stall for time. When he heard that Ao Tao had something to say, he immediately agreed. He glanced at Aozhan and Aoshang and asked, "Do you want to come out too?" Aozhan hesitated for a moment and said, "Taoist Master, take Ao Tao up. I still want to go down and take a look." Since Aozhan wanted to go down, Aoshang naturally didn't want to be left behind. He replied, "I'll go down too. Taoist Master, take Ao Tao up first." "Okay." Xiao Hua took Ao Tao's body that was starting to feel cold and flew up the ring-shaped mountain. Just after flying for a meal, Ao Tao couldn't hold on anymore. He said in a low voice, "Taoist Master Xiao, I can't go up anymore. Let's just stay here. I'll explain everything to Taoist Master." "Okay." Xiao Hua nodded. "I'm also very curious. You're obviously not Aozhan's opponent. There's also the avatar of Dragon Palace's great elder beside you. Why do you have to seek death?" "It's very simple." Ao Tao said in a low voice. "I have the same pure bloodline as Aozhan. I'm also the leader of the Gue clan." "Ah." Xiao Hua was startled and instantly understood. "In other words, although you are the leader on the surface, Aozhanji is the leader in the dark. But in reality you are also the real leader. And you are the real leader in the dark." "You could say that." Ao Tao replied. "The bloodline of the Gue clan can be divided into 2. Aozhan and I should be the same dragon." As he spoke, the black gas around Ao Tao slowly receded. The black armor also fell off, revealing a dragon head that looked exactly like Aozhan's. "See?" Xiao Hua was shocked. "What do you mean?" "No one knows my true appearance," Ao Tao said. "Not even the 2nd elder of Dragon Hall or the Dragon King of Dragon Palace. They only know that my bloodline is pure. They only know that I am a leader on the surface." "I understand." Xiao Hua nodded slightly. "I was forced by the 2nd elder and had no choice but to submit to them. As long as I remain in this world, Aozhan will never be able to lead the Gue clan back to Dragon Island, even if he really cultivated to the Great Sage realm. So to fulfill his wish, to let the 10 clans of Dragon Island have true peace, I must die." "Does Great Elder know about this?" "Whether Great Elder knows or not, I don't know. It's also not something I care about." Ao Tao squeezed out a smile. "I can't even tell Aozhan about this. If he knows, there will definitely be a knot in his heart, and he will definitely not be able to step into the Great Sage realm. But if I don't say it, who knows what methods the 2nd elder and the rest of the Dragon clan will use to deal with Aozhan. So, Taoist, I hope you can remind Aozhan when you have the chance." "Why does it have to be this Xiao?" Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. "Because of Taoist Zhao's dragon bloodline," Ao Tao replied. "And also for Taoist to complete Aozhan's true dragon bloodline." "How do you know?" Xiao Hua was shocked. "I originally came from Aozhan's bloodline. My strength is similar to his. It can even be said that we should be exactly the same," Ao Tao explained. "And in the past, under the nurturing of the Dragon King of Dragon Palace, I was even a bit stronger than him. But now, his strength is more than a bit stronger than mine. Looking at his attitude towards Taoist, how can I not know? As for Taoist's bloodline, if I'm not wrong, it should be the Dragon Clan's Ho clan." At this point, Ao Tao's face turned red. Xiao Hua knew that it was the final radiance of the setting sun, and Ao Tao himself was also clear. No longer entangled in Xiao Hua's matter, he changed the topic and said, "The dragon armor on my body belongs to the Ho clan's patriarch. Taoist, please give it to Aozhan." "About my matter." Taoist, please don't tell Aozhan a single word. Moreover, if the second elder uses this as an excuse to blackmail him, you must clarify for me. This matter is of great importance. Taoist, please help me, help my whole clan. Good. Don't worry. Xiaohua nodded. I will definitely help you with this matter. Moreover, I will also try my best to not let you die. No, I must die. Ao Tao hurriedly said. If I didn't want to die, why would there be today's matter? Taoist, if you save me now, you will be harming Aozhan and my whole clan. Forget it. Xiaohua understood and sighed. Letting Ao Tao breathe his last, he put his soul into the inside of the space. Looking at Ao Tao's dragon body that was exactly the same as Aozhan's, Xiaohua also put him into the space. This dragon body must not be allowed to be obtained by any other dragon clan member. Otherwise, it would be used against Aozhan for not being able to become a saint. Of course, this was also one of the reasons why Ao Tao painstakingly asked Xiaohua to send him up. Xiaohua packed up, took the dragon armor and flew down. As he flew, he shouted, "Green-robed fellow Taoist, you take control of the body. I will go and see the secret of the crystal dragon seal." As he spoke, Xiaohua pulled out the green-robed Xiaohua and sent the crystal dragon seal into the space. His mind also entered it. Jade Archive Xiaohua's figure appeared, looking at the crystal dragon that was still surging with endless dragon patterns in the air. He raised his hand and pointed. Jade Archive Xiaohua's entire body turned into the shape of a dragon. As the dragon pattern changed, he gradually merged with it. Then the entire space was gradually filled with a huge dragon-shaped shadow, just like a pillar of the sun's brilliance. About half an hour later, Jade Archive Xiaohua's figure came out of the crystal dragon seal. In his hand was something that looked like a key. His face carried a kind of penetrating understanding. However, there was even more confusion in this understanding. The dragon-shaped shadow in the space also disappeared. Strange. It seems. This crystal dragon seal doesn't have any secret of the dragon clan's reproduction. How come there are some secrets of the dragon field? If I take this key, Jade Archive Xiaohua thought to himself, damn it, even if I take this key, so what? I can't go to the dragon field anyway. What's the use of knowing this secret? But since this thing is in my hands, can I still return it to them? These dragon clan members are scheming against each other. They are not much stronger than the human clan. Jade Archive Xiaohua came out of the space. Green-robed Xiaohua urged his figure to go deep into the deeper yuan. After finding Aozhan, Xiaohua raised the dragon armor and said with a smile, Aozhan, this is Ao Tao's battle armor. I think it's not bad, so I'll give it to you. Aozhan looked at the thick blood stains on the dragon armor and sneered. Who would have the patience to use something left behind by this rebel dragon? Aosheng laughed. Aozhan, this is the dragon armor of your Ji clan leader. I'm afraid Ao Tao got it from the dragon palace. If you don't want it, won't you have to return it to the dragon palace? Won't that be too convenient for the dragon palace? Aozhan muttered. He kept the dragon armor and asked, where's Ao Tao's corpse? What corpse is there? Xiaohua spread out his hands. I originally wanted to send him outside, but I didn't leave. He couldn't do it. After saying a few words, the dragon chi was broken by the dragon spirit chi. He got lucky. Aozhan snorted and said, Taoist Xiao, don't talk about these unhappy things. There seems to be the aura of the dragon core below. It can't be? How can it be so easy to get the dragon core? Xiaohua was a little happy. Aosheng smiled and said, Taoist Xiao, can you give me the crystal dragon seal? What's the hurry? Xiaohua said impatiently, I'll give it to you when we get out of the deeper and... Aosheng smiled and said, I seem to have suddenly thought of a clue about the dragon cleansing pool. I wonder if Taoist Xiao wants to hear it? All right. Xiaohua hesitated for a moment and agreed. After Aosheng said a few words, Xiaohua sneered. Aosheng, since you know this, why didn't you tell me earlier? Aosheng smiled. First of all, I want to say that I just found out about this. Secondly, I don't think Taoist Xiao has told me everything he knows, right? Xiaohua didn't understand what Aosheng was referring to, but he didn't want to argue. He took out the crystal dragon seal and handed it to Aosheng, asking Aozhan, is there really a dragon core here? I don't know if it's a dragon core or something. Senior Aochin left the crystal dragon seal in the deeper Yuan, so he naturally felt the aura of this pill. Otherwise, how would I dare to tell Daoist Xiao about it? Ao Zhan replied, however, we're close to the folded jade forgotten land. There are broken space veins inside. Not only do we not dare to go in, even someone as strong as Senior Aochin doesn't want to take the risk. I have to go down and take a look. Xiao Hua pondered for a moment and said, you all have your gains, but I'm the only one who is empty-handed. Whether this pill is a dragon core or not, I have to get it. I'll go with you. Ao Zhan answered without hesitation. Let's go. Ao Sheng also didn't hesitate. However, as the two dragons roared and flew for a while, the dragon chi in front of them became more and more unpredictable. Moreover, there were hidden spatial veins appearing in the space. The two dragons almost fell into them several times. Thus, the two dragons didn't dare to move forward and waited on the side. Chapter 40-32. Xiao Hua smiled faintly and didn't say much. After moving stealthily for a moment, he immediately opened his illusion breaker eyes and saw everything clearly. He saw that this place was somewhat similar to the space vein that Xiao Hua encountered when he was in the nascent soul stage. Hidden void passages were connected together, and he couldn't distinguish where they went and where they came from. Moreover, within these space passages, there were some strange and incomprehensible brilliances that faintly appeared. Of course, this place was very different from before. Within Xiao Hua's illusion breaker eyes, there were countless splendor that resembled dragon patterns gushing out like a fountain. Each dragon pattern was so dazzling that Xiao Hua's illusion breaker eyes were somewhat sore. Moreover, each of these void passages was curved, and there were sections of pitch black where the curves were. Clearly, these were broken areas that couldn't be passed through. Even some of the passages that were slightly further away from Xiao Hua, there were web-like light threads that covered the entire path. Not to mention the dragon body, even if Xiao Hua used a transformation technique, he might not be able to pass through. The Dragon Hall's Great Elder is right. Xiao Hua roughly looked for a moment and thought to himself, this should be the location of the broken space. When it was intact, it should have been connected to the so-called dragon field. But since there is still dragon chi rushing over, it means that there are still some places that have some connection to the dragon field. As for the size of the connection, I can't casually judge. While speaking, Xiao Hua separated a trace of Yuan Shun. However, just as this trace of Yuan Shun left his body, a thunder-like sound rang out. His Yuan Shun was hit by the dragon patterns, and Xiao Hua was so frightened that he hurriedly withdrew his Yuan Shun. This is troublesome. Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes and looked at the web-like space vein in front of him. A trace of vigilance appeared in his heart. I can't even use my Yuan Shun. What else can I rely on? However, thinking about the temptation of the dragon core or the ancient golden core, and then thinking about how there was no warning in his heart until now, Xiao Hua's heart became lively again. He urged his body and carefully flew towards the place where the dragon chi was the densest. Xiao Hua's ethereal steps didn't require true chi. Moreover, he had a marvelous sense of direction in the void. Therefore, he was able to effortlessly fly towards the depths of this void vein that even the great elder of the Dragon Hall feared. If this fragment of the dragon domain was truly related to the dragon domain, then perhaps Xiao Hua's fleshly body could really transform into a dragon and enter the dragon domain. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua's figure was blocked by layers of fence-like light patterns in the time it took for Emil to fly in. This light pattern was black and white, and there was almost no space in the middle. Moreover, in this small space, strands of dragon patterns fiercely penetrated through. Clearly, this was the end of the stacked jade forgotten realm. Behind this light pattern was either a dragon realm or an inexplicable void. The black and white patterns of light did not flicker at all, as if they were engraved in that space. However, between the black and white, there was an absolute majesty that made Xiao Hua's heart tremble. Xiao Hua could sense the will of the world above the black and white patterns of light, but his delusion breaker Dharma, I could not see any trace of it from the black and white. At first, Xiao Hua wanted to test the might of these light patterns with magic tools and other objects. However, when he sensed the powerful will within, he immediately strangled the thought of testing it. He didn't dare to imagine what kind of punishment he would face if he touched the might of the world. Of course, the money grubber Xiao Hua also wouldn't give up on any opportunity. He flew slightly closer to the light patterns. The dragon patterns that flew out from the light patterns were so sharp that when they landed on Xiao Hua's fleshly body, it almost gave birth to a pain of being cut into pieces. Xiao Hua knew that he couldn't hold on for long. Clenching his teeth, a strand of divine sense came out from the space between his eyebrows. Rumble! Just as the strand of divine sense came out, countless thunder-like vibrations instantly entered Xiao Hua's Naiwen palace. One after another, sparks that were 100 times more brilliant than the previous ones were born on top of the innate divine restriction. Outside the entire Naiwen palace, all the innate divine restriction seemed to have come alive and slowly overflowed on the surface. Seeing that the dragon patterns had actually activated the innate divine restriction, how could Xiao Hua dare to be negligent? The strand of divine sense hurriedly came out and landed on the black and white light patterns. Just as the strand of divine sense came in contact with the black and white light patterns, two indescribable ripples came out from the black and white light patterns respectively. When the ripples came in contact with the strand of divine sense, the strand of divine sense immediately turned into countless granules. These countless granules then immediately disappeared into the dragon patterns without a trace. The strand of divine sense disappeared, but the ripples didn't disappear. Following the origin of the strand of divine sense, they landed on the space between Xiao Hua's eyebrows. Boom! There was a soundless muffled thunder, as if the entire world had collapsed in an instant. Xiao Hua only felt one black and one white, one from top to bottom, the other from bottom to top. All of his senses immediately disappeared, and everything ceased to exist. Looking at Xiao Hua's fleshly body again, in an instant, it was like a strand of divine sense. As the ripples entered his body, they turned into granules from the space between his eyebrows. Fortunately, although each granule was half black and half white, they weren't scattered by the dragon patterns like the strand of divine sense. Moreover, after the countless dragon patterns fell into these granules and caused the granules to shake, some more dragon patterns actually seeped out from the other side of the granules. Xiao Hua's fleshly body was almost destroyed, and the Tao foundation that he had cultivated for hundreds of years was even more annihilated by the ripples. However, just like the granulation of the fleshly body, after the Tao foundation was destroyed, it also left behind a tiny, almost inaudible dot like a red seed. This unforeseen event came really quickly. Xiao Hua's mind didn't have time to hide in the space. He saw black and white filling his eyes, and his mind also became pure. He didn't know how much time had passed, maybe it was a snap of a finger, maybe it was millions of years, but Xiao Hua's mind already didn't have any concept of time. Suddenly, a weak voice sounded in his mind. I want to go to Pingyang City to learn martial arts. Actually, from the moment Lu Zhan met sister-in-law, I've been thinking about why we were bullied by others but didn't have the power to fight back. It wasn't until this time, when I was injured by the bandits when I was marrying sister-in-law, that I knew the answer. It was because we didn't have martial arts, we didn't have enough strength to make others fear us. If I knew martial arts, those people definitely wouldn't dare to attack us. Moreover, didn't Uncle just say that the bandits of Shichui Mountain might come to our door? There's no guarantee that we can always rely on other people's protection. Only by mastering martial arts can we truly face the bandits. Only by learning martial arts will I be able to protect myself and everyone else. This voice was so childish but also so determined. Hearing it, Xiao Hua's mind, which seemed to be an idiot, suddenly woke up. Similarly, under the Tao foundation, the weak seed also began to beat. Is this my original intention? Xiao Hua asked himself. It was as if this distant memory had been erased from his mind, and was suppressed to the bottom of his memory by hundreds of years of radiant splendor and light dust. Is this what I did? Following Xiao Hua's rhetorical question, a series of familiar yet strange old memories jumped out one after another. These memories were not connected, nor were there any order to them. However, the more Xiao Hua looked at them, the more resolute his heart became, and the seed under the Tao foundation grew crazily, as if it had been watered with spiritual liquid. Previously, there might have been some flaws or cracks in the Tao foundation, but now they were all gone, crystal clear and flawless. Not bad. In the end, after the huge sea monster got the immortal morning pill, the light screen and memories no longer appeared. Xiao Hua suddenly opened his eyes, and an indescribable determination appeared like a mountain. I treat the world with kindness, I treat the people with benevolence, I treat the world with firmness, I treat the sun and the moon with sincerity. If I don't become an immortal, who will? Shua. At this time in the space where Xiao Hua of the Way of the Heavens was, an obscure fluctuation came out from the space and fell on the granulated Xiao Hua. The countless granules gathered together, seemingly to form a complete Xiao Hua. Unfortunately, just as Xiao Hua's figure was about to heal, another fluctuation came out from the black and white, and Xiao Hua's figure was forcefully separated. Just when Xiao Hua's mind became blurry again, the familiar flickering light in his childhood dream slowly appeared. Under the fluctuation, Xiao Hua's figure finally became complete. Xiao Hua opened his eyes, and the flickering light in his eyes slowly disappeared. Then Xiao Hua didn't dare to stay any longer, and urged his figure to fly back. After flying for a while, Xiao Hua's figure stopped at a place. This place was also a space passage, and Xiao Hua also knew that this passage was basically closed, and there wouldn't be any exit. However, Xiao Hua had a very strong feeling that there was something very important inside. Dragon Core. Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes, and stared at the entrance of the passage. The entrance of this passage was a little strange. Several irregular light patterns were faintly discernible. These light patterns not only blocked the dragon aura from gushing out, but also covered up the remaining brilliance. It seemed that there was a lot of danger inside. Facing the strange light patterns, Xiao Hua already didn't dare to make any attempts. Previously, if there wasn't the fluctuation of light tracing, Xiao Hua would have already turned into dust. But if he had to give up the dragon core, Xiao Hua was also somewhat reluctant. After quietly observing for a moment, Xiao Hua found some opportunity. When the light patterns disappeared again, Xiao Hua didn't hesitate to urge his figure, and drifted into the passage. Just as Xiao Hua entered, the concealed light patterns appeared from another direction, and blocked Xiao Hua's retreat. So close! Xiao Hua let out a sigh of relief, and continued to fly forward. Not only the entrance of this passage was strange, even the inside was also very strange. It was like a winding path on top of a mountain, mostly twisted. This is... After flying for a while, Xiao Hua didn't even remember how many turns he had taken. Suddenly, a scarlet dragon shape appeared in front of his eyes. This dragon-shaped brilliance was too brilliant, dazzling Xiao Hua's delirium vision to the point of dizziness. Xiao Hua was greatly alarmed and hurriedly closed his delirium vision. When he opened his eyes again, he saw a palm-sized crystal dragon quietly floating in the air. And far away from the dragon, there was a fist-sized pill, like a stardust slowly rotating. Xiao Hua's eyes lit up, and he stretched out his hands, one in each hand grabbing the dragon and the pill. Chapter 40-33. Xiao Hua's hand had just touched the medicinal pill. Wang! The medicinal pill unexpectedly issued a roaring sound like a magic treasure. However, even though the medicinal pill seemed to have spirituality and jumped a few times, it still obediently fell into Xiao Hua's left hand, smoothly exceeding Xiao Hua's expectations. But at the same time, before Xiao Hua's right hand could touch the crystal dragon, the crystal dragon suddenly moved, turning into a stream of light and flying in the direction Xiao Hua came from. Damn it! Although Xiao Hua had obtained the medicinal pills, he still felt very uncomfortable seeing the little crystal dragon fly away. Cursing under his breath, he sent the medicinal pills into his space and chased after it. After chasing for a while, Xiao Hua suddenly realized that the path the crystal dragon flew was exactly the same as the path he flew in. Even when he came in previously, it would appear again when he stopped at certain places. Damn it, it can't be? Xiao Hua woke up. Could it be? This crystal dragon accidentally entered this space passage? It has been waiting for a dragon to come and find it? If this crystal dragon is like this, then what about the dragon pill? Could it have also entered here by mistake? While Xiao Hua was thinking, the crystal dragon had already flown out of the light pattern. The timing was really just right. Xiao Hua had no choice but to wait at the place where the light pattern was, waiting for the next time to disappear before coming out of the space passage. After coming out, Xiao Hua flew out of the space passage and flew towards where Ao Shang and Ao Zhan were. However, when Xiao Hua flew back, Ao Shang and Ao Zhan were already gone. Xiaohua sneered. Needless to say, the crystal dragon must have appeared. The two dragons chased after it at the same time. Neither of them wanted this mysterious dragon to fall into the other's hands. Xiaohua stopped for a while, then flew towards the entrance of the deep air lock. After leaving the ring-shaped mountain, the restrictions that were previously all over the place had disappeared. Xiaohua released his Yuan Shun, but he didn't see any dragons, monsters, or humans around. It was quiet. Xiaohua thought for a while, then sat down cross-legged and his mind entered the space. In the space, the pill he just received turned into a flame that was dozens of feet large and floated in the air. On the surface of the flame, there were tens of thousands of tiny vortexes. In the center of these vortexes were strands of crystal silk, which was the unique brilliance of the space. This Jade Archive. Xiaohua looked at the huge medicinal pill, and his face immediately showed an expression of not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Damn it, this might really be a dragon pill. The elixir refined by the dragon god in the dragon domain. Even if it was not consumed by the dragon race, it was definitely not something that ordinary Dao sect cultivators could consume. With such a tremendous medicinal strength, even if it was me, I would still explode from the medicinal strength. If I had guessed correctly, the pill from the upper realm must have been left behind in the space vein and was flushed into the space passage with no exit by the dragon chi. Now I had obtained it by chance. Sigh, what a pity. So what if I get it? Just look at it and don't consume it. As he spoke, Xiaohua saw Xiaogua, who had always been diligent, standing there and looking at the medicinal pill as if she was worshipping it. Her eyes were filled with shock. Oh, Xiaogua, what did you see? Jade Archive. Xiaohua asked curiously. Reporting to Master. Xiaogua's gaze was reluctant to move away from the medicinal pill, and she replied, I saw the alchemy technique that Master taught me before in the flames, and I also saw other alchemy techniques that I have never learned before. It can be like this. Jade Archive. Xiaohua looked at the flaming medicinal pill in disbelief. Unfortunately, even if he was Jade Archive Xiaohua, he still could not see anything from the flames. Master, Xiaogua asked timidly, can I use those alchemy techniques to refine medicinal pills? Of course you can, why not? Jade Archive. Xiaohua immediately replied with a smile, Xiaogua, the more you can refine and better medicinal pills, the happier this old man will be. Thank you, Master. Xiaogua was overjoyed and looked at the sky with even more focus. Sigh, I worked hard for nothing. Jade Archive. Xiaohua sighed and withdrew from the space. After waiting for another half a day, seeing that Aosheng and Aozhan had not returned, Xiaohua stood up and smiled. Since Aosheng is not coming back, then don't blame this Xiao for not keeping his promise. This Xiao will go find the dragon cleansing pool myself. Xiaohua originally did not know where the dragon cleansing pool was. In the deep air lake he had forced Aosheng to reveal some vague clues. At that time, Aosheng had agreed to go with Xiaohua, but now that there was an unforeseen event, Xiaohua could only look for it himself. Beside a stream, outside two mountains, three dragons playing with a pearl, for seasons alternating. Xiaohua randomly picked a direction and flew, pondering as he flew. What does this mean? Is it the location of the dragon cleansing pool? Or the place where it appears? This sentence was naturally transmitted to Xiaohua by Aosheng, but unfortunately, Xiaohua still did not understand the meaning of this sentence. After flying for the time it took to eat a meal, Xiaohua frowned and descended from the sky. This was because below him, in the valley, there were not only huge amounts of dragon crystals, but also dozens of badly mutilated dragon bodies. Just like what he saw before, many of the dragon bodies had their hearts cut by sharp blades. Sai, the dragon palace of the four seas. After witnessing the confrontation between Aozhan, Ao Tao, and the dragon hall's great elder, Xiaohua increasingly felt that the dragon race was much smarter than ordinary monster race. In terms of scheming, they even surpassed the human race. Since the dragon island was like this, then how bad could the dragon palace of the four seas be? Xiaohua could not help but sigh inwardly. This must be for some benefits. They recklessly attacked in the stacked Jade Legacy realm. Xiaohua collected the dozens of dragon bodies, and also collected the huge amount of huge rocks. Only then did he fly into the sky and fly far away. Right after Xiaohua flew away, a strange shadow slowly rose from the depression in the mountain peak in the distance. It stared at Xiao Hua's back for a long time. Xiao Hua naturally did not know that there was a shadow behind him that even his own Yuan Shen did not notice. He only released his Yuan Shen to explore the surroundings. After all, in the verse there was beside a stream, so he naturally had to find the stream first. The Stacked Jade Legacy Realm was very strange. There was no stream at all, let alone a lake. This was very inconsistent with the Dragon Island located in the Four Seas. It was also because of this that Xiao Hua was confident that he could find the Dragon Cleansing Pool. After all, as long as he could see the stream, it meant that the Dragon Cleansing Pool was close by. After flying for a few more days, Xiao Hua did not find the stream, but he did find a lot of dragon crystals and piled them up in the space. On this day, another winding mountain range appeared. Without waiting for Xiao Hua to stop, a few unfamiliar Yuan Shen swept over from the mountain range. When these Yuan Shen swept past Xiao Hua, they immediately locked onto Xiao Hua. A few dragon roars could be heard from below the mountain range. 5 huge dragons of different colors surrounded Xiao Hua with clouds. The light red dragon in front opened its mouth and shouted loudly, "Are you Dao Sex Xiao Hua?" Just when the Yuan Shen locked onto Xiao Hua already sensed that something was wrong. Unfortunately, his flying technique was not fast enough in this place. The 5 huge dragons easily surrounded him. When he heard the huge dragon speak, Xiao Hua's heart skipped a beat. He knew that he had encountered trouble. He pondered for a bit, then cupped his hands and said, "That's right, I am Xiao Hua. I wonder why fellow immortal is looking for I? Where's Ao Shang?" Another dark blue huge dragon released his Yuan Shen and looked around, then asked. Xiao Hua shook his head. "I was with Ao Shang earlier, but for some reason he suddenly left because of some matters. After that, I never saw him again." "Haha. I'm afraid he has already died in the experiential learning." A yellow huge dragon laughed loudly. "Ao Shang's life and death has nothing to do with you or me." The huge dragon that spoke first said, "We only need to kill him. Humph, just a human cultivator. I don't know how you got the favor of the Dragon Palace Elder to actually come to the Stacked Jade Legacy Realm for experiential learning." A light gray huge dragon seemed to be very dissatisfied with Xiao Hua entering the Stacked Jade Legacy Realm first. He snorted coldly like a huge thunderbolt and muttered. The last purple huge dragon that didn't speak until now said coldly, "Why are you saying so much? Just kill this despicable human. Second brother already passed the information to us. If he didn't ruin things, this king could have completely taken over the Heavenly Abode River after returning to the Dragon Palace from the Dragon Island. And now, humph, all the credit is taken away by second brother. You." Hearing the purple huge dragon's words, Xiao Hua was shocked. He hurriedly shouted, "You are the dragon race of the North Sea Dragon Palace? You are the 7th Prince Baiyan?" Roar. Hearing Xiao Hua call him Baiyan, the 7th Prince was furious. He raised his head and roared, "Human! This daddy is the 7th Prince of the North Sea Dragon Palace. Don't associate this daddy with that tiger-shaped thing. That thing is only this daddy's descendant. It is only fit to be carried in the mortal world's government." Xiao Hua's eyes turned quickly. Looking around, he said with some fear, "Since the second prince has already returned to the Dragon Palace, then the dragon race of the Heavenly Abode River was also captured by him. What's the use of venting your anger on I now? Damn human, you ruined my North Sea Dragon Palace's great matter. Ruined this king's good thing. How can this king spare you?" Ao Zheng roared, waving his dragon claws. He shouted at the other dragons, "Don't talk to him anymore. Ao Yan, you and the others attack." After looking for him for so many days, he finally ran into our subordinates. Don't let him escape. Roar. The 4 huge dragons roared, baring their fangs and claws as they rushed towards Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua's eyes flashed fiercely as he saw that this was not going to end well. With a loud shout, he took out the wishful staff and flew towards the light gray dragon, Ao Yan, without activating the Heavenly Law's embodiment technique. Although Xiao Hua's figure was tall and thin, in front of Ao Yan's gigantic dragon form, he was truly insignificant. However, the dragon aura around Ao Yan's body surged, filling up the space within 1,000 feet. When Xiao Hua neared, a fishy smell came from within the dragon scales. The dragon claws seemed to be piercing through tens of thousands of sharp swords, enveloping Xiao Hua's surroundings and piercing towards him. Chapter 40-34. Woo! The wishful steel staff stirred the dragon chi and smashed into Ao Yan's dragon claw. Before it could get close, the wind from the dragon claw was extinguished. Moreover, just as Ao Yan was shocked and wanted to avoid the wishful steel staff and grab Xiaohua's body, the wishful steel staff hit the side of the dragon claw at an extremely strange angle. Ao Yan screamed and the dragon claw immediately collapsed. Looking at Xiaohua again, his figure suddenly urged, wanting to use the power of the staff to escape the encirclement of the 5 dragons. Ha ha ha. Unfortunately, before Xiaohua could fly more than 100 feet, a thunderous cyan spear appeared in front of Xiaohua. The dark blue dragon that was previously on the side of Xiaohua showed a human form, and the long spear crossed the sky and pointed at Xiaohua's chest. Second Prince is right, the human race is the most cunning. We just started to fight, and you want to escape before even a move and a half. This kind of thinking. How is this the demeanor of a master? Boom! Xiaohua did not dare to neglect. He waved the wishful steel staff and sent the long spear flying. At the same time, his figure retreated. When he squinted his eyes and looked around, he found that he was still under the siege of the 5 dragons. Except for the position of the 7th Prince Aozheng, the position of the other 4 dragons had changed. Even the 5 dragons had shrunk their dragon bodies and turned into human form in order to trap him. Grandma, I'm afraid it's a kind of array formation of the North Sea Dragon Palace. Xiaohua was a master of array formations. Now, he understood at a glance and secretly complained, I'm afraid my plan to escape with the help of a small body will not work. Xiaohua had already fought with Ao Yan. Although he injured Ao Yan, now looking at Ao Yan's indifferent appearance and the teasing look in her eyes, it was obvious that he had deliberately injured himself before to reveal his true purpose. Xiaohua was now accustomed to the cunning of the dragon clan. He roared and displayed the heavenly law embodiment technique. He waved the wishful steel staff and flew toward the light red dragon clan. As early as in the Dragon Palace Hall, the Great Elder had already told Xiaohua about the strangeness of the stacked jade legacy realm. Naturally, Xiaohua was already prepared in his heart. Although all magical powers such as divine thoughts could not be used, he relied on the monster body and the dragon vein to still be at ease in the stacked jade legacy realm. He even broke Ao Jiao's Lihan heaven. Xiaohua gradually threw the Great Elder's words to the back of his mind. He felt that by relying on his own monster race cultivation method, he could also get whatever he wanted. But now that he had encountered Aozheng and the other 4 dragons whose elemental power was around the 6th or 7th grade, Xiaohua realized that his monster race cultivation was still too shallow. Compared with these old monsters who had lived for tens of thousands of years and cultivated for thousands of years, he was too far away. Seeing that Xiaohua had transformed into his Transcendence Golden Body, the North Sea Dragon Clan knew that Xiaohua had given up on escaping and was ready to fight to the death. The group of dragons also urged their dragon chi and revealed their dragon bodies. When the light red dragon clan saw Xiaohua flying over, he also opened his mouth and a flame spear fell into his hand. He danced and fought with Xiaohua. The North Sea Dragon Palace originally had a foundation. The dragons who could follow Aozheng to participate in the stacked jade legacy realm were naturally the elites of the North Sea Dragon Palace. The magical powers of this light red dragon clan were not inferior to Xiaohua's. Under the dragon chi of the stacked jade legacy realm, he was even more valiant than Xiaohua. Seeing that Xiaohua was already at a disadvantage, Aozheng and the other dragons gradually relaxed their vigilance. The 4 dragons only guarded the 4 corners to prevent Xiaohua from escaping, and did not particularly press him. Xiaohua seemed to be focused on the fight with the light red dragon clan, but the light in his eyes was still looking around. When he saw the 4 dragons relax, his figure immediately burst out, and the wishful steel staff sword hitting the opponent. The light red dragon clan was naturally shocked. The long spear danced, and the end of the spear swept across. Boom! The spear collided with the wishful steel staff, but this time, it was somewhat beyond the dragon's expectations. The force from Xiaohua's wishful steel staff was stronger than before, and the dragon's long spear was somewhat bent. The dragon hurriedly urged his dragon chi, and his strength rose again. At this moment, Xiaohua's wishful steel staff shrank, and his whole body fell down extremely strangely with the force of the long spear. Ah! The dragon was stunned, but in a flash he understood. His body moved, and the long spear chased after him. He shouted, "Second prince, this cunning human still wants to escape." However, before he finished speaking, where the long spear was pointing, Xiao Hua's figure suddenly disappeared. Even if he swept with his primordial thought, he could not find any trace at all. "Quick!" In the distance, Ao Yen shouted, "Ao Ding, you continue to chase, I will chase above. Don't let him create a diversion. Ao Yu, check the left. Ao Long, check the right." Ao Zheng's face was also red, and he seemed to be a little angry. He had been stable and motionless all this time, but now he could not help but move. He ordered and flew down. Seventh King, the yellow dragon Ao Yu hurriedly reminded, "Don't worry, let's stabilize the formation." "Got it?" Ao Zheng waved his dragon claws impatiently. "You and the others, quickly kill this human." "Yes." Ao Yu and the others released their primordial thought to search around, and although Ao Zheng said that he would not move, his body still flew up. As he flew up, the space that was previously sealed by the 5 dragon auras began to have some gaps, and the dragon chi from outside began to pour in. However, Ao Zheng seemed to be a little anxious and did not care about this. His dragon head looked around, worried that Xiao Hua would take advantage of the chaos to escape. Suddenly, Ao Zheng stretched out his claws, and a purple spear appeared out of thin air, piercing towards the slanted space above without any warning. Pong! With a loud sound at the tip of the spear, circles of ripples appeared, and the space was slightly distorted. Behind these ripples, Xiao Hua's figure was revealed. That spear pierced into Xiao Hua's arm, and Xiao Hua's face was not only filled with pain, but also extreme shock. "Ha ha ha!" Ao Zheng laughed loudly, and at the same time, the 4 dragons who released their primordial thought to search around also laughed. They all stopped, and their figures cooperated with Ao Zheng, surrounding Xiao Hua in a formation. You guys already knew?" Xiao Hua's right hand landed on the spear that pierced into his arm, and he asked in surprise. Ao Zheng said proudly, "Cunning human, don't you know the magical powers of the Dragon King's 9 sons? Just now you called this king Bai-En, and in just a moment you forgot about Bai-En's magical powers?" Xiao Hua thought for a moment and sighed. This Xiao really forgot. Bai-En is enshrined in the court of justice, naturally because Bai-En is very observant, and nothing in the world can be hidden from his eyes. So you, the Dragon King's 7th prince, also have this magical power. Since you know, then die. Ao Zheng laughed sinisterly, and his dragon claws suddenly became thicker, and even dragon scales appeared on the spear, and drilled into Xiao Hua's body. Xiao Hua sneered, and with a wave of his hand, the spear that had almost transformed into a dragon's shape was grabbed by the neck, and no matter how it struggled, it could not escape. Damn it! Ao Zheng urged his dragon power, but he actually could not pull out the spear, and he unconsciously lost face. He immediately understood that when he was plotting against Xiao Hua also played a small trick on him. Roar dragon patterns appeared on Ao Zheng's body, and he madly pounced towards Xiao Hua, and his dragon claws involuntarily exerted strength again. Ooh! Xiao Hua suddenly loosened his grip, and his whole body floated away like a paper man, and disappeared in a moment. My lord! Ao Ding and the other dragons were shocked. If Xiao Hua escaped at this time, it would really be a big loss of face. Ao Zheng did not say anything, and a blue light flashed on his dragon horn, and like a thunderbolt a brilliance flew everywhere, and the space around thousands of feet around was torn apart by this brilliance, but Xiao Hua, who was good at escaping, was not in this space at all. Damn it! Ao Zheng roared, and the dragon scales on his body emitted a rare purple cloud, and the entire cloud rushed into the space like a hurricane, wreaking havoc in places where the brilliance could not find. However, Xiao Hua seemed to have disappeared into thin air, and there was no sign of him appearing at all. Phew! Ao Zheng exhales and raises his head to look at the 4 dragons who want to speak but don't dare to. He suddenly laughs. Damn it, no wonder second brother said that this Xiao Hua is cunning. This king still unknowingly fell into his scheme. Forget it, why is this king wasting time with him? As he spoke, Ao Zheng opened his mouth, and a faint purple dragon breath came out, and then a fist-sized dragon pearl flew out, supported by the dragon breath. The dragon pearl's brilliance was faint, but where the brilliance went, All the dragon chi showed the shape of dragon patterns, and at the top of the space in a corner, Xiao Hua's figure appeared. Roar! The one closest to Xiao Hua was the deep blue dragon Ao Long, and Xiao Hua was at the edge of his perception. If he moved slightly, as long as the 5 dragons relaxed in the slightest, Xiao Hua would immediately escape through this gap, and Ao Long could not help but cry out in alarm. Xiao Hua sighed when he saw that the light had appeared and his body was exposed. Without the escape techniques that he usually had, in front of these 5 giant dragons whose elemental energy was around the 7th level, he was doomed. Ao Long cried out in alarm, and also opened his mouth, taking out a jade bottle-like dragon weapon, and then a brilliance rushed out from the dragon weapon, and the nearby dragon chi crazily rushed in, only to see a waterfall rushing out from the dragon weapon, smashing towards Xiao Hua. Seeing the surging water, each drop of water containing great power, Xiao Hua not only did not panic, but a trace of melancholy appeared on his face. In the past, he relied on the innate true water to kill countless enemies, but now, he was blocked by a dragon using the same Dao method. Roar! Xiao Hua did not dodge, and the heavenly law's embodiment of earth rapidly absorbed the dragon chi, and strands of dragon patterns also appeared on the surface of his bronze body. Swish! Ao Long's jade water rushed onto Xiao Hua's Dharma body without any suspense, and not only did countless water sparks appear, even the surrounding space was somewhat distorted by these splashes of water. However, what made Ao Long stunned was that Xiao Hua's body only flashed brilliantly, and the splashes of water did not cause any harm to Xiao Hua at all. Chapter 40-35. No way. Ao Long was a little absent-minded. The dragon weapon in his hand also awkwardly stopped in mid-air. Of course, he didn't think that Xiao Hua's body would be reborn in the blood pool. How could his dragon weapon injure him? Woo! Xiao Hua took advantage of Ao Long's distraction and swung his wishful staff. Boom! It hit the dragon weapon. A burst of splendor splashed like a silver bottle leaking. Countless splashes seeped out from the cracked dragon weapon, causing Ao Long to be flustered. I'll meet Taoist Master Xiao. The light red dragon Ao Ding hurriedly came out from the side. He opened his mouth and a fiery red ring came out. The ring rushed out and immediately ignited with flames. The flames were blue and purple, scorching the space within 1,000 feet. Xiao Hua sneered. Since he started cultivating, when was he afraid of going overboard? He was about to wave the wishful staff in his hand when he heard Ao Zheng, who was beside him, roaring, "Don't do anything. All of you go together. Kill him as soon as possible. Once this matter is over, we still have the more important 4 C's debate." Okay. Hearing Ao Zheng's anger, Ao Ding and the other dragons didn't dare to be negligent. They hurriedly urged their dragon chi and surrounded Xiao Hua. At the same time, they took out their dragon weapons and attacked Xiao Hua at the same time. Cunning dragons! Xiao Hua shouted, for 7th grade dragons actually besieged Xiao Hua, a human. If this spread out, I'll be laughed at. Haha, Xiao Hua, you're wrong. Ao Zheng laughed. They're only 6th grade elemental energy. Only with the help of dragon chi here can they have the strength of upper 6th grade. Their cultivation should be about the same as yours. Moreover, do you think you can escape from me today? Can others hear your grievances? Okay, Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes and sneered. In that case, I have no choice but to fall out with the North Sea Dragon Palace. I don't have any face to begin with, so it doesn't matter. Xiao Hua, you're overestimating yourself. At this moment, Ao Zheng's figure also started to move. His ability was the highest and should be at the middle stage of the 7th grade of origin power. However, he was the same as Ao Jing. Other than the fact that he was a little angry previously and lost his composure, he did not particularly step forward during the fight. As Xiao Hua's voice fell, the bronze brilliance around Xiao Hua's body gradually retracted. Shortly after, his arms and other parts of his body began to mutate. Command edicts that were harder than sharp swords were born. An aura of disdain for the entire world was born from Xiao Hua's body. This aura grew denser and denser, and in the end it actually forced the 5 dragons to fly back several thousand meters. Just as the 5 dragons were once again dumbfounded, the heavenly phoenix's demonic body, the phoenix parasol tree, appeared. The phoenix parasol tree raised its head and let out a long cry. The dragon chi and the surrounding hundreds of kilometers swarmed into the phoenix parasol tree, and the flame-like phantom around the phoenix parasol tree swayed wildly. Woo! After the phoenix parasol tree appeared, it did not give Aozheng and the other dragons a chance to catch their breath. It stretched out its twin thorns and the phoenix beak pierced through the void, directly pecking at Aoyu's forehead. The phoenix parasol tree's claws, which were even more arrogant than Aoyu's dragon claws, carried an unparalleled amount of dragon chi as it sharply scratched at Aoyu's chest. Roar! Aoyu was stunned at first, but then he went berserk. As he roared, his dragon body expanded by 3 times, and he pounced at the phoenix parasol tree. Rumble! The dragon and phoenix fought fiercely, and the dragon chi exploded. Pieces of flesh and territory flew out amidst the explosion. Although Aoyu's dragon body was not as tough as the phoenix parasol tree's phoenix body, his control of the dragon body and the use of dragon chi far surpassed the phoenix parasol tree's. Although the phoenix parasol tree's dragon body was torn to pieces, Aoyu also used his dragon tail to entangle the phoenix parasol tree's wings. The dragon armor on his dragon head even took the opportunity to pierce 2 large bloody holes in the phoenix parasol tree's arms. Roar! Just as the phoenix parasol tree's left claw was about to pierce Aoyu's abdomen, Aoding roared and pounced from the phoenix parasol tree's back, flames shooting out of his mouth and nose. Damn it! Though the phoenix parasol tree wasn't afraid of the flames, he didn't dare underestimate Aoding when he saw his back. He spread his wings and ignored the injured Aoyu, preparing to meet Aoding's attack. But right at this moment, an invisible restriction appeared around his body like shackles, and began to restrict his movements. This is bad. Alarmed, the phoenix parasol tree hurriedly looked around. Aozheng, who'd been standing quietly, was now swimming around him with the other 3 dragons. Clouds of gray, blue, red, yellow and purple surged out of the 5 dragons' bodies. These clouds intertwined with the dragon chi and spun for nearly 1,000 miles. The chains that were imprisoning the phoenix parasol were clearly born from these clouds. Damn it! So this is the real purpose of the North Sea Dragon Palace's dragon formation. The phoenix parasol tree finally understood. The 5 dragons had taken turns to attack him, but it was all a ruse. Aozheng's true intention was to trap him to death with the formation. Dragons were truly cunning. The phoenix parasol tree let out another long cry and flapped his wings. The binding force was greatly reduced, and he reached out with his right claw. An illusory figure suddenly appeared in front of Aoding's abdomen. Whoosh! A bloody gash dozens of meters long appeared, and dragon blood flowed out. Wounded by the phoenix parasol tree as soon as they met, Aoding hurriedly retreated in fright. Roar! Right at this moment, the image of an enormous dragon suddenly appeared on the phoenix Wu's back. As soon as it appeared, it immediately roared furiously, and then the dragon chi in an area of 500 kilometers seemed to have gone mad and charged towards the dragon and phoenix. Expanses of gorgeous multicolored light suddenly appeared around the dragon and phoenix, and rays of multicolored light were reflected from within the multicolored light. Dragon and phoenix parasol tree? Aozheng was shocked, and then greed appeared in his eyes. He roared, "Capture this human alive! Capture this demon phoenix alive!" Before Aozheng could finish speaking, a series of cryptic draconic words came out from the dragon-shaped phantom. As soon as the draconic words appeared, the draconic aura that was madly pouring in suddenly became violent. Balls of draconic aura that were dozens of miles long began to condense. Within a range of 500 miles, countless balls of draconic aura instantly gathered. These balls of dragon chi were like warriors, ready to pounce on Aozheng. Dragon? Heavenly draconic technique? Aozheng was completely dumbfounded. Not only did he not expect Xiao Hua to know the heavenly draconic technique, but he also didn't expect it to be so powerful. Run! Aozheng looked at the dense balls of dragon chi within 1,000 miles. His body moved quickly, and he charged straight up into the sky. As soon as Aozheng rushed up, a flaw appeared in the dragon formation of the 5 dragons. The phoenix parasol tree had no intention of chasing Aozheng at all. It spread its wings, and its huge body immediately rushed out like a meteor, flying in a certain direction. The moment the phoenix parasol tree rushed out of the encirclement of the 5 dragons, The balls of dragon chi within 1,000 miles suddenly disappeared at the same time. This Ao Zheng had just rushed 10,000 feet into the sky when he naturally felt the change in the dragon chi. At this time, how could he not know that Xiao Hua's heavenly draconic technique was only half-baked and had no power at all? He was actually scared to this extent by Xiao Hua's empty fort strategy. It was really a disgrace to the dragons of the North Sea Dragon Palace. Chase! Ao Zheng roared and chased after the phoenix parasol tree without stopping. Ao Yu and Ao Ding dragged their injured bodies, and Ao Long and Ao Yen also roared as they chased after it. Although the 5 dragons were heroic, other than Ao Zheng, the other 4 dragons had the same thought. Damn it! How can we catch up to such a cunning human? Sure enough, in the time it took to eat a meal, Xiao Hua, who was in front of the 5 dragons, had already disappeared. The 5 dragons did not know whether Xiao Hua flew away or was hiding in the surroundings. Moreover, other than Ao Zheng, the 4 dragons did not dare to be too far away, for fear that Xiao Hua would take the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Roar! Ao Zheng let out a furious roar. He swung his dragon tail and flipped over a small mountain. He then flew to another place. The other 4 dragons shrunk their necks. No one dared to say anything. They followed him with their tails between their legs. 5 dragons with 6th or 7th grade essence energy actually let a human escape in the Stacked Jade Legacy realm. If word got out, it would really be a disgrace to the dragons. 2 hours later, at the place where Ao Zheng overturned the small mountain, Xiao Hua's figure appeared. Xiao Hua, who had successfully escaped from the 5 dragons, actually had a vexed expression on his face. Damn it! This Feng Wu's incarnation was originally reserved for this Xiao to use when walking in the Thousand Demons sacred realm in the future. Now it was actually forced to reveal by Ao Zheng. What a blunder, Xiao Hua thought to himself. But if I don't use the phoenix body, what other divine abilities can this Xiao have? That demonic blade had just been activated once. If I activate it consecutively, perhaps I can kill Ao Zheng, but what about this Xiao? I'm afraid I will also fall into the demonic path, right? Sai, now that I think about it, this world is really wonderful. This Xiao cultivated Buddhism, Taoism, Confucianism, demons and other divine abilities, but here, I can only rely on the demon race's divine abilities to escape. Looks like the saying of the ancients, there's no harm in having more skills, it's really not wrong. Also, this Xiao has seen many demons, and each one of them is all brawn and no brains. But why is this dragon race more cunning than the other? From Ao Jing to Ao Zhan, then to Ao Zheng, one scheme after another. They are simply more intelligent than the human race. Fortunately, there's Ao Tao in Deep Erebus who values friendship. Otherwise, this Xiao really wouldn't dare to deal with the dragon race in the future. Xiao Hua looked at the direction Ao Zheng and the others chased after him. After pondering for a moment, he turned around and flew in another direction. He found a call and hid in it like before. He already understood that in this Stacked Jade Legacy realm, the divine abilities related to the dragon race were the most popular. Now, although he had obtained the Dragon Jade, he only focused on the dragon transformation art. He didn't cultivate the heavenly Dragon Jade technique in the Dragon Jade technique. Just now, when he was forced to helplessly by Ao Zheng, Xiao Hua suddenly thought of the heavenly Dragon Jade technique in a hurry. Sure enough, although Xiao Hua didn't cultivate it, in this Stacked Jade Legacy realm, when Xiao Hua slightly used the heavenly Dragon Jade technique, it immediately had an inconceivable effect. Since that was the case, there was still time. Why didn't Xiao Hua comprehend 1 or 2 heavenly Dragon Jade techniques before looking for the dragon cleansing pool? Chapter 40-36. Xiao Hua hid in a secluded place and cultivated for more than a few months. A few months of time was really short for cultivation, not to mention the mysterious heavenly dragon technique. Xiao Hua only took a rough look at the heavenly dragon technique in the Dragon Jade, and found 2 extremely simple ones. Moreover, he only tried them for a while before hurriedly flying out of the valley. After all, he didn't know when the training in the Stacked Jade Legacy realm would end, and he also didn't know how long he would spend looking for the dragon cleansing pool. Xiao Hua flew into the air and looked left and right. The scenery around him didn't change. This time, the interval between the changes in the Stacked Jade Legacy realm was a bit long. Xiao Hua thought for a while and flew in a direction. Beside a stream, Outside 2 mountains, 3 dragons playing with a pearl, 4 seasons alternating. Xiaohua flew aimlessly as he muttered to himself. He scanned the area with his origin force to search for similar clues. Unfortunately, Xiaohua flew for a few more days. Not only did he not find any obvious clues, he didn't even see a single dragon. He didn't even see a huge rock with a dragon crystal hidden in it. It was as if everything in the vicinity had been plundered by the dragon. It's a bit strange. Xiaohua stopped in the air and pondered while pinching his chin. Could it be that in these few months, the Stacked Jade Legacy Realm has undergone some changes? Whoop! Just as Xiaohua was pondering, a fishy wind suddenly blew from high up in the sky. Xiaohua was startled and hurriedly looked up. However, the place where the wind blew was empty. He could only see the disorder of the dragon qi, and couldn't see anything unusual. Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and stared at the sky. He was already on guard. The sound of the wind definitely didn't come from nothing. There must be a dragon hiding there. Xiaohua seemed to have already seen the dragon's sharp claws. Xiaohua raised his hand and prepared to attack the space between his eyebrows and open the delirium breaker eye. But at this moment, a very surprised voice came from afar. At the same time, a trace of origin will also swept over. Xiaohua. Who? Xiaohua's heart moved. He raised his eyes and looked towards the source of the voice. Following the sound of the voice, the dragon's aura that made Xiaohua vigilant immediately disappeared. Taoist Master Xiao, do you still remember me? A voice that Xiaohua found familiar came closer. When Xiaohua saw it clearly, he couldn't help but be slightly stunned. He whispered, "Immortal friend Xian? Long time no see. I didn't expect fellow Taoist Xian to also come to the Stacked Jade Legacy Realm to train." Wasn't the person flying over from afar the former Western Sea Dragon Palace's vice inspector, Xian Cheng? To an old turtle like Xian Cheng, a few hundred years had passed in the blink of an eye. Xian Cheng still looked the same, turning into a short old man less than 3 feet tall. He still had a goatee on his chin, a pair of shifty eyes, and a medium-sized turtle shell on his back. It was exactly the same as Xiaohua's impression. "I'm ashamed. Xian Cheng flew closer and cupped his hands. "I originally accompanied my family's 3rd crown prince to participate in Dragon Island's experiential training, but I didn't expect to encounter the opening of the Stacked Jade Legacy Realm. I was testing the purity of my bloodline in the Dragon Qi realm, but I didn't expect that I would actually reach the qualifications to enter the Stacked Jade Legacy Realm, so I also came in to train. However, this old man is slow-witted. After so many years, my cultivation hasn't improved at all. I haven't gained anything during this time." When Xiaohua heard what Xian Cheng said, he disapproved in his heart. That year in the so-called Western Sea, he clearly saw how Xian Cheng performed. That Bai Haojiao, who looked a lot more powerful than Xian Cheng on the surface and was also a lot more scheming, was played by him in the palm of his hand. How could he believe Xian Cheng's words now? "That's right," Xiaohua also said with a smile. "This Xiao is similar to fellow immortal Xian. I also occasionally entered the Stacked Jade Legacy Realm. First, I was thinking about how to escape, so how could I gain anything? Right now, this Xiao is waiting for the Stacked Jade Legacy Realm to close and leave. Oh, speaking of which, fellow immortal Xian, when will this Stacked Jade Legacy Realm close?" "When I was about to come, I heard my family's 3rd crown prince say that it seems to be closing soon," Xian Cheng replied. "Right now, the time inside the Stacked Jade Legacy Realm is already the same as Dragon Island. When it accelerates again, it will be the beginning of the Stacked Jade Legacy Realm's closing time." Xiaohua frowned and said in confusion, "How can the changes of time be sensed?" "Oh, it's simple." Xian Cheng also concealed it and said with a smile, "There is no time in the 4 seas. Above Hidden Immortal there are 4 seasons. When spring comes, autumn comes, summer comes, and winter comes, that is the sign of time acceleration. Change of the 4 seasons." Xiaohua's heart jumped and he couldn't help but cry out, "Fellow immortal Xian, do you know what 3 dragons playing with a pearl is?" 3 dragons playing with a pearl. Xian Cheng stared blankly. After thinking for a moment, he shook his head and said, "This old man doesn't know what Taoist means by that. It's nothing. Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "This Xiao was just thinking of something else." "Oh right, fellow immortal Xian, where are you heading to?" "Sigh." Xiancheng sighed and said. This old man entered the Stacked Jade Legacy realm and hid in a place. Just now, I received a message from my family's third crown prince. He wants me and the other subordinates of the Western Sea Dragon Palace to hurry to the Turning Dragon platform. Although this old man doesn't want to come out, I don't dare to disobey the crown prince's orders. I can't not go. Turning Dragon platform? How do you know that place is called Turning Dragon platform? Xiaohua asked strangely. Who would have thought that Xiancheng was even more strange than him? Of course I don't know. But my family's third crown prince said the location, and also said that the place is called Turning Dragon platform. Hee hee. Xiaohua laughed self-deprecatingly. This Xiao thought too much. This Xiao thought that fellow immortal Xian was the same as this Xiao. Entering the Stacked Jade Legacy realm for the first time, and not knowing where this place is. It's nothing. This old man is also very unfamiliar with this Stacked Jade Legacy realm. Xiancheng said with a smile. Before entering the Legacy realm, this old man specially asked my family's prince. Otherwise, this old man also wouldn't know. Since that's the case. Xiaohua looked at Xiancheng, who was smiling harmlessly, and said, Fellow immortal Xian, you should go to the Turning Dragon platform. Don't let your family's third crown prince wait anxiously. As he spoke, Xiaohua cupped his hands and wanted to bid farewell to Xiancheng. After all, Xiaohua's current strength had already surpassed Xiancheng. He wasn't afraid that Xiancheng had any schemes. Moreover, looking at Xiancheng's slightly nervous expression, Xiaohua also understood that Xiancheng definitely didn't expect that he would be able to come out of the Western Sea alive. He was very shocked to see him. Moreover, Xiaohua wasn't afraid that Xiancheng would reveal this matter. After all, only he and Xiancheng knew about the Western Sea. As for how big the Western Sea was, Xiancheng probably knew much more than him. The mastermind of the Western Sea was Xiancheng. If this matter was revealed, Xiancheng would undoubtedly die. What was he afraid of? At worst, he could just say that he saved the Grand Mist Ancestor. Although the Grand Mist Ancestor also didn't know that he was still alive, he had already asked Taoist Master Qing Su to recruit him several times. That? Xiancheng raised his hand and said with some hesitation, Taoist Master Xiao, please wait a moment. Oh, fellow immortal Xian, is there anything else? Xiaohua asked with a smile that wasn't a smile. Xiancheng hurriedly shook his head and said, There's nothing special. It's just that when Taoist Master asked about the three dragons playing with a pearl, this old man suddenly thought of the Turning Dragon platform. What do you mean? Xiaohua was somewhat puzzled. What does the three dragons playing with a pearl have to do with the Turning Dragon platform? This old man is only guessing. Xiancheng said with a smile. According to my family's third prince's message, the Turning Dragon platform is a huge round platform, similar to a pearl. Moreover, the Dragon Palace of the Four Seas will be fighting on the Turning Dragon platform. However, no matter what, it should be 4 dragons playing with a pearl and not 3 dragons playing with a pearl. What are the Dragon Palaces of the Four Seas fighting on the Turning Dragon platform for? Xiaohua was confused and asked curiously. Xiancheng replied, Taoist Master Xiao might not know that the Dragon Palaces of the Four Seas are led by the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace, but in reality, whether it's the Western Sea Dragon Palace, the Northern Sea Dragon Palace or the Southern Sea Dragon Palace, their strength is not inferior to the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace. Under the leadership of Dragon Island, the Dragon Palaces of the Four Seas seem to be very harmonious. On the surface, there is no change in the rankings, but secretly, there is no lack of competition between each other for this ranking. Of course, outside of the Four Seas, no one knows these secrets. That is to say, the Turning Dragon platform's fight is also one of the competitions. Xiaohua somewhat understood. Yes, Xiancheng nodded. Not only this time's training in the Folded Jade Legacy realm, but every time Dragon Island's training, the Dragon Palaces of the Four Seas will have this kind of competition. Every time Dragon Island's training nears the end, the Dragon Palaces of the Four Seas will find an opportunity to put their gains together, and then distribute them according to the ranking of the competition. So much so that in the future, when there is a need for a ranking in many places, it will also be decided according to this ranking. Therefore, the Dragon Palaces of the Four Seas attach great importance to every training competition. As long as there is a contribution in the competition, the Dragon Clan will be rewarded. Speaking to hear, Xiancheng paused for a moment and changed the topic. Taoist Xiao, this old man previously heard of the grudge between Taoist and the Immortal Palace. Originally, I thought it was just the same name, but now that I have seen Taoist, this old man knows that Blackwind Ridge's Xiaohua is Taoist. If Taoist wants to safely escape from the Immortal Palace's suppression, it is best to form a good relationship with my West Sea Dragon Palace. With my West Sea Dragon Palace's support, the Immortal Palace will not dare to make a move against Taoist. Of course, this old man is saying this for the sake of Taoist and also for my third prince. If Taoist makes a contribution in the competition, not only will third prince benefit, but this old man will also benefit. This Xiao only has the strength of a little over 5th grade essence energy. How can I defeat the dragon generals of the dragon palaces? Xiaohua repeatedly waved his hand. Xiancheng smiled and said, Taoist's current strength may not be a match for the other dragon generals of the dragon palaces, but Taoist's potential is something this old man has never seen before. Back then, Taoist's strength. Haha, this old man knows how many years has it been. Taoist is actually already at 5th grade essence energy. This old man does not ask for anything else. I only ask for a warrior for my West Sea Dragon Palace. How is the relationship between the West Sea Dragon Palace and the North Sea Dragon Palace? Xiaohua frowned and asked in a low voice. Xiancheng said without hesitation. Haha. My West Sea Dragon Palace is the West Sea Dragon Palace. Not to mention the North Sea Dragon Palace, even if it is the East Sea Dragon Palace. Even if it is the Immortal Palace, my West Sea Dragon Palace will not be afraid. Chapter 40-37. Really? Xiaohua reminded with a faint smile. I just offended the 7th prince of the North Sea Dragon Palace, Aozheng. He couldn't wait to eat me alive. Fellow Taoist Xian, you have to think carefully. Aozheng. Xiancheng stared blankly and said with a bitter smile, How did you offend Aozheng again? The 7th prince of the North Sea is extremely narrow-minded and vengeful. Since you offended him, I'm afraid you won't have a peaceful day in the future. How about this? If you want to go to the Turning Dragon platform, you should first hide your appearance and wait for me to report to my third prince. If it doesn't work, don't blame me. If Xiancheng agreed, Xiaohua would naturally be suspicious. However, Xiancheng declined, and Xiaohua instead believed him. He might not go to the Turning Dragon platform to participate in the competition of the dragon palaces of the 4 seas, but he must go to the dragon cleansing pool. The competition Xiancheng mentioned was very similar to the 3 dragons playing with a pearl. Xiaohua had no choice but to go take a look. Xiaohua thought for a moment and nodded. Alright, since that's the case, I'll go with fellow Taoist Xian. Xiaohua agreed, but Xiancheng hesitated and said somewhat awkwardly, I can bring you there, but I have to report to my third prince first. Deal. Xiaohua replied straightforwardly, I'll do as fellow Taoist Xian said. Even if I can't participate in the competition of the dragon palaces of the 4 seas, it's enough for me to meet the third prince of the West Sea Dragon Palace. Fellow Taoist Xiao, please. Demonic clouds appeared under Xiancheng's feet. He raised his hand slightly and flew away first. Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and looked at Xiancheng's back. He knew that Xiancheng was rather unwilling, but he didn't care and urged his figure to follow. The two flew for a few hours. Xiancheng, as he said, was not particularly familiar with the folded jadeite legacy realm. As they walked, they searched. Along the way, they did not see any dragon tribe. It seemed that the dragon tribe, who were training in the folded jadeite legacy realm, had gathered at the Turning Dragon platform to prepare for the competition in the Dragon Palace of the 4 seas. After flying for another hour, dragons gradually appeared in the same direction as Xiancheng. Xiancheng didn't greet these dragons and only flew forward with Xiaohua. Seeing a screen-like mountain range appear in front of the two, Xiancheng stopped and said carefully, Enlightened one, please wait here for a moment. This old man will go and report to the third crown prince first. All right. Xiaohua nodded and stopped in midair, watching Xiancheng fly away. Xiaohua released his essence perception and looked around, trying to find clues about the dragon cleansing pool. Unfortunately, after looking around for a while, Xiaohua frowned again. Although Xiaohua had yet to see the Turning Dragon platform, there were already many dragons nearby. How could the dragon cleansing pool be in such a place? Perhaps. This Xiao should go to the left side of the turning dragon platform to take a look. Xiao Hua urged his figure and flew towards the turning dragon platform. Who are you? Why did you barge into the forbidden area of the Dragon Palace of the Four Seas? Xiao Hua had only flown a few thousand feet when two dragon generals appeared in midair and blocked Xiao Hua's path. Forbidden area? Xiao Hua looked into the distance and asked curiously. The Stack Jade Legacy Realm is a place where we, the descendants of the Dragon Clan, train. When did this place become a forbidden area of the Dragon Palace of the Four Seas? Does the Dragon Palace of the Dragon Island know? The Dragon Island does not know, the Dragon Palace even more so does not know. The two dragon generals' eyes flashed with ominous glints as they surrounded Xiao Hua from both sides. Cough cough. Not far away, Xian Cheng's coughs could be heard. He berated, "What are you two waiting for? This is a dragon general of my West Sea Dragon Palace." Oh, so it is the West Sea Patrol envoy. When the two dragon generals saw Xian Cheng, their expressions relaxed as they said with a smile, "This immortal friend did not mention his origin. How can we let him in? He even threatened us, saying that he will report this matter to the Dragon Palace. He. Daoist Xiao is just joking with you, no need to take it seriously." Xian Cheng waved his hand and said, "You two go and patrol. This old man will bring him to see my third crown prince." All right. The two dragon generals nodded and flew away. Let's go. Xian Cheng brought Xiao Hua to the vicinity of the turning dragon platform. He stopped and said with a smile, "I will not hide it from Daoist Xiao. My third crown prince heard about Daoist Zhao's matter and felt somewhat troubled. My West Sea Dragon Palace is definitely not afraid of the Immortal Palace alone. But Daoist Xiao offended Aozheng, it is very troublesome. Third crown prince is not willing to fall out with the North Sea Dragon Palace in the Stack Jade Legacy Realm. So, no problem." Xiao Hua said with a smile, "This Xiao will just walk around nearby. In a while, I will just watch the show from the side." "Daoist Xiao, don't be anxious." Xian Cheng immediately waved his hand and said, "Let this old man finish speaking." Although Third Crown Prince is not willing to offend Aozheng, he did not say that Daoist Xiao is not allowed to contribute to my West Sea Dragon Palace. Daoist Xiao only needs to wait by the side. If we need Daoist Xiao to take action, I believe that my Third Crown Prince will not have any more misgivings. All right. Xiao Hua did not really want to rely on the West Sea Dragon Palace, so he casually nodded his head. This Xiao will be nearby. If you need this Xiao to take action, feel free to speak. Then, this old man will go over first. Xiancheng finally relaxed. He raised his head to look at a place and said, "North Sea Dragon Palace is over there. It seems that Aozheng has not come over yet. Be careful by the side. Just don't let him see you." Xiancheng exhorted a few more words before turning around and flying away. Xiao Hua relaxed and looked towards the turning dragon platform. Indeed, it was as Xiancheng said. This turning dragon platform was a spherical greenish-black round platform. It was several thousand zhang tall and towered on top of the mountain peak. It was very similar to a stone pearl. This round platform was perfectly round and flawless. It was truly a work of the gods. Damn it. There is a dragon pearl, but where are the three dragons of the three dragons playing with a pearl? Xiao Hua's eyes looked all around, but he could not see anything strange. Xiao Hua looked at the four groups of dragons gathered in the four directions of the turning dragon platform. There were also many dragons nearby who seemed to be watching the show. He prepared to leave. Right at this moment, woo! The sound of wind whistling flew out from the direction of the East Sea Dragon Palace. A huge dragon rushed onto the turning dragon platform. He looked around and said loudly, "This king is the East Sea Dragon Palace's second crown prince, Ao Cheong. I believe that all the dragons already know what is going on here. The Stack Jade Legacy Realm is about to close. Our training in the Stack Jade Legacy Realm will also end soon. The training in the Stack Jade Legacy Realm is an extremely rare opportunity for us. I believe that all of you have gained a lot in the Stack Jade Legacy Realm. Today, my Dragon Palace of the Four Seas will also hold a routine competition in the Stack Jade Legacy Realm. We will once again distribute the treasures we obtained in the Stack Jade Legacy Realm." This king also does not want to go into the details of the competition rules. This king only wants to say that the dragon who can stand on the turning dragon platform in the end will be the final winner. Roar! The group of dragons all roared, appearing very excited. Second prince. At this moment, a dragon general flew out from the North Sea Dragon Palace. He said somewhat timidly beside the turning dragon platform, "My seventh prince has not come yet. Can this competition be postponed? Aozheng is not here but you all are." Aocheng did not give this dragon general any face at all. His dragon eyes looked towards the sky and shouted coldly, "When Aozheng comes, it won't be too late to let him fight. But what if my seventh prince can't make it in time?" That dragon general endured Aocheng's forceful dragon aura and said reluctantly, Aocheng sneered and said disdainfully again, "The competition on the turning dragon platform is the joint decision of the Dragon Palace of the Four Seas. The dragon race of the Three Seas Dragon Palace has been waiting for more than 10 days. Aozheng has not come yet. Could it be that we have to wait until the Stacked Jade Legacy realm closes? Moreover, who knows if Aozheng is afraid? Does he not dare to come? My East Sea Dragon Palace has plenty of dragons with intermediate 7th grade essence energy like him. It doesn't matter if he has one more or not." But that dragon general seemed to want to argue. Aocheng simply shouted, "Does your North Sea Dragon Palace still want to participate in the competition? If you don't, just go to the last place." Alright. The dragon general did not dare to say any more. He hurriedly returned to discuss with the other dragon generals on how to deal with it. Dragon warriors. Aocheng's dragon aura lingered around his body. His dragon aura soared into the sky as he said encouragingly, "The previous experience was nothing. The competition on the turning dragon platform is the real battle. Release your dragon aura. Release your dragon aura. Let the heavens and earth tremble and let the seniors of the dragon region be excited. Roar." All the dragons roared, especially the dragon generals of the East Sea Dragon Palace, West Sea Dragon Palace, and South Sea Dragon Palace. They urged their dragon bodies to pounce on the turning dragon platform. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws. They actually started to fight. As for the North Sea Dragon Palace, seeing that the Dragon Palace of the Three Seas had already made their move, they did not dare to hesitate. Under the lead of a 6th grade essence energy dragon, they also pounced over. In just a short moment, miserable screams and angry roars could be heard in the air above the turning dragon platform. Pieces of flesh mixed with dragon blood fell onto the turning dragon platform. Motherfucker! Xiaohua saw the dragon aura surging over like a tidal wave. That dragon aura and the strength of the battle were similarly spreading out in all directions like raging waves. He hurriedly retreated and secretly cried out in his heart, "How is this 3 dragons playing with a pearl? It's more like 100 dragons playing with a pearl. Forget it, I believe that there's no dragon cleansing pool here. I'd better go somewhere else." Taoist Xiao. Just as Xiaohua was about to turn around, Xiancheng flew over and said with a smile, "Now is a good opportunity. North Sea Dragon Palace's Aozheng is not here. Taoist should quickly take advantage of this opportunity to get on the turning dragon platform. If you can defeat a few dragons, my third prince will also gain face. Get on the platform now." Xiaohua bitterly smiled. He pointed at the huge dragons churning on the turning dragon platform and said, "How strong are these dragons? If I go over now, wouldn't I be killed for nothing? AI Taoist, now is a good opportunity to win in the chaos." Xiancheng's expression slightly changed as he urged, "Moreover, Taoist's body is extremely small. There are also many opportunities for sneak attacks. If you don't go now, when will you? This old man has already reported this to the third prince. If you don't go, not only will this old man lose face, you'll also make the third prince unhappy. If the third prince gets angry..." Xiaohua's heart jolted. He thoughtfully looked at Xiancheng and asked, "If the third prince gets angry, what will happen? What will happen?" Xiancheng sneered, "When humans get angry, blood will splatter 3 feet. When my dragon clan gets angry..." Chapter 4038. Roar. Just as Xiancheng was about to threaten them, a shrill roar came from afar. Several giant dragons had already flown to the somersault dragon platform without waiting for the roar to land. The dragon at the front held a dragon shell in his claws. He arrived in front of the somersault dragon platform and shouted, "Stop, stop! However, the dragons were in the midst of fighting. Who would pay attention to him? None of the dragon clan members stopped. Second prince. The dragon raised his claws and took out the dragon shell. He shouted, "Look, the seventh prince of the North Sea Dragon Palace, Ao Zheng, and his dragon generals Ao Yan, Ao Long, Ao Ding, and Ao Yu have all been killed." As he spoke, the dragon shell flipped. The purple dragon body of Ao Zheng, the light gray dragon body of Ao Yan, the light blue dragon body of Ao Long, the light red dragon body of Ao Ding, and the yellow dragon body of Ao Yu immediately floated to the side of the somersault dragon platform. Seventh prince. When the dragons of the North Sea Dragon Palace saw this, they immediately broke away from the fight and landed beside the remains of the 5 dragons. They all looked at the corpses of the 5 dragons in disbelief. Their faces were filled with disbelief. It's a little strange. Xiao Hua's gaze naturally landed on the corpses of Ao Zheng and the other giant dragons. Their chests and abdomens had been torn apart by sharp weapons. Their hearts and lungs were missing. It was exactly the same as the corpses he saw earlier. He could not help but feel puzzled. When the dragon generals of the North Sea Dragon Palace stopped fighting, the dragons of the other 3 sea dragon palaces naturally stopped as well. All the dragons looked at Ao Qiong. Aoing Ao Qian. Ao Qiong flew out with a displeased expression. He looked at the dragon generals of the West Sea and South Sea Dragon Palaces and scolded. "Tell me what's going on?" The 3rd prince of the West Sea Dragon Palace, Aoing, and the 4th prince of the South Sea Dragon Palace, Ao Qian, flew out with unfriendly expressions. The 2 dragons looked at each other and said in unison, "Ao Qiong, what do you mean by this? What does Ao Zheng's death have to do with us? If it's not you, could it be me?" Ao Qiong said angrily. There might be some casualties in the competition between the 4 sea dragon palaces, but the 7th prince of the North Sea died in the competition. How are we going to explain this to the North Sea Dragon Palace? This has nothing to do with me or the West Sea Dragon Palace. Aoing waved his hand without hesitation. Ao Qian also denied it. Second prince. The dragon generals of the North Sea Dragon Palace couldn't take it anymore. They all roared, "You must seek justice for the North Sea Dragon Palace. You must find the murderer who killed our 7th marquis." As long as the 2nd prince can help the North Sea Dragon Palace, the North Sea Dragon Palace will compete with the East Sea Dragon Palace. "Obo," Aoing said coldly. "Are you representing the North Sea Dragon Palace?" No, the 3rd prince misunderstood. He looked at Aoing, then at Ao Qiong and Ao Qian. "We, the dragon generals of the North Sea Dragon Palace, don't know what's going on, so we'd like to ask the 3 lords to help us. No matter which dragon palace can help us find the murderer, we will join forces with that dragon palace in this competition." This Aoing, Ao Qiong and Ao Qian rolled their eyes. They naturally had to find out the truth about Ao Zheng's death. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to answer to the North Sea Dragon Palace and Dragon Island. What they cared about the most was the dragon generals of the North Sea Dragon Palace. This was a force that could compete with the other 3 dragon palaces. Whichever side they sided with would definitely win this competition. "I know." Suddenly, a slightly hoarse and excited voice came from below the turning dragon platform. The dragons could not help but be stunned, and their gazes looked in that direction. Wasn't the one who spoke Xiancheng of the West Sea Dragon Palace? At this moment, Xiao Hua was still standing beside Xiancheng, thinking about what happened. He didn't expect Xiancheng to suddenly speak. Xiao Hua suddenly felt that something was wrong. Sure enough, Xiancheng suddenly stepped back and distanced himself from Xiao Hua. He raised his walking stick and pointed at Xiao Hua. "It's him. It's him. It's him who killed Ao Zheng, Ao Yu and the other dragons of the North Sea Dragon Palace." "Xiancheng, are you crazy?" Facing Xiancheng's sudden betrayal, Xiao Hua was extremely shocked and furious. He finally understood the purpose of Xiancheng inviting him here. As long as he was killed, the matter of Xiancheng barging into the West Sea would definitely not be known by others. Moreover, at this point, no matter what he explained, there probably wouldn't be any dragons who would believe him. Xiancheng's intentions were truly sinister. How is that possible? Ao Qiong's face was full of disbelief as he berated, "Xiancheng, he's a human. How could he kill 5 dragons around the 6th level essence power?" The West Sea Dragon Palace's Aoing rolled his eyes and said anxiously, Xiancheng, don't be afraid. Quickly tell us what you know. This king will uphold justice for you. When Ao Cheng heard this, how could he not know that Xiancheng didn't know anything at all? He just casually pulled a scapegoat and confirmed the merit first, pulling a group of dragon generals from the North Sea Dragon Palace to the West Sea Dragon Palace. However, Xiancheng's words shocked Ao Cheng again. Xiancheng pointed at Xiaohua and said, I'll let Third Crown Prince know. He's the human cultivator Xiaohua. He's the best at concealing his cultivation. Previously, I saw him fighting with the North Sea Dragon Palace's 7th Crown Prince Aozheng and Aou. However, this subordinate's cultivation was shallow, so I didn't dare to look and hid far away. Later on, this subordinate met Xiaohua again, but I saw that he wasn't injured at all. If you say that he didn't kill 7th Crown Prince Aozheng, this subordinate definitely wouldn't believe it. Moreover, this subordinate also found out from his mouth that he has an old grudge with the North Sea Dragon Palace. Therefore, he must be the murderer who killed 7th Crown Prince Aozheng. That's right, Xiaohua, it's Xiaohua. A North Sea Dragon exclaimed. 7th King received 2nd King's message. This human Xiaohua spoiled our North Sea Dragon Palace's matter. 7th King brought Aou and the others to find Xiaohua. This time they didn't return. Indeed. Another unknown dragon below the turning dragon platform also came to a realization and said, this subordinate also met 7th King. He asked me if I've seen a human cultivator called Xiaohua. That's right, it's him. Alright. Without waiting for the other dragons to speak, Aoing waved his dragon claw and shouted, subordinates of the West Sea Dragon Palace, surround Xiaohua and kill him. There's no need to ask anymore. Let's take revenge for 7th Crown Prince Aozheng first. Yes, a group of dragon generals from the West Sea Dragon Palace flew out from the turning dragon platform and surrounded Xiaohua. Ao Cheng was somewhat puzzled and shouted, Aoing, even if Aozheng is looking for Xiaohua, it doesn't mean that Xiaohua is the murderer who killed Aozheng. Won't we know if we see Xiaohua's strength first? Aoing replied sinisterly. Alright. Ao Cheng was helpless. Aoing was right. If Xiaohua could fight with a group of dragons, he naturally had the ability to kill Aozheng. But if Xiaohua couldn't defeat a group of dragons, as long as they captured him, wouldn't they know if it was him after a little investigation? However, Ao Cheng was very suspicious whether Aoing would spare Xiaohua's life and give him a chance to fight for the North Sea Dragon Palace. Seeing the West Sea Dragon Palace move, how could the dragon generals of the North Sea Dragon Palace hold back? All of them flew towards Xiaohua. Xiaohua glared fiercely at the complacent Xiancheng. He didn't know if Xiancheng really saw him fighting with Aozheng. But the dragon generals of the North Sea Dragon Palace were right. Right now, he couldn't defend himself. Facing these dragon generals with ulterior motives, what other choice did he have other than to escape? However, if he escaped, wouldn't his crime be confirmed? Of course, this wasn't the time to hesitate. Seeing that dozens of dragons were already rushing over, Xiaohua made a prompt decision. His body flashed with brilliance. He couldn't care about anything else and was about to use his phoenix body to escape. Roar! Just when Xiaohua was about to expose the secret of the phoenix parasol, a dragon roar that Xiaohua was familiar with came from afar. Wasn't that the small clan elder of the Dragon Island, Ao Shang? Damn it! Xiaohua was overjoyed and immediately wanted to transmit his voice. However, after the dragon roar, Ao Shang's panicked voice had already resounded around the turning dragon platform. Run! Long Xi is here. What? Long Xi? As soon as they heard the two words Long Xi, all the dragons panicked. The dragons of the North Sea Dragon Palace and the West Sea Dragon Palace who were rushing towards Xiaohua no longer had the heart to avenge Aozheng. They swung their dragon tails and fled into the distance like stray dogs. Seeing that his crisis was mysteriously resolved, Xiaohua was really puzzled. Long Xi? What's that? The front of the turning dragon platform was in a mess. Xiancheng had already escaped long ago. Ao Shang and Ao Zhan appeared with dozens of dragons and humans in a similarly sorry state. Before Xiaohua could fly into the air, in the space where he was at the same level as Ao Shang, a loud and clear sound rang out. This sound was extremely penetrating. When Xiaohua heard it, it directly pierced into his heart. especially inside his body. His meridians were violently pulsating, as if they were dragon veins. Xiaohua was very afraid of this sound. Not only that, when the sound fell, dozens of dragons near Xiaohua who had just escaped immediately fell to the ground. Their dragon bodies twisted uncontrollably, their dragon claws powerlessly grabbing the ground. On the dragon heads that were struggling to raise their heads, a pair of previously incomparably arrogant eyes were now anxiously and fearfully looking at the sky. In the sky, the figure of a strange demon beast appeared. This demon beast was only dozens of feet tall, like a toad. Other than its abdomen, which was a little green and red, there were fist-sized bumps on its back. Between these bumps, there were many dragon carvings. These dragon carvings did not produce clouds. Instead, they seeped out an extremely stinky liquid. This liquid drifted with the wind, and when it entered the nostrils of the dragons, it caused their bones to go soft and their tendons to go numb. Once the demon beast Long Si appeared, it immediately pounced on the giant dragon that was lying limp on the ground. Long Si's body landed on the giant dragon's dragon shell. When it opened its mouth, a long and thin crimson tongue stuck out. This tongue was actually also in the shape of a dragon. The dragon-shaped tongue immediately pierced into the dragon's head. Roar! The giant dragon wailed, its body trembling. However, as if it was an innate fear, the giant dragon could not move at all. Just as the giant dragon wailed and trembled, the giant dragon's brain matter was swallowed by Long Si. Without waiting for this giant dragon to die completely, Long Si flew to another giant dragon and greedily sucked its brain matter again. Chapter 4039. Damn it, what kind of monster is this? Xiaohua suppressed the fear in his heart and quietly flew into the sky. When Ao Sheng and Ao Zhan saw Long Si flying out, they had already flown in another direction. Xiaohua finally managed to catch up with them. Ao Sheng didn't have time to ask Xiaohua how he came to the turning dragon platform. He only said with lingering fear, "This Long Si is from the dragon realm. It was originally the food of the dragon race in the dragon realm. Who knows how it came to the Stack Jade Legacy realm? Damn it! How can the dragon race of the Dragon Island deal with something from the dragon realm? Run, hide, wait until the Stack Jade Legacy realm closes, then we will have a chance to survive." Just as Ao Sheng was reminding them, a sound that caused Ao Zhan and Ao Sheng's dragon chi to tremble came from the space above their heads. Long Si, who had sucked the brains of dozens of giant dragons in an instant, chased after them again. Ao Sheng and Ao Zhan's bloodline was pure. They didn't go limp because of Long Si's cry, but the other dozens of dragons and humans couldn't do the same. Their bodies trembled and fell from the sky. However, Long Si seemed to be more interested in the pure-blooded Ao Sheng and Ao Zhan. It didn't care about the dragons at all. What was special was that Long Si's gray eyes were also looking at Xiaohua. Not good. This guy seems to have found my dragon vein. What should I do? Xiaohua saw Long Si looking at him. He couldn't help but be shocked. He then looked at Ao Sheng and Ao Zhan. They were all afraid. He knew that the two dragons couldn't win against Long Si, this natural enemy, and he was afraid that only the great elder of the Dragon Hall could win. He quickly thought in his heart, I wonder if the great elder of the Dragon Hall can fight against Long Si? At this critical moment, the sound of wind whistling came from the sky again. Along with the whistling of the wind, thousands of clouds rolled, and the scenery on the ground began to blur. Under the power of heaven and earth, even the powerful Long Si couldn't help but be swept up by the hurricane. Oh my god! The changes in the scenery are just too awesome. Xiaohua hated the scenery of the Stack Jade Legacy realm, but now he almost wanted to hug the crystal and kiss it a few times. The hurricane that changed the scenery was so big that it seemed to blow away everything in the world. Xiaohua, who had just survived a calamity, danced with the wind in midair. Woo! After a while, a huge wind whistled over Xiaohua's head, and the huge turning dragon platform floated away like a bullet in the hurricane. Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly raised his hand and hugged the tumbling dragon platform. His entire body followed along. The changes in the scenery of the entire Stack Jade Legacy realm continued for a few hours. Only when Xiaohua rolled along with the tumbling dragon platform did the entire process come to a complete stop. Phew! Xiao Hua drilled out of the mountain rocks below the somersault dragon platform with great difficulty. He patted the dust off his body and let out a long sigh of relief. Just as he was about to look around, his forehead felt cold. When Xiao Hua raised his head to look, he saw that the entire sky was covered in red clouds. Snowflakes that were like goose feathers floated out from these red clouds and began to cover the entire realm of stacking jade. The 4 seasons change. Xiao Hua smiled. I thought that it would start from spring. I didn't expect it to start from winter. In any case, since the 4 seasons have started to change, it's not too late for the realm of stacking jade to close. I can finally escape from Long Sea's strangulation. This turning dragon platform. At this moment, how could Xiao Hua still be thinking about the dragon cleansing pool? He was already lucky to be able to escape from Long Sea's hands. However, he inadvertently discovered that the huge turning dragon platform was strangely rolling towards the top of a mountain. This is 3 dragons playing with a pearl? Xiao Hua looked at the place where the turning dragon platform was rolling up and hurriedly flew up. When he saw the 3 mountain ranges that were like 3 huge dragons crawling on the ground, Xiao Hua's heart suddenly jumped. A kind of ecstasy surged in his heart. 3 dragons playing with a pearl, the 4 seasons change. What about the 2 mountains beside the stream? Xiao Hua hurriedly looked around, but he didn't see any other mountain ranges nearby. Creak creak. The turning dragon platform that had absorbed the blood essence of the dragon clan slowly rolled up the mountain, emitting an ear-piercing noise. Xiao Hua looked at it for a moment and thoughtfully waited in the air. Another hour passed. The turning dragon platform was like a dragon pearl that had stopped at the peak of the mountain, and the ground was covered with rare snowflakes. Roar! 3 faint dragon roars came from below the 3 mountain ranges. The ground shook slightly. The 3 mountain ranges trembled like huge dragons playing with a pearl. The turning dragon platform bounced up into the air, giving rise to waves of fluctuations. Dragon vein. Xiao Hua's eyes lit up, as if he had thought of something again. When the somersaulting dragon platform fell, a spatial crack appeared high up in the sky where the impact of the fluctuation was. 2 cracks in the shape of mountains appeared out of thin air. Walala! There was the sound of water, and a clear stream flowed out from the spatial crack. Beside the stream, outside the 2 mountains, 3 dragons playing with a pearl, the 4 seasons change. Xiao Hua laughed heartily as he flew towards the turning dragon platform. At this moment, how could he not know that the dragon cleansing pool was not within the realm of stacking jade, but within the spatial interlayer of the realm of stacking jade? Moreover, every time the realm of stacking jade opened, the dragon cleansing pool might not necessarily appear. Only when the turning dragon platform fell here, would the dragon cleansing pool appear. Therefore, Xiao Hua finally understood that even the great elder of the dragon palace didn't know where the dragon cleansing pool was. However, the direction Xiao Hua was flying towards was different from the dragon cleansing pool. His figure landed on the turning dragon platform. He looked at the turning dragon platform that was no longer fluctuating, then looked at the 3 dragon veins in the 3 mountain ranges. He hesitantly pinched his chin and pondered. Motherfucker, isn't this Xiao being a little insincere? What insincere? These dragon veins are ownerless items. Moreover, the realm of stacking jade is full of draconic energy. It won't take long for another dragon vein to appear. Moreover, the dragon island hasn't found the dragon cleansing pool for so many years. Isn't it not a big deal to them? Thinking about this, Xiao Hua's figure fell into the mountain range and released the dragon vein Xiao Hua. The dragon vein Xiao Hua roared and pounced into the realm of stacking jade. It swallowed the dragon veins that had been growing for God knows how many years. Of course, Xiao Hua didn't kill them all. Instead, he left a tail for each of the dragon veins. Presumably, it won't take long for another dragon vein to appear. Of course, when Xiao Hua swallowed the dragon veins, he cautiously looked at the spatial crack in the gurgling stream. Only when he saw that there weren't any special changes did he relax. After swallowing the dragon veins, Xiao Hua stored them away. Xiao Hua flew towards the spatial crack that looked like 2 mountain peaks. Xiao Hua's figure landed in the space crack. Before he could see the situation in the space clearly, the roars of 10,000 dragons surged over like surging waves. These dragon roars were different from what Xiao Hua usually heard. Some were weeping, some were wailing, some were moaning, some were laughing, and some were whispering. When every sound fell into Xiao Hua's ears, the dragon vein in Xiao Hua's physical body would tremble. An incomparably solemn and dignified aura of heaven and earth, and a strict aura of order assaulted his senses. This aura was 100 times more intense than the black and white runes that Xiao Hua faced earlier. This seems to be the myriad dragon country. It seems to contain the profound mysteries of the dragon race's initial establishment, reproduction and extinction. Dragon vein, Xiao Hua whispered from the bottom of his heart. There's no need for any dragon jade. As long as I can understand these sounds, I can step into the dragon domain. Not only that, the scholarly cultivator Xiao Hua, whose freedom had been restricted and who hadn't said a single word, suddenly opened his mouth. This young one has already sensed the boundless vitality within, the power to regenerate all living things. This must be the dragon cleansing pool. See, Xiao Hua suppressed the excitement in his heart and entered the spatial crack. At a glance he saw the dragon cleansing pool that he had yearned for even in his dreams. Xiao Hua couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. He saw that this was a space filled with lightning. Countless purple lightning bolts appeared out of thin air and fell into a pool of water that was 1,000 li in size. This pool wasn't an ordinary circular pool, nor was it on the ground. Instead, it stood in the spatial crack in the shape of a dragon. Inside the pool, a pool of light purple liquid was rippling like water. From a gap at the end of the pool, a small stream was gurgling out. This stream was originally as thin as a chopstick, but after leaving the pool, it immediately swelled up and became like an ordinary stream. Moreover, this stream grew larger and larger. After flowing for a few li, it completely disappeared and evaporated into the spatial crack. This is the dragon cleansing pool. Xiao Hua looked inside the spatial crack. Apart from the lightning, there was nothing else. He was somewhat puzzled. After closing his eyes, he opened his Delirium Breaker Dharma Eye. In the Delirium Breaker Dharma Eye, an enormous dragon shape that was several times more dazzling than an ordinary sun coiled in the spatial crack. Xiao Hua resisted the discomfort caused by the Delirium Breaker Dharma Eye and carefully observed it. This dragon shape looked similar to an ordinary dragon, but on the surface of the dragon shape, every dragon scale had millions of mysterious dragon patterns. Moreover, every trace of the dragon pattern gave off a fine light. Within the fine light, there were even finer lightning bolts. Tens of thousands of dragon scales gathered together to form an unparalleled dragon might. This dragon might was like a mountain, like the sun and the moon, like the heavens and the earth. Xiao Hua almost couldn't see the entire dragon shape clearly. That glaring purple flame had already forced him to close his Delirium Breaker Dharma Eye. After closing his Dharma Eye, he saw the dragon cleansing pool again. He couldn't see the profoundness inside. Xiao Hua was enlightened once again. The dragon cleansing pool was not created by man but by nature. The Delusion Breaker Dharma Eye was the key to the creation of the dragon cleansing pool. The dragon carvings on the dragon's shape were the work of the gods. The carvings on the dragon's body were probably the result of these millions of dragon carvings. Xiao Hua pondered for a moment. The Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua said in a low voice, "Fellow immortal, let me out first. Although I can't rely on this dragon cleansing pool to form my body, I can comprehend the essence of the dragon cleansing pool, and see fellow Taoist Longmai's rebirth. This will be of great help to me in comprehending the vitality of Confucian cultivators. Fellow immortal, don't be impatient." Xiao Hua said with a smile, "The spatial laws in this folded jade legacy realm are incomplete. Confucian cultivators and clear eyes technique can't be used. This is the spatial crack of the folded jade legacy realm. Who knows if fellow immortal can come out?" Chapter 40. Fortunately, Xiao Hua only gave it a try before releasing the scholarly cultivator Xiao Hua. Thus, Xiao Hua simply let the green-robed Xiao Hua send out his invisible nascent soul to experience the changes in the dragon cleansing pool together. Looking at the resplendent swordlight and the rumbling thunder, Xiao Hua turned his head to look outside the spatial crack, at the snowflakes floating down from the stacked jade legacy realm. He sighed in his heart, then his mind escaped into the mysterious dark clouds. How is it? Xiao Bai had previously swallowed Ao Jiao's soul, so he naturally knew some secrets of the stacked jade legacy realm. Although he had never asked, he was inevitably nervous. After all, even a dragon like Ao Jiao couldn't form her body. Xiao Bai was only a flood dragon, so how could he be blessed by heaven? Now that he saw Jade Archive Xiao Hua appear, he couldn't help but speak with a trembling voice. Jade Archive Xiao Hua smiled and said, "Everything is ready except for the east wind. How is your cultivation of the dragon transformation art?" Ha ha ha. Xiao Bai's face was filled with ecstasy when he heard this, and he laughed loudly. The entire soul formation realm was filled with Xiao Bai's joy, and the gloom and sorrow that seemed to have accumulated for hundreds of years disappeared in an instant. Xiao Bai laughed for half a cup of tea's time before he opened his mouth and said, "I don't know how to describe the excitement in my heart, nor do I know how to express my gratitude to you, Xiao Bai." Jade Archive Xiao Hua couldn't help but be excited and said, "You and I met because of Yellow Flower Ridge, and you died because of Shang Huaming. Although you aren't a member of Shang Huaming in my eyes, you are the same as second senior brother and senior sister. You are my family in this life, and I am very happy to be able to do something for you. Furthermore, you and I are best friends. Your soul remains in my mysterious dark clouds, and my soul cultivation progresses along with you. How many people in this world are there who are worthy of such trust? How many people in this world are there who are worthy of such trust? How many people in this world are there who are worthy of such trust? How many people in this world are there who we can entrust everything to?" Sigh. Xiao Bai's expression gradually calmed down, and he sighed slightly and said, "You are right. In the face of such feelings, any words are useless, and no matter what you say, it is useless. Have you cultivated your dragon transformation skill to perfection?" Jade Archive Xiao Hua was still concerned about the dragon transformation skill, and asked again. Xiao Bai smiled and said, "Although there are 9 layers to the dragon transformation art, when the dragon jade was incomplete, I did not quite understand it. After all, the tempering techniques in it were too profound. Furthermore, back then with my python body, I had actually already mastered most of the dragonization art. Otherwise, how could I have transformed into a dragon? When the dragon jade was complete and I learned that the dragon transformation art was originally a cultivation method for the dragon race to remodel their bodies, I completely understood that during this period of time, there were no longer any obstacles for me to look back at the dragon transformation art in my soul state." At this point, Little White asked again, "By the way, Xiao Hua, you didn't let fellow Taoist Long Mai reconstruct his body first?" Your matter is more important." Jade Archive Xiao Hua said with a smile, "Leave the matter of Taoist Long Mai for later." Little White was moved again. After thinking for a bit, it raised its dragon claw and a crystal light fell in front of Xiao Hua's eyes. It said, "This is my recent understanding of the dragonization art. Perhaps it will be of some help to Taoist Long Mai." "Okay." Jade Archive Xiao Hua stretched out his hand and the crystal light immediately entered Little White's body. He then urged, "Let's go, Little White. It's time for you to remodel your body." When Xiao Hua's consciousness withdrew from the mysterious dark clouds, he used the soul strands to drag Little White's soul out. Immediately, the entire space was filled with crackling sounds. The dragon that was originally difficult to see with the naked eye actually revealed its outline. Moreover, the calm purple liquid in the dragon cleansing pool also began to show traces of ripples. "Xiao Hua, I'm going." Little White was actually somewhat reserved as it looked at the dragon cleansing pool, and said in a low voice. Xiao Hua said with a smile, "Go. Don't worry about personal gains and losses. Just stay calm and clear, and activate the dragonization art." "Okay." Little White took a deep breath. Roar. With a long roar, its soul rushed into the dragon cleansing pool. Boom! Seeing Little White's soul fall into the dragon cleansing pool, the entire space shook with a loud boom. A huge fire dragon shape appeared above the dragon cleansing pool. Oh. Xiao Hua somewhat understood. He knew that this was the reason why Little White swallowed the fire dragon's soul. Buzz! A series of strange sounds came from the dragon cleansing pool. The water in the dragon cleansing pool began to boil. At the crack in space, countless amounts of dragon spiritual energy rushed out from the stacked jade legacy realm and madly entered the dragon shape that was faintly visible to the naked eye. When the dragon spiritual energy entered the dragon scale, it turned into fireflies that hovered in the dragon cleansing pool. Is this the power of rebirth?" Xiao Hua's voice came from the sword light. Xiaohua hastily looked over and saw a flickering black and white light appear at the end of the dragon cleansing pool. Then, even more black and white light appeared. In the blink of an eye, another dragon scale was formed. Then the dragon scales began to flicker. Xiaohua. At this time Little White's voice came, "Don't forget your promise. Quickly give me a drop of essence blood." "You..." Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "What do you want my essence blood for? I have a lot of dragon corpses here. How about I give you their flesh?" We had an agreement back then." Little White didn't explain and only laughed from the dragon cleansing pool. "All right." Xiaohua helplessly sent a drop of essence blood into the dragon scale. Whoosh! A blood-red light flashed within the dragon scale. Within the blood-red light, the chanting of gods and devils could be faintly heard. One by one, the figures of gods and devils that couldn't be determined inexplicably appeared. The black and white light from before immediately dimmed under the influence of the gods and devils. A bit of flesh appeared within the light, and at the same time, the liquid in the dragon cleansing pool began to rush into the flesh and turned into something else. In just a short moment, a butterfly-shaped dragon tail appeared. Thunderclaps sounded like raindrops, and the dragon's spiritual energy blew in from the spatial crack like a hurricane. Snowflakes also entered the spatial crack, and the originally solemn atmosphere in the spatial crack became even denser. Mysterious ripples were produced in the spatial crack one after another. Scholarly cultivator Xiaohua wasn't the only one who was immersed in comprehending the Tao of life. Green-robed Xiaohua wasn't the only one who was engrossed in comprehending the Tao of life and death. Even Xiaohua's eyes were filled with extraordinary splendor. This was the power of heaven and earth that was rarely seen in the world. This was the mystery of heaven and earth that came out of nothing. It was more profound than any cultivation method, secret technique, divine ability, or secret technique in the world. This was the source of all magical techniques and divine abilities. After a full 2 hours, the reconstruction of Little White's dragon body finally came to an end. A dragon body that was close to 50 kilometers in size gradually emerged from the dragon cleansing pool. Its scales flashed with mysterious dragon patterns, and every inch of its flesh was engraved with indescribable runes. Its seemingly real dragon body was filled with vitality and vitality. Boom! In the end, the entire space began to rumble with lightning and thunder. Consciousnesses that could easily destroy the entire world appeared above the dragon cleansing pool. With the appearance of these consciousnesses, an obscure and incomprehensible draconic incantation appeared amidst the rumbling thunder. Following this draconic incantation, the lightning in the entire space began to gather, forming a huge character on the little white dragon's blurry head. This character was so strange that even Xiaohua, who had cultivated green seal text, couldn't see it in his mind even though he could see it with his eyes. Chirp! The words that came out of the lightning made a sound that was similar to the green seal script. Then they fell into the little white dragon's head. It was like the finishing touch. The little white dragon's head suddenly appeared. At the same time, all the waves converged on the little white dragon's head, and the blood-red dragon horn appeared on its head. The moment the dragon horn appeared, all the gods and devils chanted, and all the thunder and lightning disappeared. Haha! Little White laughed and flew out of the dragon cleansing pool. Its huge dragon body rapidly shrank. When it arrived in front of Xiaohua, the flames around Little White's body flashed, and a human figure wearing a scarlet robe appeared in front of Xiaohua. It cupped its hands and said, "Fellow Taoist, I greet you." Looking at the human figure that looked exactly like him and the mysterious dragon pattern on the robe, Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He raised his hand and returned the gesture. "Little White, don't you have your original form?" Haha. Little White laughed. "I only have my original form of a monster. I don't have a human face." Oh. Xiaohua nodded slightly and said, "I understand. Ordinary dragons can't transform into a real human like you, because they don't have the bloodline of a human. And you can only transform into me because you have my blood essence?" Not only that, Little White's body swayed and transformed into an ordinary dragon. It danced in the air a few times and said with a smile, "I once cultivated in your soul, so I also have the power of your soul. When I transform into you, even Vairocana revered one wouldn't be able to tell the difference. You're my real incarnation." Xiaohua said with a smile, You're no longer a soul body, so you can't enter the soul to cultivate. What plans do you have? Plans? Little White laughed. I'll follow you. What other plans do I have? The world is vast. There are many places you can go. Xiaohua nodded. Even if you and I depend on each other for survival, you should go out and gain experience. All right. Little White replied, I'll listen to you. After all, I've just condensed my physical body. It's better for me to walk around first. Also, Xiaohua thought of something and wanted to send a voice transmission, but he hesitated. After pondering for a moment, he said, Your origin, just don't reveal it. I don't have anything else to tell you. All right. Little White replied without hesitation. We naturally have to endure our blood feud. When the time is right, we'll talk about it. How much dragon cleansing liquid did you use in the dragon cleansing pool? Xiaohua looked at the dragon cleansing pool and asked, Is there enough left for fellow Taoist dragon bloodline to condense his body? Chapter 40-41. Haha, don't worry. Little White Dragon laughed and replied proudly, I only used 20% of the dragon cleansing pool's dragon cleansing liquid. The remaining is enough for Taoist Longmai to condense his body. Good. Xiaohua relaxed and asked, I have a Kunlun mirror here with a Kunlun immortal realm for you to cultivate in. Do you want to go in now? Or do you want to stay here? Of course I want to stay here. The little white dragon replied without any hesitation, Fellow Taoist Longmai is your clone, so I have to protect you no matter what. Good. Xiaohua slapped his forehead and said, Taoist Longmai, it's time for you to condense your body. Roar. With a dragon roar, Longmai Xiaohua rushed out of Xiaohua's body. Rumble. As Longmai Xiaohua appeared, the previously extinguished lightning instantly enveloped the entire space. Even the dragon cleansing pool's dragon cleansing liquid began to boil. Seeing such a phenomenon, not only was Xiaohua shocked, even Little White Dragon was stunned. Taoist friend. Xiaohua hurriedly said. The dragon cleansing pool's life force suddenly flourished, 10 times stronger than before. The lightning energy has also strengthened 10 times. Green-robed Xiaohua reminded at the same time. There's more. Xiaohua said. Once Taoist Longmai condenses his body, he might not be able to return to your body. How will you cultivate your Tao sex techniques? Xiaohua pondered for a moment, then raised his head and said, I have already thought about it for a long time. Now Taoist Longmai is no longer just eyes meridians. He is also an independent Taoist friend. Condensing his body is the first step of his cultivation. I cannot destroy his heavenly Tao for myself. Xiaohua. Longmai Xiaohua's entire body was incomparably bright in the space. His voice also seemed to come from the heavens. Thank you. No need to be so polite. Xiaohua laughed. You are me and I am you. I'm thinking for you and also for myself. Little White. Thank you for your understanding of the dragonization art. Longmai Xiaohua looked at the reborn Little White Dragon. Now I have full confidence in condensing my body. Haha, no need to be so polite. Little White Dragon's voice. You are me, I am you. Roar. Longmai Xiaohua's dragon roar shook the space. Xiaohua. The dragon flew into the dragon cleansing pool. Don't worry. I'll give you some essence blood. Xiaohua thought of something and hurriedly forced a drop of essence blood into Xiaohua's mouth. Aren't you being too stingy? The green-robed Xiaohua laughed from the side. Now the lightning in the dragon cleansing pool is more than 10 times stronger than the little white dragon's body. How can a drop of your essence blood succeed? UTTT it? Xiaohua almost stomped his feet. He fiercely glared at the green-robed Xiaohua. Taoist, teat, est, s. Taoist Lord Longmai's body is to condense body to condense. Me too. Xiaohua of course wouldn't let Longmai Xiaohua's body formation fail. Thinking for a moment, he gave another 8 drops of blood. Xiaohua's face turned pale. Boom! Longmai Xiaohua rushed into the dragon cleansing pool, causing the space to tremble. Inside the dragon cleansing pool, Longmai Xiaohua's body formation phenomenon was 10 times stronger than when Little White Dragon condensed his body. Looking at the dragon's spiritual chi gushing out from the folded jade legacy realm, it caused the space crack to shake. The 2 mountains seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Oh no! Although Xiaohua was prepared, he didn't expect Long Mai Xiaohua's body formation to be so powerful. Before he could come up with a countermeasure, the dragon cleansing pool roared. Roar! The dragon above the dragon cleansing pool actually let out a roar. The dragon cleansing liquid in the dragon cleansing pool was like a water dragon charging into the dragon. Even more concentrated lightning bolts struck the dragon's scales and patterns. After the dragon cleansing pool filled up the dragon, it continued to expand uncontrollably. At the end of the dragon cleansing pool, the black and white specks of light at the dragon's tail had yet to appear, let alone the condensation of blood and flesh. Little White, what's going on? Xiaohua panicked and turned to ask Little White Dragon. Little White Dragon was also dumbfounded. He didn't know what to say. After a while he stuttered, I don't know, roar. Right at this moment, Xiaohua's dragon roar resounded once more from the dragon cleansing pool. An enormous dragon figure actually charged out from the pool, flashed over Xiaohua's head, and flew towards the stacked Jade Legacy realm. Around the dragon shape there were billions of lightning and billions of dragon runes that looked like sparkling jade lights. It was a spectacular sight. Xiaohua didn't dare to be careless. He hurriedly moved his body and followed Little White Dragon out of the space. Whoa! A huge wind whistled. The dragon shape gradually expanded and rushed towards the folded Jade Legacy realm. It was probably already more than 10,000 miles away. At this time, the drifting snowflakes were sucked into the huge dragon shape, along with the dragon spirit chi in the folded Jade Legacy realm. This hurricane was so big that it gradually affected the entire folded Jade Legacy realm. Along with the hurricane, the entire folded Jade Legacy realm fell into lightning and thunder. 10,000 layers of dragon clouds, 10,000 layers of dragon roars, the entire folded Jade Legacy realm seemed to be splitting the heavens and earth. This huge movement was not inferior to the changes in the scenery of the folded Jade Legacy realm. Especially, along with the appearance of the dragon cleansing pool's dragon shape, and the condensation of Long Mai Xiaohua's flesh, an earth-shattering dragon aura gradually condensed from an inexplicable space within Xiaohua's body. This dragon aura was so powerful that it caused all the dragons in the folded Jade Legacy realm to crawl on the ground. Dragon territory! Dragon territory! Ao Sheng and Ao Zhan were naturally attracted by the phenomenon of Long Mai Xiaohua's body condensation. Like all the other dragons, they flew towards the direction of the huge dragon shape. However, when the dragon aura was released, they couldn't help but tremble. Ao Sheng resisted the trembling and actually revealed the tone of a great elder. Could it be that the passage between the folded Jade Legacy realm and dragon territory has been repaired? Did the dragon territory's holy dragon descend here? When did the dragon aura of the Four Seas Dragon Clan and Dragon Islands Dragon Clan become so powerful? Looking far into the distance, Long Si, who was sucking on a giant dragon, raised her head in surprise. She looked at the dragon pillar, and a rare look of fear and indescribable greed appeared in her withered and emotionless eyes. After hesitating for a moment, Long Si suddenly jumped into the air, and her figure disappeared in a flash. Long Si was not the only one who was attracted by this unusual phenomenon. Even further away, another black figure that was dozens of feet large flew up from the ground. Its body also swiftly descended into the empty space. Behind this black figure, there were also a couple of huge dragon corpses that had fallen on a huge rock. Quick, quick! Although the dragons were shocked by the dragon aura, they understood in their hearts and shouted, "Quickly rush to where the holy dragon is. Only by reaching there will we be safe. Only the holy dragon can resist Long Si." Damn it! Fellow Taoist Long Mai is too strong. Little White Dragon was also shocked by the dragon aura. However, he had just come out of the dragon cleansing pool, and the dragon aura of the dragon cleansing liquid in his body hadn't faded yet. Therefore, he could still stand there steadily. He couldn't help but exclaim. However, Xiaohua, who was standing next to Little White Dragon, had a trace of worry on his face. Although he couldn't see what was wrong with this powerful dragon aura, he could feel the lack of strength in Xiaohua's body condensation. Xiaohua looked at the snowflakes dancing in the air, then the yellow leaves drifting in the air, and now it was drizzling. He understood that because of Xiaohua's body condensation, the 3 seasons of the stacked Jade Legacy realm had been completed within several hours. The dragon spiritual chi had condensed into Xiaohua's body, but the will of the body condensation, and the dragon language that sealed the heavenly pattern land deed hadn't appeared. This could only mean that his 9 drops of essence blood weren't enough to condense Xiaohua's body. What else is missing? What else is missing? Xiaohua held his forehead with one hand and whispered in a somewhat anxious tone. Little White Dragon also frowned. He thought for a moment, then probed. Xiaohua, fellow Taoist, Longmai is formed by luck and borrowed your meridians. It's easier for him to fuse with the dragon cleansing liquid in the dragon cleansing pool. This place is a fragment of the dragon domain. Does he lack dragon domain's essence blood? Damn it, how can I have dragon jade's essence blood? Xiaohua replied somewhat anxiously. Isn't there a dragon priest in the stacked jade legacy realm? Confucian cultivator Xiaohua reminded. Xiaohua's eyes lit up, but then he shook his head. Although dragon priest is from the dragon domain, he isn't a dragon. His essence blood won't be useful. That's not right. Green-robed Xiaohua said. Fellow Taoist Longmai hasn't condensed his body for a long time. It should be because he doesn't have enough life force. Or rather, he doesn't have enough dragon spiritual qi. Dragon jade. Crystal dragon. Dragon core. Xiaohua suddenly came to a realization. These 3 things came from Dragonfield. There must be pure dragon spirit qi from Dragonfield inside. Put the dragon core at the back. Green-robed Xiaohua immediately shouted. Let's give the useless crystal dragon and dragon jade to fellow Taoist Longmai first. With a wave of his hand, Xiaohua took out dragon jade and crystal dragon, and sent them into the dragon cleansing pool together. Boom! The dragon cleansing pool once again surged with wild waves. An indescribable ripple spread from the dragon's tail to the dragon's head that Xiaohua still couldn't form. Boom! With a loud sound, the entire stacked jade legacy realm turned completely dark. Only a bolt of lightning flashed in the sky. In the darkness, hundreds of powerful consciousnesses appeared in the stacked jade legacy realm. Then, hundreds of cryptic dragon language appeared in the thunder like an incantation. It was like a blessing and also like a prayer. Following this dragon language, hundreds of huge characters directly emitted a dazzling light in the darkness. Dragon! Dragon ancestors' blessing! Oshang crawled on the ground and couldn't help but cry out. This isn't the dragon domain's holy dragon descends. It's a dragon's body condensed. Xiaohua. This is Xiaohua. But dragon ancestors' blessing. How can there be so many? There's a total of 100. How is this possible? Chapter 40-42. Just as Dragon Hall's Great Elder was confused, hundreds of dragon runes landed on Dragon Vein Xiaohua's head. At the same time, a huge dragon head slowly grew out. 2 9-colored crystal dragon horns also grew out. Above the dragon horns, there was a faint dragon crown. The hundreds of dragon ancestors' blessings landed on the dragon horns. All the gods and demons chanted and all the thunder and lightning completely disappeared. Along with the disappearance of the lightning and thunder, there were also layers of dark clouds in the forgotten realm of stacked jade. The entire sky seemed to have brightened up as jade-like crystals were born in the sky. Like a spring breeze, tens of thousands of flower petals bloomed among the cloud trees. Stacked jade, stacked jade. Xiaohua was in a good mood. Looking at the layers of jade falling down, he smiled and said, I'm afraid this is the origin of the realm of stacked jade? Roar! Dragon Vein Xiaohua stretched his neck and let out a long cry. His huge dragon body rapidly shrank. The dragon might that pervaded the entire realm of stacked jade also faded like the tide. When Dragon Vein Xiaohua landed in the dragon cleansing pool, all the strange phenomena disappeared. I greet you. Dragon Vein Xiaohua flew out from the dragon cleansing pool and transformed into a human figure that looked exactly like Xiaohua. He bowed and greeted. Little White Dragon's figure flashed and landed beside Dragon Vein Xiaohua. His appearance was also no different from Xiaohua. Not to mention the naked eye, even if divine sense swept over, it was impossible to distinguish Little White from Dragon Vein Xiaohua. Congratulations, fellow Taoist. Xiaohua ignored the Little White Dragon and cupped his hands in return. His gaze was rather satisfied as he looked up and down at Xiaohua of the dragon bloodline, who was dressed in a dragon-patterned Taoist robe. He said, fellow Taoist, you can use your original appearance. There's no need to transform into my appearance. Okay. Dragon Vein Xiaohua smiled. The dragon runes moved slightly and his human figure disappeared. A 5-clawed colored dragon with a dragon crown appeared in front of Xiaohua. You actually formed a 5-clawed dragon body? Little White Dragon looked at Dragon Vein Xiaohua's 5 claws and was shocked. He asked in disbelief. Dragon Vein Xiaohua smiled and said, "Indeed. Before I condensed my body I didn't notice it. Now that I have condensed my body, I realize that I actually formed a 5-clawed dragon body." Sigh, a dragon among dragons. Fate is indeed different. Little White Dragon sighed. Comparing dragons to dragons really makes dragons angry. Ouch! Xiaohua smiled as he looked at the 2 dragons that had successfully condensed their bodies. Suddenly, his expression changed as if he had thought of something. He threw down the 2 dragons and hurriedly flew to the side of the dragon cleansing pool. At this time, the dragon cleansing pool was almost empty. Less than half of the dragon cleansing liquid was flowing in the pool. Withdraw. Without hesitation, Xiaohua extended his consciousness into the dragon cleansing pool. Fortunately, the dragon cleansing pool had just been destroyed by the Dragon Vein Xiaohua's transformation, and all the innate restrictions had yet to recover. Xiaohua's consciousness swept up the dragon cleansing liquid and smoothly sent it into the space. Haha. Xiaohua clapped his hands and laughed. This way, I won't have any regrets. Before he could finish laughing, the sound of a beast's roar that made Xiaohua's hair stand on end came from outside the dragon cleansing pond. Longxi, why did this thing chase after us? Damn it. Xiaohua's face was pale. Longxi was the natural enemy of the dragon race. How could the 2 freshly emerged dragons outside the dragon cleansing pool be a match for Longxi? Roar, roar. Contrary to Xiaohua's expectations, 2 resounding dragon roars rang out at the same time as the sound of an explosion. Xiaohua was so frightened that he hurriedly flew out of the dragon cleansing pool. When he flew out, the Little White Dragon and Longxi had already transformed into a 1,000-zhang-long dragon, and were fighting with a similarly 1,000-zhang-long Longxi. Although the 2 dragons were at a disadvantage, they did not look like ordinary dragons that were being eaten. Xiaohua came to a realization. The dragon cleansing pool was an item of the dragon domain. The 2 dragons born from the dragon cleansing pool were naturally not something the Dragon Island's dragon race could compare to. They would not be particularly afraid of Longxi. Of course, the strength that Longxi Xiaohua was displaying now was extremely unmatched with the huge abnormality of Longxi Xiaohua's body condensation. This made Xiaohua a little confused. However, how could Xiaohua have the time to think? With a roar, his body flashed with brilliance as he displayed the Heavenly Law's embodiment technique and joined the battle with the wishful steel staff in his hand. Rumble. Just as Xiaohua's figure left the dragon cleansing pool, a loud thunder sounded again. The 2 mountain-like spatial cracks quickly healed, and the dragon platform between the 3 mountains also began to slowly roll down the mountain. Roar. Dragon bloodline, Xiaohua roared angrily. He opened his dragon mouth and tore off a piece of flesh from Dragon Bloodline Xiaohua's body. Taking advantage of Dragon Bloodline Xiaohua's success, Dragon Bloodline Xiaohua opened his mouth and a several 1,000-foot-long tongue came out of his dragon head and fiercely lunged at Dragon Bloodline Xiaohua's forehead. Boom! Just as the tongue was about to pierce Longxi Xiaohua's forehead, a black wishful steel staff suddenly appeared from the void and smashed right in the middle of the tongue. The whole tongue bent like noodles. Longxi Xiaohua was ashamed and angry, and its huge claws slapped at Xiaohua. This slap of Longxi Xiaohua actually contained a restriction that shrouded the space of several hundred zhang around Xiaohua, imprisoning Xiaohua. Xiaohua's whole body shone with golden light, but he was unable to break free from this restriction. The beast's claw slapped down and hit his arm. Xiaohua's several hundred zhang golden body fell from the sky like a stone and landed on the ground with a boom. However, it was only a moment before Xiaohua flew out from the ground again and rushed into the air, although there were some cracks on his arm. It was also at this moment that Longxi's other beast claw fell on Little White Dragon's tail. A large piece of flesh was torn, and Little White Dragon cried out in pain. Immediately, Longxi Xiaohua turned its head, and its long tongue suddenly attacked Little White Dragon's forehead. Little White Dragon turned pale with fright, and a dark green halo flashed between its dragon horns. A halo rushed out and landed on Longxi Xiaohua's forehead without any obstruction. Long Si Xiaohua suddenly screamed and hastily retracted its tongue, as if it wanted to protect its forehead. At this moment, a shadow flashed by on Long Si Xiaohua's tail. Long Si Xiaohua's dragon tail suddenly fell, and Long Si Xiaohua's tail immediately bent. Long Si Xiaohua's figure rose up and loudly howled. Kill! Xiaohua coldly waved his hand. Following Xiaohua's command, Little White Dragon and Long Si Xiaohua once again pounced on Long Si Xiaohua from both sides. Phew! Long Si Xiaohua roared 3 times in a row, and its entire monster body was suffused with a striking scarlet color. The dragon patterns on its body seemed to be alive, and an indescribable dragon might was actually emitted from Long Si Xiaohua's body, forcing Little White Dragon and Long Si Xiaohua to retreat several thousand zhang. Xiaohua was even worse off, and was firmly pressed on the ground, unable to move at all. Moreover, as the dragon might grew stronger, the 2 dragons' movements were also restricted, and a vague feeling of bone softness and tendon numbness appeared again. Not good. Xiaohua looked at Long Si Xiaohua, who was ferociously closing in on Little White Dragon and Long Si Xiaohua, and was greatly alarmed. Little White Dragon and Long Si Xiaohua have after all just formed their bodies, and their strength is still shallow. How can they be this Long Si's opponent? At this crucial moment, roar! A loud and clear dragon roar came from afar, and a mountain-like dragon might rushed over like a wave. Rumble! It violently collided with Long Si's dragon might from all directions. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Xiaohua struggled to fly up from the ground, and rushed to Long Si Xiaohua's side. Fellow! Xiaohua bitterly smiled and asked, the heaven and earth anomaly of your body forming is so big, and has indeed disturbed the entire overlapping Jadeite legacy realm, but why is your strength still so weak? Long Si Xiaohua indifferently replied, I's body forming movement is big, and it can only mean that I's dragon body foundation is good, and I have great potential in the future. It can't mean that I's strength can surpass you all of a sudden. That Aoshang is called Little Clan Elder, but isn't his current strength inferior to I? Xiaohua was only complaining, but he actually understood in his heart. Looking at Long Si, whose dragon might was like a mountain, he asked, now what should we do? Fight to the death. Long Si Xiaohua's dragon eyes were unyielding. I formed my body from the dragon's spiritual energy of the dragon domain, and this heaven and earth originally did not tolerate it. How can you not know? It is difficult for any almighty to descend into the world, and there is bound to be a heaven and earth calamity. This Long Si is the heaven and earth's test for I, and I will definitely fight and win, and kill if I win. Good. Little White Dragon shouted from the side. I will also help. Rumble. While Xiaohua and the others were talking, Long Si Xiaohua had already clashed with Long Si. Dense draconic aura wreaked havoc in an area of nearly 1,000 miles. Specks of emerald green danced in the hurricane. Scales and drops of dragon blood also flashed with a bloody color in the emerald green. The entire space was cracking and collapsing amidst the roars. The great elder of the Dragon Hall once again used Aoshang's dragon body to reveal his true form. That 8th grade essence force was evenly matched with Long Si. Even with the powerful combat ability of the dragon race, the great elder tore Long Si's body into pieces. The pain made Long Si's withered yellow eyes flash with green light. Xiaohua, Little White Dragon, and Long Si Xiaohua were forced back step by the unstoppable force, and that knife-like wind blade even cut open the huge rocks of the realm of Jade. Luckily, Little White Dragon looked at Long Si Xiaohua, who had the upper hand, with lingering fear, and said, Long Si Xiaohua was distracted during this training, otherwise we would have all died in Long Si's mouth. Not necessarily. Long Si Xiaohua's expression suddenly changed, and said in a low voice, this Long Si's dragon might is starting to change. Not only that. Xiaohua's face also turned pale. Long Si Xiaohua has already appeared once with Aoshang's body. I'm afraid he won't be able to last long this time. His dragon might and aura are already starting to weaken. At this moment, Long Si Xiaohua's sharp claws slashed through the air, and instantly created a several hundred zhang long wound on Long Si's abdomen, and that faint golden blood flowed out from the wound. However, Long Si not only did not roar in pain, but instead let out a hiss, and this hiss actually had a hint of a dragon's roar. Looking at the wound, Kacha. It expanded, and a golden light flashed out from the wound, and a monster that looked like a python dragon poked its head out from the wound. Chapter 40-43. Once this monster similar to Longxi appeared. A huge dragon might and an aura that could cause 10,000 dragons to tremble was released. It spread towards the depths of the stacked Jade Legacy realm. Even Dragon Hall's Great Elder couldn't help but tremble when facing this aura. It was hard for him to gather the dragon chi in his body. Not good. Dragon Hall's Great Elder shouted and transmitted his voice to Xiaohua. Quick! Taoist Master Xiao asked these two immortal friends to come and help. This Longxi is about to advance. As long as he succeeds, the stacked Jade Legacy realm, no, the entire Dragon Island will be destroyed. You can't even deal with it with your 8th grade essence energy strength. How can we deal with it? Xiaohua was a bit hesitant. Right now, the only person in the entire stacked Jade Legacy realm who wasn't afraid of Longxi was probably him. Of course I can kill Longxi with my strength, Dragon Hall's Great Elder said anxiously. I even have the Heavenly Dragon technique that I haven't used yet. But this Longxi is the natural enemy of my dragon race. Before Longxi advanced, I could still resist his killing aura. Now that Longxi has started to advance, I'm afraid I can't resist anymore. And Taoist Master's two immortal friends have just condensed their bodies and came out of the dragon cleansing pool. They aren't afraid of Longxi's killing aura. Xiaohua squinted his eyes as if he was bargaining, but their strength is only at 6th grade essence energy. Relying on the dragon chi of the stacked Jade Legacy realm, they might reach 7th grade essence energy. Adding on Taoist Master. Great Elder's voice became more and more hurried, as if he couldn't breathe due to Longxi's killing aura. I can also use the Heavenly Dragon technique again. We might have the strength to fight. Longxi only consumes dragons, right? Xiaohua asked in confusion. Of course, the entire stacked Jade Legacy realm's dragon race. Great Elder was caught off guard and said casually. But just as he said that, he immediately understood Xiaohua's meaning and said angrily, Taoist Master Xiao, you. Xiaohua's hand pinched his chin. Looking at the new Longxi who was coming out of the bloodstains on Longxi's abdomen, he said calmly, Great Elder has already used this Xiao enough. Don't you feel that you are very unkind? But didn't you also find the dragon cleansing pool? Didn't he condense his body as well? The Grand Elder couldn't help but tremble. Even his voice was trembling. That new dragon priest's killing intent was too powerful. If there is no Longxi, Xiaohua said with a smile, of course, I will abide by the agreement in the Dragon Palace. Besides, even if there is no Longxi, the thing that Ao Shang and Ao Zhan obtained in the deeper Yuan He, you don't think that it flew out of nowhere, do you? Alright. The Great Elder of the Dragon Palace naturally knew what Xiaohua was talking about. He also understood Xiaohua's meaning. He resolutely and decisively said, Long you will be given to a real person to comprehend for 1,000 years. No? How could Xiaohua agree? He waves his hand and says, Long Yu belongs to your Dragon Island. Now that this Xiao has found him, he should already belong to this Xiao. However, this Xiao is willing to return it to its rightful owner. As for when it will be returned, that will depend on my mood. At this point, the Great Elder of the Dragon Hall no longer had any room to bargain. He said without hesitation, If you return it before you ascend, I will agree on behalf of the Dragon Hall. Otherwise I will go all out, deal. Xiaohua saw Longxi break out of the cocoon and did not dare to delay any longer. He hurriedly said, Let's go together. Kill this bastard. Alright. The Great Elder of the Dragon Hall said again. Longxi has advanced. There is a fetal belt in his abdomen. It is the essence of Longxi and is also Longxi's only weakness. My dragon race does not dare to approach that place. Only that immortal friend Five Claws can. However, that place is especially tough. Only Five Claws' dragon claws can break it. Once this fetal belt is broken, Longxi's essence will leak out. You can also kill him. What about you? Xiaohua nodded and whispered to Little White Dragon and Dragon Vein Xiaohua. He then asked. The Great Elder of the Dragon Hall sneered. Do you think this old man is useless? Even if this old man has to give up this primordial spirit, I will still kill Longxi. That is, Xiaohua said with a smile, if Longxi does not die, I am afraid the entire Dragon Island will be in danger. Great Elder, if you have any trump cards, take them all out. Long C cannot leave the stacked jade legacy realm. The Great Elder looked at Long C and said with a decisive tone, without the true dragon tablet, no one can return to the Dragon Island. Roar! At this time, Long C had already raised his head from the blood stains. Although there were no dragon horns on the beast's head, and it did not have the shape of a dragon, a kind of beast roar that was extremely similar to that of the dragon race came out from its bloody mouth. When this sound came out, the Great Elder's dragon body trembled and shouted, Taoist Master Xiao, we do not have time. Hurry up and do it. All right. Xiao Hua waved his hand and ordered, we will attract Long C's attention. Fellow Taoist Dragon Vane, you are responsible for killing Long C. Roar! Little White and Dragon Vane Xiao Hua roared at the same time, as if they were emboldening each other. The two huge dragons, one from the left and one from the back, pounced towards Long C. Woo! Seeing the two dragons move, the Great Elder urged Ao Shang's dragon body and also rushed into the sky. However, before the Great Elder could get close to Long C slightly moaned, and the Great Elder's body immediately trembled. He could not even fly and was about to fall. Wung wung wung. The Great Elder's dragon body suddenly flashed with brilliance, and streams of dragon aura surged from all directions. The dragon aura of the stacked jade legacy realm was first plundered by Dragon Vane Xiaohua's body, and now that Long C had advanced, it was swept clean again, so the dragon aura that the Great Elder attracted this time was really insufficient. However, as the dragon aura poured in, the Great Elder opened his mouth, and obscure dragon language flew out from his mouth. Then, the Great Elder waved his dragon claws, and the space within hundreds of miles gradually condensed into a kind of crystal-like thing. At this time, Xiao Hua did not care about hiding his strength anymore. He abandoned his transcendence golden body, and gradually formed a demon body. The Phoenix Wu raised its head and screamed, flapping its wings and pouncing towards Long C. Facing Long C, the Phoenix Wu who had transformed into a phoenix did not have any natural fear. Even the sound that made the dragons go limp only made his heart tremble, and did not have any effect on his physical body. The Phoenix Wu waved its phoenix claws, and a mark that was hundreds of feet long flashed in midair, slashing towards Long C like lightning. This sharp blade that could cut an ordinary cultivator in half did not seem to be in Long C's eyes at all. Long C sensed the abnormality and suddenly turned his head, spitting out dirty blood from his mouth. Swoosh! An extremely tough blood cloud blocked in front of the Phoenix Wu. Under the Phoenix Wu's sharp claws, this blood cloud actually made a golden sound. When the blood cloud was torn apart, the Phoenix Wu's strength had already disappeared, and the Phoenix Wu did not hesitate to extend its beak and peck at Long C's forehead from afar. Long C's forehead was originally stained with blood, but at this time it seemed to have been washed away by the rain. Swoosh swoosh. With a sound, a crack appeared between Long C's brows. Long C was shocked, and his figure flashed quickly. The hidden dragon patterns on his body flashed brilliantly, and he rushed out of the blood, wanting to block the Phoenix Wu's attack. At this time, Little White Dragon and Dragon Vane Xiaohua's attacks also arrived. The dragon claws landed on Long C's skin, but with a ka-ka sound, the dragon patterns on Long C's skin still flashed, and it actually blocked the attacks of the two dragons. Wung wung. At the same time, within a few miles of Long C, the sound of wind whistling could be heard. Tens of thousands of huge scenery-like objects appeared out of thin air, and stabbed into Long C's skin from all directions. Although the skin flashed with dragon patterns and destroyed a portion of the scenery-like objects, there were still many of the scenery-like objects that stabbed into it. Boom boom. The scenery-like objects exploded, and the skin was also blasted into pieces. Large amounts of blood gushed out, and Long C, who was not fully formed before, was exposed in midair. However, at the same time that the scenery-like objects exploded, Great Elder, who was using the Heavenly Dragon speech technique in midair, had traces of dragon blood seeping out of his dragon scales. His brilliance also dimmed a lot, and his entire body flew back several thousand feet. It was obvious that he was hit by Long C's backlash. This is all I can do. Great Elder's extremely weak voice sounded. Quickly kill Long C. It can't be. Feng Wu really didn't understand why Long Si was so powerful that even someone as strong as Great Elder was so powerless. However, he didn't dare to be careless. He flapped his wings, and the thin power of the stars and moon created a simple restriction. His entire body moved again, and he pounced towards Long Si. Little White Dragon also seemed to be going all out. Its entire body rapidly transformed, and it became extremely long as it desperately tried to entangle Long Si. Roar! Long Si sensed danger and roared loudly. His entire body expanded and it was actually 10,000 feet long. However, the body that had just been pulled out of the scenery-like object looked abnormally slender. Moreover, although there was a large amount of dragon spiritual energy surging in from the stacked Jade Forgotten Realm, it was clearly not enough for Long Si to fully form. When Long Si roared, his body suddenly expanded. Little White Dragon's body made creaking sounds, as if it was about to be torn apart. On Dragon Vein Xiaohua's dragon head, the 7-colored dragon horn on his dragon head gave off an inexplicable fluctuation, firmly covering Long Si's forehead. The vague dragon crown also appeared, and a colorful light rushed towards Long Si. Swoosh! Feng Wu rushed over, and his sharp claws scratched Long Si's body. Several feet of flesh and blood were torn apart, and his other sharp claws pierced deeply into Long Si's body. Before Feng Wu's sharp claws could penetrate deeper, from the side of Long Si's body, a tentacle stretched out. It hit Feng Wu's phoenix body, and the huge force sent Feng Wu flying. Even his skin was torn apart by an extremely corrosive thing on the tentacle. See, Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air from the pain. Even his powerful body wasn't Long Si's opponent. How could an ordinary dragon be Long Si's opponent? Boom! The moment Long Si attacked Xiaohua, Dragon Vein Xiaohua pierced his dragon horn into Long Si's body. A huge explosion rang out, mixed with a bloody light that soared into the sky. Long Si's screams resounded through the air. All of the dragons were scared out of their wits when they heard the miserable screams. Chapter 40-44. Although Dragon Vein Xiaohua's dragon horn had already pierced into Long Si's body, Long Si's screams were still loud and clear. It was far from being killed. At this moment, Xiaohua suddenly saw something that looked like a human baby's umbilical cord within the bloodstains. It was several zhang in size and was slightly wriggling in the bloodstains. Xiaohua was overjoyed and hurriedly transmitted his voice. Little White Dragon heard it and swept its tail towards the umbilical cord. Boom! A loud sound was heard. The umbilical cord emitted a strange brilliance and cryptic fluctuations, not allowing the dragon tail to get close. Long Si sensed Little White Dragon's intention and turned around to bite Little White Dragon. Roar! Long Si was indeed the natural nemesis of the dragon race. Long Si had not completely transformed yet. With just a small bite, it immediately bit off a large part of Little White Dragon's neck. This pain was not only physical, but also spiritual and other mysterious parts. Little White Dragon was in so much pain that it raised its head and roared. Not only that, Long Si's dragon claw even reached into Little White Dragon's chest. With a pew sound, the dragon body formed by the dragon cleansing pool was like a piece of paper under Long Si's dragon claw. Roar! Little White Dragon threw caution to the wind. Ignoring the tearing pain all over its body, it once again urged its dragon chi and wrapped its body around Long Si. At this critical moment, Dragon Vein Xiaohua's dragon claw quietly reached out from Little White Dragon's side and grabbed Long Si's umbilical cord. Just as Dragon Vein Xiaohua's dragon claw reached out, Long Si had already sensed it. He roared and turned around to escape. However, although Little White Dragon was covered in blood, it still risked its life to entangle Long Si. Above Long Si's head, Feng Wu once again pounced and blocked Long Si's escape with its huge wings. Suddenly, Long Si's immature tail pulled out from the blood and landed on Dragon Bloodline Xiaohua's back. This Long Si's tail was even sharper than a sword. A deep wound appeared on Dragon Bloodline Xiaohua's back, revealing the bone. When had Dragon Vein Xiaohua ever suffered such great pain? Xiaohua's entire dragon body was trembling. However, it was also at this crucial moment that Dragon Vein Xiaohua's dragon claw suddenly reached into his fetal belt. The defense that little white dragon was unable to break through was even more like crumbs under Xiao Hua's dragon claws. As the dragon claws penetrated, a burst of blood that emitted a fragrant smell spurted out like a fountain of blood. Looking at the unusually ferocious Long Si, she looked like a giant dragon whose tendons had been pulled out. She fell limp in the air and hung down on the little white dragon like a vine. At the same time, the dragon might that intimidated the dragons and the murderous aura that could kill dragons instantly disappeared. Whoosh! Suddenly a dragon shape appeared. Without waiting for Dragon Vein Xiao Hua's dragon claw to pull out, it swallowed Long Si's womb and other parts. It even swallowed Long Si's abdomen, which was more than 100 feet away. Grand Elder Yu. Feng Wu's body had yet to recover, and he flapped his wings and shouted in midair. Ao Sheng's dragon body appeared in midair. His dragon head was still stained with blood, but his dragon eyes were filled with ecstasy. He said, "Spiritual Master Xiao, you've only eaten meat. No matter what, you should let me drink some soup." That voice was Ao Sheng's. Don't you think you're too shameless?" Xiao Hua recovered his body, and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If it was Dragon Hall's Grand Elder, Xiao Hua might have fought for something, but facing Ao Sheng, Xiao Hua really didn't know what to say. It was probably because of this that Dragon Hall's Grand Elder let Ao Sheng out. Just as Xiao Hua's voice fell, he suddenly remembered something. He hurriedly took out a yin-yang bracelet, and with his mind he swept Long Si's body into the space. "What are you doing?" Ao Sheng was also shocked. He shouted, "Quickly kill Long Si. Don't raise a tiger and invite calamity." Long Si's womb was swallowed by you. Can he still do whatever he wants? Xiao Hua asked. Ao Sheng thought for a moment, then shook his head and said, "Long Si's womb has been lost. He can no longer cause harm to my dragon race. At best, he is now a strange beast of the dragon field, and an immature strange beast." Then it's settled. Xiao Hua looked at the little white dragon and the dragon vein. Xiao Hua transformed into his human form, and his body was covered in blood. He said fiercely, "This Long Si is too despicable. I'm determined to make him regret it for the rest of his life." All right. Ao Sheng knew that he couldn't get back what fell into Xiao Hua's hands. He hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, "Since you want to take Long Si, then you have to be responsible for my dragon race. Don't let this Long Si come out alive. If he eats my dragon race's brain, he might be able to recover." "Don't worry." Xiao Hua patted his chest and said, "In this old man's hands, how can I let him escape?" At this point, Xiao Hua changed the topic and said, "Oh, also North Sea Dragon Palace's Aozheng and the others were not killed by me. Now that I have Long Si, I believe you can testify for me. Although I'm not afraid of North Sea Dragon Palace, I don't want to cause trouble." Ao Sheng looked Xiao Hua up and down and said with a smile, "Didn't you offend North Sea Dragon Palace's Ao Jing? Ao Zheng came to settle the score with you, so it's normal for you to kill him. Look, you killed Long Si. Doesn't that phoenix body, which is even more powerful than a dragon's body, prove that you're the one who killed Ao Zheng?" "Why would I kill Ao Zheng?" Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, "At that time Little White and this brother Long had yet to condense their bodies. How could I be a match for Ao Zheng and the other 5 dragons alone? Other than being killed by Long Si, what other possibility could there be?" "The problem is," Ao Sheng replied, "Ao Zheng and the other 5 dragons' brains weren't eaten by Long Si." Hiss! Ao Sheng's words were like a bolt of lightning, instantly waking Xiao Hua up. He had a strange feeling in his heart. Then he reached out his hand and took out the body of a dragon. He said anxiously, "Could it be that Ao Zheng is the same as this dragon? You actually killed one of my dragon race's descendants?" Ao Sheng chuckled. "Now I've caught you red-handed. Not good." Xiao Hua looked at the wound on his chest that was torn by a sharp weapon and exclaimed, "There are other dragon domain beasts in this stacked Jade Legacy realm. These beasts eat the heart and lungs of the dragon race." Impossible, right? What other dragon domain beasts can there be?" Ao Sheng was stunned. Little White Dragon and Dragon Vein Xiao Hua also quivered. After all, Long Si almost killed the dragon race that was training. If another one came, who would be able to escape? Quickly run. Why hasn't the stacked Jade Legacy realm closed? At this moment, there was a burst of chaos in the distance. Shocked voices and miserable cries could be heard. Xiao! Taoist Xiao! Aozhan flew over from the distance. As he flew, he shouted loudly, quickly run! There's a beast! While he was speaking, a several zhang large black figure flew up from the ground. This black figure moved slightly and immediately disappeared in the air. When it reappeared, it had already landed on top of Aozhan's head. Ah! How could it be? When Xiaohua saw that black figure, he unconsciously looked like a mortal who had seen a ghost. His face was deathly pale, and an incredulous cry of surprise escaped his mouth. He was actually 10 times more surprised than when he saw Long Si. What blocked Aozhan's head was a several zhang large strange insect. Half of this strange insect's size was its head. There were 2 long feelers on its head. The feelers were serrated. They looked very sharp. Behind the feelers were 2 skull-sized pitch-black spots. This pitch-black spot seemed to be made up of thousands of even smaller pitch-black spots. Looking at the strange insect's body again, it was slightly protruding. Layers of gray spots stacked together. The gray spots converged at the strange insect's tail, condensing into a several-inch-long spike. The spike emitted a grayish-black color. On both sides of the strange insect's body, there was a pair of several zhang long wings. When they flapped, they emitted a black light. Under the wings, there were 2 even longer hind legs on its abdomen, like a pair of long halberds. Those hind legs streaked across the air, setting off strands of ripples. It actually tore the space apart. Wasn't this the strange insect that Xiaohua and Sun Jian joined hands to kill in the void that year? However, this strange insect was more than 10 times bigger than the one Xiaohua had seen before. That year, that 2 qi-long strange insect gave Xiaohua and Sun Jian, who were at the lower 5th grade of essence energy, a headache. If Xiaohua hadn't used his spiritual fire to launch a sneak attack, he probably wouldn't have been able to escape from the strange insect's attack. Moreover, the hind legs that Xiaohua obtained from the strange insect's body were refined into the soul execution vital light. The sharpness of those hind legs increased the might of the soul execution vital light by 30%. Now, although Xiaohua's strength had reached the upper 6th grade of essence energy and he had 2 huge dragons by his side, but how could he be a match for this strange insect? Thinking about those dragons that were easily killed by the strange insect in Aozhan, and the others that died under the strange insect's sharp teeth, Xiaohua immediately made a decision. He then angrily roared, "Little White, don't move. I will take care of you first. Osheng, if you want to live, quickly carry this old man and escape." While speaking, Xiaohua's arm shook and the universe bracelet that he didn't have time to put away shook, putting the little white dragon into the space. However, it was a bit troublesome to put Dragon Vein Xiaohua into the space. Dragon Vein Xiaohua couldn't enter Xiaohua's space. Xiaohua didn't have time to think at this time. His figure floated onto Aosheng's back. Aosheng roared and used the dragon race's secret technique to fly into the distance. Dragon Vein Xiaohua flew beside Aosheng. "Fellow Dragon Vein," Xiaohua transmitted, "can you still return to Ai's body?" Dragon Vein Xiaohua hurriedly replied, "Ai's dragon body hasn't completely solidified yet. It should still be possible." "All right," Xiaohua urged, "don't resist, I will try to take you in first." Immediately, Xiaohua's mind covered Dragon Vein Xiaohua. Dragon Vein Xiaohua's dragon body quickly shrank and fell into Xiaohua's meridians. However, once Dragon Vein Xiaohua entered Xiaohua's body, Xiaohua immediately felt his body sink, as if there was something heavy entering his body. Of course, this heavy feeling only lasted for a moment. On the contrary, Aosheng's dragon body suddenly sank and he cried out in shock, "Xiaohua, why are you so heavy?" Before Xiaohua could speak, Aozhan's cry for help came from behind, "Spiritual Master Xiao, save me." Chapter 40-45. Hearing this, Xiaohua's heart sank. It was even heavier than when Xiaohua entered the dragon vein just now. Aosheng was also somewhat hesitant. He slowed down and asked in a low voice, "Taoist Xiao, what should we do? Should we save him or not?" "Damn it, why are you asking me?" Xiaohua was going crazy. "You should ask yourself. You have the Great Elder's soul in your body. The Great Elder can't appear again. Ao Shang smiled bitterly. That old man is only using my dragon body to survive, so he can't use too many divine abilities. He just used the heavenly dragon speech technique and used up too much of his yuan qi. If he uses it again, I'll really lose this primordial spirit. And if he loses this primordial spirit, the Great Elder's vitality will be greatly damaged and his position on the Dragon Island may not be stable. If the Great Elder's position is unstable, my Dragon Island may be in chaos. If the Dragon Island is in chaos. As he spoke, Ao Shang didn't dare to continue. If that's the case, why are you asking me? Xiao Hua replied snappily. I don't have the Great Elder's divine ability, so it's impossible to save Ao Zhan from that strange insect. But Ao Zhan has that crystal dragon. Ao Shang replied, moreover, if Ao Zhan dies here, the Gue clan will have no leader. The 10 clans of the Dragon Island will not be able to gather, and even the 9 clans will be in chaos again. You're just a small clan elder, why are you worrying so much? Xiao Hua ridiculed. Although I'm still young, I have a lot of responsibilities on my shoulders. Ao Shang's figure completely stopped. I can't let the Dragon Island fall apart. Yes. Xiao Hua looked at the struggling Ao Zhan and sighed. If you don't kill this strange insect, not only will your Dragon Island not be able to come to this folded jade legacy realm, even the Dragon Island may be in danger, even the 3 continents will be in danger. Taoist has seen this strange insect before? Ao Shang suddenly realized. Taoist must have a way to kill this strange insect. I did before, Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. But this folded jade legacy realm spatial laws are changing. I can't use my divine ability. I'm afraid it won't work. Since you have it, we'll turn back now. Ao Shang said anxiously. I've already thought about it. Even if you and I manage to escape with our lives, if all the dragons in the 3 rivers and 4 seas are killed, we won't have the face to go out. Rather than that, we might as well fight to the death. All right. Xiao Hua knew that what Ao Shang said was reasonable, and this strange insect was too powerful. If he couldn't escape before the stacking jade forgotten realm closed, after the strange insect killed all the dragons, it would definitely attack him. He might as well take this opportunity to join forces with the dragons to kill this strange insect. We will return. Xiao Hua instructed. Instruct the dragon race of the 3 rivers and 4 seas. Not only is this strange insect proficient in devouring, its skin is also tough and thick. Ordinary dragon artifacts cannot harm it in the slightest. It's best to let it devour some spiritual objects of heaven and earth when it's unprepared, so that the spiritual objects of heaven and earth's yuan qi of heaven and earth explode. Alright. Ao Shang hurriedly moved his body, and Xiao Hua followed Ao Shang to the strange insect. His whole body flashed with a bronze luster as he used the heavenly laws embodiment technique. Falling from the sky, he shouted, "Oh Zhan, don't panic, this Xiao is coming." Without waiting for Xiao Hua to land, a light that was close to nothingness flashed, and one of the strange insect's hind legs strangely swept across, slashing at Xiao Hua's waist. Seeing the strange insect's almost perfect sneak attack, Xiao Hua's heart turned cold. He somewhat understood why Ao Zhan was not killed by the strange insect. It was not because Ao Zhan's strength was superior, but because the strange insect used Ao Zhan to lure him and Ao Shang. This strange insect's hind legs had been lying in ambush in the void for a long time. This strange insect was much more cunning than the ones he encountered before. Xiao Hua's courage to turn back disappeared by more than half. Xiao Hua's heart moved, and he immediately took out the wishful staff. With a loud kung, the wishful staff was cut with a deep cut, and the strange insect's hind legs bent again, bypassing the wishful staff. With a zung sound, the sharp point just happened to cut across the surface of Xiao Hua's body. A burning pain appeared on the surface of Xiao Hua's body, and a wound several inches deep was revealed. Xiao Hua's monster body that was tougher than a dragon's body, and his transcendence golden body that would not be damaged by ordinary magic weapons, was actually injured by the strange insect in this face-to-face encounter. That kind of indescribable horror immediately emerged from the bottom of Xiao Hua's heart. Even when facing Long Si just now, he did not feel a sense of crisis, and it suddenly shrouded Xiao Hua. I understand. Xiao Hua suddenly woke up. Could it be? The danger this Xiao has been worried about is this strange insect? However, at this time, Xiao Hua did not have time to think too much, because the strange insect's whip-like tentacles were about to hit him. These tentacles were now only a few dozen feet long, and compared to Xiao Hua's transcendence golden body, it was really insignificant, but Xiao Hua did not dare to be careless at all. Using the ethereal steps, he hurriedly dodged. This Xiao Hua will help you. When Aozhan saw Xiao Hua turn around to save him, he was extremely grateful. The long spear in his hand danced, stabbing at the strange insect from the side. Woo! The strange insect spread its wings, and a layer of gray fog rose up, blocking Aozhan's long spear. Facing this seemingly illusory fog, Aozhan's long spear actually could not pierce it. Aozhan hurriedly pulled back, and the end of his spear was about to swing out. Clang! A sound of metal rang out, and the strange insect's front leg swung, and Aozhan's long spear was easily cut into two. Quickly run! Xiao Hua saw that Aozhan was a little dazed, and hurriedly reminded him. At this time, Aozhan understood why he was not killed by the strange insect earlier. He shuddered, and his figure quickly retreated. It was also in the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint. Shwa! The strange insect's hind leg swayed again, and a few dozen feet long bloodline appeared from Aozhan's abdomen. Just a little bit more, and Aozhan's stomach would have been cut open by the strange insect. Aozhan was covered in cold sweat, and looking at this strange insect that was 100 times more terrifying than Long Si, he quickly flew away. Quickly call Aosheng, he has a way. At this time, what else could Xiao Hua say? He hurriedly urged Aozhan to find Aosheng. When the strange insect saw Aozhan escape, it did not chase after him. The eyes formed by thousands of small black pieces flashed, and its figure jumped towards Xiao Hua. The brilliance around Xiao Hua's body flashed again, and his body shrank, returning to its normal size. He waved the wishful staff and fought with the strange insect. Shwa! In just a few moves, the strange insect's front legs slashed, and its speed was comparable to lightning. Xiao Hua could not dodge at all, and a deep wound appeared on his back. However, this wound had just appeared, and the demonic qi in the blood surged, quickly repairing it. However, before this wound could be repaired, whoosh! Another hind leg stretched out from the void, adding another wound on Xiao Hua's back. Damn it, I don't have the strength to fight back at all. How can this be? Xiao Hua's heart was clenched together. He was originally good at physical strength, and almost invincible in close combat, but all of this was child's play in front of this strange insect. His Taoist, Confucian, Buddhist, and other supernatural powers were restricted, so how could he fight with this strange insect? Now that the spatial laws have changed, this Xiao's spiritual fire can't be activated. Either I use the demonic body or that white bone. Xiao Hua used the ethereal steps to desperately resist as he thought in his heart. At this time, a strange hiss came from his ears. Xiao Hua was startled and hurriedly looked over. He saw a pitch-black dot of light falling in front of him like a meteor. It was the tail of the strange insect. Its sharp stinger tore through the void. Before Xiao Hua could react, it had already pierced his forehead. It was the location of the delusion breaker Dharma eye. Damn it! Xiao Hua's forehead seemed to be split open by a sharp sword, and there was a sharp pain in the illusion breaker eye. This sudden attack of the strange insect was really powerful, and Xiao Hua was actually forced to the end, without any strength to dodge. Wang wang wang. At this critical moment, strange sounds came from all around, and dozens of strange things flew out from midair. These things were like a beehive, and the sound of wind blew out from hundreds of holes, and they also emitted the fragrance of people. The body of the strange insect suddenly stopped, and it gave up on Xiao Hua, suddenly turned around. With a wave of its antennae, the dozens of things were immediately split in half, and a golden liquid flowed out from these things. That strange insect opened its sawtooth mouth and sucked on the nearest thing, and the liquid dripped into the body of the strange insect. Ooh! The fog around the strange insect's body rose again, and its entire body swelled up by half, but in just a moment, the strange insect returned to its original state and pounced on another thing. Xiao Hua escaped death by the skin of his teeth, and a layer of cold sweat appeared on his back. That rock-hard arm of his couldn't help but tremble slightly. He didn't dare to make another sound, and urged his body to quietly fly away slowly. And far away, Aosheng, Aozhan, and a few other dragons were standing in midair carefully, and each of them took out their dragon shell. Those dozens of things were the underwater spiritual objects that the dragons of the West Sea Dragon Palace took out. Ocean. Xiaohua didn't have time to say anything, and transmitted his voice. Ordinary spiritual objects are completely useless. We need to use foreign objects. I understand. Ao Sheng smiled bitterly. My Three Rivers Four Seas dragon race has countless treasures, and this morning dregs is also one of them. There are also things that are richer in spiritual energy than this morning dregs, but the problem is, we came to the folded jadeite legacy realm to train. Who would bring so many spiritual objects? Then, facing this extremely vicious strange insect, Xiaohua really didn't have many divine abilities that he could use, and he was somewhat helpless. Raising his head to look at the faintly discernible folded jadeite in midair, Xiaohua asked again, when will the folded jadeite legacy realm close? If we can't kill this strange insect, I'm afraid we can only lure it to the Dragon Island. No, definitely not. Ao Sheng shook his head resolutely. Swoosh! Just as they were discussing, that strange insect suddenly abandoned the morning dregs, and with a flash it suddenly appeared in front of a dragon. Without waiting for that dragon to react, the strange insect's hind legs slashed, and the dragon's chest and abdomen were instantly torn apart. The strange insect's entire body sank into the dragon's body, and in just a moment its sharp teeth stretched out, and it was precisely the dragon's heart and lungs that were swallowed into its mouth. Looking at the bloody strange insect coming out of the dragon's chest and abdomen, the group of dragons suddenly dispersed. Facing this strange foreign object, the always valiant dragon race was like a helpless beggar. Chapter 40-46. Damn it! This strange insect should have the strength of a 9th grade essence energy, right? Ao Zhang cursed as he fled. Thinking about how he escaped from the strange insect just now, it was a miracle. Don't run too far. Ao Sheng suddenly shouted, let's take out the spiritual items in the dragon shell, and try to attract this strange insect to eat the spiritual items. If we scatter, we can only let this strange insect kill us one by one. The time of the stacked jade forgotten realm is almost up. Let's hold on for a while more. Ao Zhan also stopped. The princes of the Three Seas Dragon Palace also seemed to have woken up and stopped running. They all hurriedly took out the dragon shell and nervously rummaged through it, trying to find a spiritual item that could save their lives. The stacked jade spring flower in the stacked jade forgotten realm had already gradually disappeared. The true dragon tablet in Xiaohua's hand also emitted a faint fluctuation, but this fluctuation was not enough to send them out of the stacked jade forgotten realm. Shua. After the strange insect finished eating the dragon's heart and lungs, it moved again and teleported to the side of the East Sea Dragon Palace. The dragons of the East Sea Dragon Palace trembled as they took out a few bright dragon pearls. After the strange insect swallowed them, its body grew a bit bigger and the mist around it surged, looking very carefree. After that, the strange insect teleported again and pounced on a dragon beside Ao Sheng, obviously wanting to devour the dragon's flesh and blood again. Ao Sheng roared again as a mountainous dragon's aura appeared. The Dragon Palace Great Elder could not tolerate the strange insect eating his people in front of him, so he revealed himself again. Woo! The Great Elder's dragon's aura appeared and immediately attracted the strange insect's attention. The strange insect left the dragon and pounced on the Great Elder. Xiaohua, help me block it for a moment. The Great Elder quickly retreated as dragon qi surged around him as he ordered loudly. Xiaohua was very helpless. He took out the wishful staff in one hand and some spiritual herbs and magic treasures in the other hand as he fought with the strange insect. Even with the spiritual herbs, in just a moment, Xiaohua's body had several more wounds. Roar roar. Several obscure dragon language came out from the Great Elder's mouth. Around the strange insect, a crystal shackled and this crystal shackled the strange insect. Boom! With a loud sound, the strange insect was flattened by the crystal. But in the blink of an eye, the strange insect's flat body landed on the crystal and began to devour it. On the other hand, the first elder's body became weak again. Xiaohua. Suddenly, the first elder's voice came from Xiaohua's ears. This old man will entrust Ao Sheng to you. You have to bring him out of the stacked jade legacy realm. What are you doing? Xiao Hua had a bad feeling in his heart. He looked at Ao Shang's dragon armor and saw a ball of blood-red light. The ball of light let out a roar similar to the dragon language and turned into a crystal dragon that pounced on the strange insect. Woo! As soon as the strange insect saw the crystal dragon, it immediately abandoned the crystal and flapped its wings towards the crystal dragon. Whoosh! Facing the sharp teeth of the strange insect, the crystal dragon suddenly accelerated and rushed into it. Boom! With a loud bang, the left side of the strange insect's body was torn apart. Xiao Hua understood that this was the great clan elder, abandoning his primordial spirit, and wanting to perish together with this strange insect. However, the first elder still underestimated this strange insect. After the small half of the strange insect's body was torn apart, the mist around its body was born again. Strands of mist shuttled between the strange insect's body and immediately repaired it. Looking at the eyes of the strange insect, it was staring at Ao Shang, who had already lost his strength. It was ready to split his chest and abdomen open at any time and devour the delicious dragon's heart and lungs. Quick! Xiao Hua reminded, and without hesitation, he took out a lot of spiritual grass and threw it in the air, wanting to attract the strange insect's attention. Buzz buzz! At this moment a faint buzzing sound came from the distance, and a few balls of light appeared. A dragon cried out with a sad and happy voice. My true dragon card has been activated. The Stacked Jade Legacy Realm is finally closing. Unfortunately, before he could finish speaking, the strange insect's figure flashed and appeared in front of him. There was no suspense at all. Wherever its tentacles passed, not only was the true dragon token annihilated, but even the dragon clan was split into two. Run, run, run! Ao Shang shouted loudly. Those dragons who were like earthworms and didn't dare to use their divine abilities immediately scattered. As the true dragon cards flashed, they disappeared on the spot one by one. Ooh! The strange insect chased after these lights. Although some of the dragons disappeared, they were still killed by the strange insect. Roar! Ao Shang was anxious and pounced at the strange insect with a roar. Xiao Hua was even more shocked and shouted, "Damn it, Ao Shang, do you want to die?" With that said, Xiao Hua also hurriedly rushed over, throwing out spirit grass and magic treasures one by one, wanting to attract the strange insect. Ao Shang was not a fool. Seeing that the strange insect was attracted by him, he hurriedly flew towards Xiao Hua, and in the dragon claw, he threw out one item after another. Ooh! The strange insect flew over and swallowed all the spiritual grass and other things. These spiritual grass and other things were not special. The mist around the strange insect's body did not have any special changes. Seeing that the strange insect was about to pounce, Ao Shang screamed and threw out the long bay in his hand. The heroic spirit from before was completely gone. He shouted, "Xiao Hua, save me!" Nonsense! Xiao Hua used the wishful rod to tease the strange insect. What are you screaming for? Aren't you courting death? Wang Wang! At this moment, the true dragon card in Ao Shang's hand flashed and covered Ao Shang. After the strange insect swallowed Ao Shang's long bay, its hind legs drew a line in the air and pierced into the brilliance of the true dragon card very easily. Be careful, Ao Shang! Xiao Hua was shocked. Ao Shang was about to fall under the strange insect's hind legs. Whoa! Suddenly, a scene that Xiao Hua was familiar with occurred. The strange insect's body emitted an intense rumbling sound, and the strange insect's body instantly expanded to a size of 300 meters. Then the gray mist flourished, and the strange insect shrunk again to a size of 100 meters. This process repeated 3 times, and the strange insect's body could no longer be controlled. It expanded to a size of 300 meters, and with a loud bang it completely exploded. How is this possible? Isn't this too strange? Xiao Hua was dumbstruck. His body was blown 100 feet away by this explosion. Wang Wang! At this moment, Xiao Hua's true dragon card also began to flash with brilliance. However, after a few breaths, all the other dragons disappeared along with the brilliance of the true dragon card. However, the brilliance of Xiao Hua's true dragon card flickered several times and his body still couldn't disappear. Damn it, what's going on? Xiao Hua was a little anxious. Looking at the nearby space that was beginning to distort in the Forgotten Realm, he knew that the time in the Forgotten Realm had begun to change. In a flash, Xiao Hua suddenly thought, Dragon vein Xiaohua. Damn it, it must be. He is now in this Xiao's body, and his dragon body was condensed by the dragon cleansing pool. This true dragon card probably can't bring the dragon spiritual energy of the dragon domain back to the dragon island. But the problem is, why can't dragon vein Xiaohua enter the space? Could it be because of the dragon spiritual energy? But if little white dragon can, why can't he? If I want to return to the dragon island, this Xiao is afraid that this Xiao will have to conceal dragon vein Xiaohua's dragon spiritual energy. Thinking of this, Xiaohua tried to use the Devil Realm's blood drop paradise to conceal dragon vein Xiaohua. Sure enough, as the devil blood surged, Xiaohua's body slightly blurred and was about to disappear. Don't worry. The moment Xiaohua's figure disappeared, the greedy Xiaohua smiled again. His figure reappeared and he hurriedly flew in all directions. He released his divine sense and collected the corpse of the strange insect, as well as the dragon shell and dragon body scattered on the ground. He collected them all into the space. After a meal, seeing that the surrounding scenery was already blurred, Xiaohua urged the devil blood to completely conceal dragon vein Xiaohua. Only then did his body completely disappear. Light and shadow fluctuated. An indescribable feeling emerged from Xiaohua's Naiwen palace. It was as if a huge hand was vigorously shaking him. This was something Xiaohua had never encountered before. When the scenery in front of Xiaohua's eyes stopped, an extremely disgusting feeling surged up. Xiaohua's body couldn't help but curl up. He released his consciousness vigilantly. However, when he saw the surroundings clearly, he put it down again. Aoshang's slightly mocking voice rang in his ears. Spiritual Master Xiao, how is it? How does it feel to go back in time? Xiaohua knew that Aoshang was somewhat dissatisfied with his coercion in the stacked jade ruins, so he simply ignored him. He closed his eyes and rested. The feeling of heaven and earth spinning slowly disappeared. Then he straightened his body and stretched his body. In front of him was still the dragon island. The serene blue sea water filled the surroundings. Although Xiaohua couldn't take a long breath of fresh air like usual, this tranquil and safe atmosphere was enough to make him feel relaxed and happy. Xiaohua turned around and looked behind him. The huge rock that was 10,000 zhang tall had now recovered. Other than a few deep cracks on the surface of the huge rock, it was no different from before. The dragon soldiers and dragon generals who were previously guarding this place with bright armor were already very few. Looking at the huge rock and thinking about the bloody storm that happened within the huge rock in just a moment, Xiaohua felt as if a lifetime had passed. Spiritual Master, Aoshang said with a smile behind him, you helped the Great Elder to kill Long Sea and even helped me kill the Dragon Realm's strange insects. You saved thousands of my dragons who were training in the stacked Jade Legacy Realm. You have done a great service to my Dragon Island. My Dragon Palace's 9th Elder is already waiting in the Dragon Palace, ready to reward you. Spiritual Master, please. Oh. Xiaohua was startled. He secretly pondered in his heart. That strange insect was obviously killed by Aoshang. How did it fall on his head? However, when he saw Aoshang winking at him, he seemed to have understood something. Xiaohua's expression didn't change. He slightly nodded and replied, since I was blessed by the Dragon Island and entered the stacked jade ruins to train, I naturally had to consider the safety of the descendants of the Dragon Island. Killing Long Sea and the strange insect was also considered for my own safety. There's no need to be too grand. Aoshang laughed. Spiritual Master, leave these words for the Dragon Palace. Don't worry. Xiaohua raised his hand and asked, where's the Dragon Clan of the West Sea Dragon Palace? I want to find that old turtle Xian Chang. Uh-oh, why are you looking for Xian Chang? Aoshang was slightly startled. However, he immediately came back to his senses and laughed. Is it because Xian Chang slandered you for killing Aoshang of the North Sea Dragon Palace? Of course. Xiaohua clenched his teeth until they creaked. This guy hit me when I'm down, how can I forgive him? You're tuning in to the Li Mei Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.